Okay. Sweet. I wonder what this says. Oh, thank you.
If they can't back up, they think it's a scam.
All right. Checking this. Okay. This. Hey, thanks, guys. Oh, wow. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this landscape. Join this code. This Jamie. To see.
Hey, Greg, can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
There
how's it
you are.
going?
Okay.
I guess we're meeting for the first time.
Welcome.
How's the remote viewing going? The person coming in from like a hotel or something?
They were testing some equipment, so they should be here soon. Not sure if they got it or not. Let me check my email again. Yeah, 9 minutes ago. Oh, here he is. Hey, how's it going, Donnie?
Going good. Good to see you, Magic Mike. Axiomatic, Dr.
Back
Dre.
to Big Mike this time.
Yeah, oh, just Mike, not Magic Mike anymore, eh?
I think he made it Big Mike again.
Oh, was it Big Mike?
That's just that's at James's whimsy. I never.
Well, you have
asked
been
for
working
this.
out, so that does fit. You look good.
I never asked for
Not
this.
messing with you.
You see, I'm just sizing some things. That's okay.
Yeah, take your time. I'm just gonna figure out this. I'm used to StreamYard, so let me get used to this Zoom real quick.
Where's oh, here he is, Sam. All right, looks like we're all here.
Is my audio coming out of here, Mike? Because I just set up a new mic that I have, and I want to make sure that it's
Yeah, I can hear you.
okay. Comes in. Okay.
What's up, folks?
Hey,
how's it going, Sam?
How you guys doing?
Sam, good to see you, brother.
Welcome back.
See you again, Mike.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hmm.
All right. We want.
Hello. I'm just looking at the.
Can you hear this?
Yes, I can hear. Yeah.
That looks good. Couple of PhDs. Hopefully you guys don't beat on us too bad. Take it easy.
I hope not.
I don't want to be forced into early retirement already. I got to say, Dr. Greg, I was going through your website last night in prep, and you got a good, solid, professional website. Good work.
Oh, thanks, bro. It's all
I'm
vibe
impressed with it.
coded, Claude code. So
Yeah, I can't keep up with that.
I've been vibe coding hard lately.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Me too. It's been good.
All right, just copying and pasting into my notes the new format, or not new, but the one you guys had agreed upon, just so I can read that out appropriately.
So I don't know who we have as going first here.
If I could make a recommendation, since it's Adam and Eve versus human evolution, maybe it's fair that we just go first. I don't mind going first for
So
this
is
one.
that's the exact topic?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well, I have to change everything.
Just getting the news now, eh, Sam?
That's right.
You
Is
said
that-
Adam and
Yeah.
Eve versus evolution
Well, to be
Adam and Eve
fair,
versus human evolution.
versus human evolution.
Technically,
okay.
we're arguing for separate ancestry, but having Adam and Eve in there is more clickbait. Sounds
that's
right.
right.
more engaging.
Or as
Yeah,
Jim
yeah.
Bob would say, dash right.
We're just gonna say the Bible said it, and that's it. That's our argument, folks.
Dave or Greg,
No
you
spoilers.
did a debate with Jim Bob, right, Greg?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kent, that was fun.
So, you guys, do I have any background? So, I'm on a vacation, by the way. Have any of you guys ever been up to Northern California?
I thought you were gonna say, have
Yeah.
any of y'all ever been on a vacation?
Yes.
Like, and before you answer, I'm just going to exit this and come right back in because I need to fix something with my mic. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be
Sounds
literally
good.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Sure.
You guys ever been up in Northern California?
No, I've always
Yeah,
wanted
I-
to.
I
Grew
passed
up in
through.
Northern California, so I've
So-
been all over Northern California.
The 395 Eastern Sierras?
Yeah, my wife and I had to drive through those. Yeah,
Okay.
a
Yeah. So I'm
car
up
in tow. Mhm.
I'm up in Mammoth right now.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful country up here.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful.
So yesterday we went on this hike, and it just like around every turn there was a new lake. It was
Mhm.
crazy. It was a nice 8 mile hike, but I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah,
You
man.
know, I shouldn't be here right now doing this,
cool.
you guys. In fact, I might just say my Wi-Fi cuts out and leave. Just leave Donnie hanging.
Respectable.
Well, don't do that to me. You can do that to Donnie, but don't do it to me.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I got money on this, Sam.
Oh shoot.
I'm just
Okay.
kidding. You ever heard of Polymarket?
Yeah.
Is that
Poly
that?
market?
Is that the one
They
that
bet
everyone's
on-
pushing on like TikTok?
Yeah, you guys are on Polymarket right now.
Really?
No,
On modern
I'm
day
just,
debate?
I'm just messing
Kelsey.
with you.
That's hilarious.
So
I messaged the chat. I was like, 1 sec, Donnie's resetting the mic. And then they're like, how dare you make us wait?
yeah, I know. They want a refund, huh?
Yeah, all those paying customers.
Bobby,
Gosh.
where did you teach? You taught at a university?
I did, yeah. I don't know. I haven't planned on doxing myself so
Oh,
quickly.
no worries. No problem.
Um,
Yeah, no,
but
no, you don't
I-
have to tell me.
I assume it'll happen at some point. But I taught at university. I was a professor of mathematics.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that in your debate with Kent. Is the only way.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You watched
Yeah.
that? Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah. That was
That
right
was
here
fun.
on MDD.
I host.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It
man.
was a lot of fun.
Okay, Dr. Griggs, camera set up.
And what about you?
Real
Dr.
quick,
Green?
real quick. Axiom, I forgot your real name. Sorry.
Bobby.
Bobby.
Bobby. Could you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, sure.
I just,
How do
need to center your.
Oh, I just clicked
camera.
this. Gotcha.
All right, now you got to turn your camera back on.
What?
Oh, you're still sharing.
Oh. sorry. I thought you said turn my camera back on.
I did. Just turn your screen share off on the OBS. Like go back to just
Oh,
you.
you mean camera? Let me
Correct.
do this.
Yeah. The way that
There
the
you go.
2v2 is I'm
Is that
gonna
right?
have you still no, there's no feed coming through.
Sorry, wrong one. This one.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. Gotcha. Man, you install a bunch of software. Now there's like 5,000 cameras and
Oh yeah, dude.
300
The virtual
microphones.
cams and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, man.
I know. I'm like, I didn't know anything like 2 months ago, right? This is all brand new to me. So I'm like, holy smokes. So
Yeah, what you thought science communication was gonna be versus what it is. It's like YouTube thumbnails and titles, man. It's like that's all it is.
Yeah. I'm still learning the ropes. I'm like, my Instagram, I mean I got 10,000 followers in like 5 weeks. And
Damn.
Nice.
Wow, it's
I was
incredible.
like, what the? Apparently people like math stuff, so
Nerds.
yeah. So I'm like, okay, maybe I could do this more regularly.
Well, are you what do you do, Dr. Greg? I mean, are you a teacher somewhere? Are you like in a laboratory?
I used to, yeah. I mean, so I taught for UC Riverside as a lecturer for a little bit, and then
okay.
went down
Okay.
to San Diego to be in the biotechnology company business, and then got laid off because of the budget cuts to science last year, and then just kind of doing a bunch of other things. It's
San
trying
Oh,
to.
where you at, Donnie? Donnie, you're the last one I need to center.
Sorry, what?
I just need Donnie's
All right,
camera.
well, look, if he doesn't show up, I'll just do my best, but
He'll mess. Oh, yeah, I just realized he's gonna mess all the other cameras up maybe when he joins. We'll see.
Yeah.
There
Sorry,
he
was there
is.
a question? I thought someone asked me a question.
There you are, Donnie.
My bad. But I
Holding
think
up the show.
I know. Sorry, but it's all. I was getting worried there, but it's all fixed. I think so. I think we're good.
Oh, now
Yeah.
everything's messed up on my end.
Sam, does everything sound the same as it did before?
yeah, it sounds good. Tap on your mic.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I mean, I didn't hear the tap. but
No. What about now?
I'm not.
What does it?
hearing
Hello. Does it sound like it's?
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah, that's close.
Hang on a second. When you guys speak, I think it should be coming through. Can you guys say something?
Something.
Hello.
Testing.
Welcome.
Mhm.
Testing.
There you go.
Okay. Am I causing an echo or anything?
Nope.
No.
No. Okay, gotcha.
I'm just in the test microphone section, so I just want to see it. Sam, the input sounds pretty good. Like it's coming in pretty. I had to go into that app and fix.
Yeah, I can hear it
Yeah,
now. When you move
okay.
away from your mic, I can hear the difference. So
Okay, good.
it's got to be on. Yeah.
Well, the
Okay.
other one is just a plug and play. This one had me go into the app, but we're good. Okay. So, Mike, as usual, when we need to screen share, we just let you know, and then
Yeah, I'll do
openings, that is.
I'll do a quick test right before we go live just to make sure full screen works for you guys. But ideally, screen sharing in Zoom would be the best for
Mhm.
Bobby as well. I know you got the whole OBS set up, but that's only going
Oh,
to
I can
change your
screen share.
camera.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll screen share the whole presentation.
Okay.
And so, Don, you got a timer because I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I should be about exactly 7 minutes. And
Yeah,
then
take
we're gonna
whatever you
hand it
need.
off. Okay.
Dr. Greg, I assume you're giving me the whole intro, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Generous. Okay. All right, everybody is just about set. I hate how Zoom just resets the whole room whenever one person joins or leaves.
I've got separate windows on Zoom that says like, do you want people to see you in the meeting? Am I able to exit all that, or do I got to keep that?
I'm not sure what you're seeing.
Okay. I'll just ignore it. I'll leave it there, but ignore it so we don't
Okay.
mess anything up.
Cool. And everybody is set. Perfect. All right, so now I just got to make sure the screen share works. So let's start from the left to right on my end. Donnie, go ahead and share your screen in like 10 seconds. Give me 1 second. James gave me a new background to use as my background here on Zoom, so I'm trying to make sure that it shows up properly. Just can't see the bottom. All right, so that's a screen share. Okay, are you gonna go full screen or are you gonna do it there?
No, like when we start, I'll go full screen. So let's see. Slide. I just gotta with Zoom. There's always a bunch of stuff in your way. So just gotta move it out of the way. There we go. It'd be like that.
Okay, give me 1 second. Greg, Bobby, you taking notes? You getting ready? I'm just kidding.
I can try. That's why I have Dr. Greg here. He's the microbiologist.
Bobby,
Allegedly.
obviously, we're not as handsome as Donnie and Dr. Greg, and so we didn't make the thumbnail, but that's all right.
Yeah, my picture would have done a disservice.
It's okay.
Alrighty, I think
That made Donnie feel
wait,
weird. He
could
just
you-
laughed. Look at that. He's out.
Could someone else screen share real quick?
Sure, I can do that. Let's see. Share, and then I should be able to do that, right?
Yep.
Oh, it did that.
Perfect.
Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. Let me stay shared for a second and go back to this. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. Good to know. So I can stop sharing then.
All right, I think we're basically
Almost. Donnie, what's up with your name on here?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go.
booty.
A booty?
The booty. Would that be James that picks the names, or okay? Let's go.
No.
Rename.
Definitely don't.
There we go.
What did it put for my name? It didn't put my real name, did it?
Would that even show though? Because
No,
I think,
axiomatic reasoning.
Oh, okay.
isn't it whatever your layout is though? At the end of the day, like it's not the same as what we see. backstage.
Yeah. You could. Oh, you fixed it. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we're gonna hit the intro. Go live. All right, we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds before we go on screen. Are those kids in the background, or is that an echo and that's my kid in the background?
I have kids, but I thought I was muted.
Okay, I was like, my daughter did a scream at the same exact time, and I thought it echoed through your. I was like, how is that possible?
Is that MAVA? I don't know if I've heard that one. What's
Make America Vaccinated Again.
Oh, excellent. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's working. Good to go. I'm still working on a couple options of songs to pitch to James for the intro. I get so much shit from the comment section.
Maybe you can get the classic Pokemon theme song from back in the day. Remember that song? I want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Just need a little fundraiser for the licensing fee.
Or the Aqua song, Barbie Girl. I'm a Barbie girl. You remember that song?
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I appreciate your recommendations.
Well, I'm
Trying
here
to
for
help.
it. You can turn him down, no worries.
Bottom down. All right, here we go. We got
So the layout, it looks
50
like
seconds.
I'm doing 1 versus 3 here, but I'm sure it's different on your end.
Yeah, top right-hand corner is Zoom. It'll give you options. Gallery view is the best one. And you
I'm
can
just
move them around.
I don't want to touch it, man. We'll be here for another hour trying to figure out how to get me back.
That leave call, you want to click that one?
Yeah.
Things are looking bad.
With Zoom, it's so sensitive. You just want to leave it the way I learned that the hard way just 10 minutes ago.
Okay, 15 seconds.
Sam, I got the timer, so take whatever you need, and then Mike, if you could pause it quickly before I go, and then we'll be good.
Sure. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. I'm your host, Mike. Today we got evolution on trial is kind of the overarching theme, but more specifically, we got Adam and Eve versus human evolution. And let's go over the format real quick. It's going to be opening statements are about 15 minutes each. We're going to do some 8-minute rebuttals back and forth per team, and then a 50-minute discussion, and then a 5-minute closing per team, and then we'll get into the Q&A. Before we start, just want to remind you guys, hit that like button, help it get a little algo juice. And then DebateCon 9 tickets are linked in the description. They're going to be, I believe, early bird special, $99. That's a great deal. I've seen people snag those and get some cool perks for being early. Noticing Greg and Mr. Bobby are switched. Okay, we got that switched, and then these guys somehow got switched. Zoom's trolling me. Cool. Ooh. All right, so you guys decided who was going to go first backstage. So whoever is taking the lead, I believe Mr. Axiomatic Reasoning here, right?
I thought Donnie said he wanted to go first.
Donnie, I mean,
but
that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Donnie.
Oh, okay.
Donnie's going first. Okay,
Gotcha,
Donnie,
gotcha.
I'll start your timer, 15 minutes, and then if you want to turn it over to Sam for any of that time, I'll leave you for that, and then we'll get started whenever you start talking.
Well, we're going to switch it around. So
Yeah. Sam's
Right.
going to start. So Sam,
All right.
whenever you're ready.
all right. Mic's on. All good?
Yes,
All right. First of all, we want to thank MDD for hosting this debate and thank our opponents for engaging with us tonight. The title of this debate is Adam and Eve versus Human Evolution. Donnie and I are excited to be debating both a mathematician representing the world of abstract and a molecular biologist representing the world of the concrete particulars. Our opponents truly do represent the wisdom of the world in this debate, and it is that worldly wisdom that Donnie and I intend to attack. Any parent who has raised children knows that at some point the child will demand to be treated like an adult. What they mean is that they don't want a curfew, to be told to clean the room, or to be told to do anything at all. But when we ask them to pay their own bills like an adult, they become indignant. Well, you are not fully an adult if daddy pays the bills. So similarly, our unbelieving friends want to tell us that they can explain reality without God. They want to say that math and science are possible in a world where there is no God. But tonight, we're going to ask who pays the bills if not the one they call Sky Daddy. So, Dr. Bobby, I understand that you are an amazing counter, but how do you account for counting? If math is just conceptual, then it is subjective. Well, if that's the case, then it's going to be weird to say that it's obligatory. Mathematical truths are necessary. They hold in every possible world and cannot be otherwise. It's strange to believe that every society around the world just coincidentally came to the same conclusion regarding math as opposed to discovering it. Subjective inventions do not force universal agreement across history and civilizations. If numbers were merely subjective, mental constructs, then contradictory maths would be equally valid. Yet no coherent system can make 2 + 2 = 5 without collapsing into incoherence. You cannot will a different answer to a well-formed equation. It's going to be really weird to say that we can model reality with subjective math and that it comports with reality in a meaningful way. The structure of mathematics appear to be built into the fabric of the cosmos. This is best explained if those structures are real and grounded in the same mind that sustains the physical order. So, if you are a realist when it comes to math and you want to invoke evolutionary modeling, how are you going to ground math objectively? Dr. Bobby and Dr. Greg, who pays the bills when it comes to the laws of nature? If we want to say that they are just semantic descriptions of the way things are, then you have nothing standing in a cause and effect relationship with the physical world. The very concept of the laws of nature emerged in a theistic framework as God's mathematical order imposed on matter. Removing the creative divine imposer leaves the notion of governing laws metaphysically hollow. With no laws of nature, you have no justification for any extrapolations to the past on your evolutionary timeline, and therefore rendering evolutionary processes and modeling indefensible. Dr. Greg, who pays the bills when it comes to unity and diversity in molecular biology? When you invoke a cell, knowing that a cell is not made of cell, you are invoking a more particulars that are being unified. But those more fundamental particulars, such as the DNA, a virus, a gene, or whatever you are going to reference, is also not made of itself, but more fundamental states of unity. Atoms, for example, are not made of atoms, but more fundamental states of unity. So we are going to take this reductionist question all the way down to that which is most fundamental. Anytime you invoke states of unity, I'm going to ask for the unifier. If you can't tell me what it is that is fundamental, singular, and provides for all states of unity, then what are we even talking about when you point to a molecular biological particular? And Bobby, if you're still listening, this would also apply to abstractions such as math being unified with the physical world, our epistemology being unified with our metaphysic, and our ethics, if we are being honest, when the individual doing the unifying cannot be instantiated without answering the question. If this bill does not get paid, then the intelligibility of the evolving object is destroyed. Someone might ask what all this has to do with the topic of Adam and Eve. Well, before a contender can even talk about science, they need to at least establish a foundation for science. This positive argument here is that it is the Christian God who created Adam and Eve that pays the bills. The number 7, and therefore math, exists concretely in the mind of God. We are thinking God's thoughts after him. It is God that dictates everything that is possible and impossible by imposing concrete supernatural laws of nature to govern the natural world. All creation is evidence of the triune God who has made himself known, because all creation exists in states of unity and diversity, which is indicative of the Trinity, and the equal ultimacy of unity and diversity found within the Godhead. Therefore, the Christian God who made Adam and Eve is necessary for intelligibility, science, and coherency in reality. Donnie, over to you.
Okay, let me pause the timer real quick. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Mike, if you don't mind, I'll screen share and get that in order.
All right. You're all good.
Just moving a few things out of the way. And okay, I'll start the timer now. Adam and Eve versus human evolution. Let's get into some of the science here. The quest for Adam, the science of the first man, we'll be touching on, and the quest for Eve, the science of our first mother. Technically, we're defending and demonstrating that the scientific evidence best supports the separate ancestry model. Our interlocutors here tonight, Bobby, Dr. Greg, they will argue that humans and chimpanzees are related through common ancestry. We will show that humans and chimpanzees are not related. And what that does is it cuts off the universal phylogenetic tree in the sense that if humans and chimps aren't related, then humans and ladybugs are definitely not related. As we will see here, directly from the conventional literature. DNA diversity is low. Mutation rates are measurable and they're fast, a lot faster than evolutionists ever predicted. The math points to thousands of years, not hundreds of thousands. For example, here's a paper, the famous Parsons paper. We will be going through several of these. And they point out that the observable empirical mutation rate, this is focusing on the D loop or the control region, is fast. 1 in 33 generations, they admit directly in the paper. This is roughly 20-fold higher than estimates derived from phylogenetic analyses. Directly in the paper, they say that this observation of the faster substitution rate being 20-fold higher than would be predicted from phylogenetic analyses, that clock would result in an age of the most recent mitochondrial DNA that's maternally inherited, uniparentally inherited, passed down on the mother's side, of about 6,500 years. Again, I want to highlight that from this paper, using our empirical rate to calibrate the mitochondrial DNA molecular clock would result in an age of 6,500 years, contradicting clearly the human evolution model. Ann Gibbons, I believe it was the following year, this is a scientific commentary on this study. She pointed out the same thing, using the new clock where we count mutations, for example, from grandmother, mother, daughter, mother to daughter, count of the mutations, you get a faster rate. She said using the new clock, she would be a mere 6,000 years old. Incredible. It's not just that study. We've got several. Here's another one, Madrigal et al., 2012. They point out that our results confirm that the mutation rates observed in pedigrees are much higher. So there's a paradox. There's a challenge here that apologists of evolution are doing their best to deal with. In that same 2012 study, they say this: we argue that until the cause of these discrepancies, so yes, there's ideas, perhaps the rate's faster because of heteroplasmy or natural selection or somatic cell line mutations. Okay, but they're admitting, in light of the potential explanations, these discrepancies are not fully understood. And why this matters, here's the important part. This study was published in 2012. After proposed corrections, there's a paper, the Soares et al. Paper, that does their best to correct these challenges to the evolutionary molecular clock. They say, yet Madrigal and colleagues still stated that the cause of these discrepancies had not been fully understood. Here's Howell et al. From 2003. This was a pooling of all the mitochondrial DNA mutation rates as much as they could. And they also conclude that in the control region, which is largely neutral in terms of the mutations accumulating, are 10-fold higher. Directly from that Howell et al. Paper, for proponents of evolution that want to explain this away simply through selection. Remember, selection's limited. Selection's a fine-tuning mechanism that keeps a species as strong as it can be and can't see the majority of nearly neutral mutations. And so this paper in 2000 conclude that selection is unlikely to be a major factor that underlies the difference between phylogenetic and pedigree divergence rates, which is not the same thing as saying that selection does not act on mtDNA, but how much is it acting? Our interlocutors here tonight are going to have to provide us a quantifiable model. How much selection is at play? How much can you document and empirically verify to take a 6,500 year date for Eve back to roughly 200,000? Again, directly from Howell et al. 2003. In conclusion, the results presented here, these are all from the conventional literature, by the way, here indicate that the pedigree rate of control region divergence is significantly higher than the phylogenetic divergence rate. Paper from 2022 admits the same thing, observed rates much higher. It's also very interesting too, because evolutionists could point to some of the deeper lineages in Africa, or perhaps Neanderthals, and yet we see real-time evidence for hypermutation in known families. Notice this paper, it's incredible. Our findings imply that defects in DNA repair genes can increase germline mutation rates and can increase it 7 times, 7-fold. That's incredible. There's a paper here that talks about how certain regions in African genomes mutate faster than in Europeans. This is a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree taken from the 1,000 Genomes program. Dr. Rob Carter built it. And what you can see is these branches, they represent DNA differences or mutations. The branches are all close together. This starburst pattern, that's what you see. That suggests rapid and exponential population growth. That's exactly what you'd expect from the Adam and Eve model. Notice the HVR haplogroup, most common in Europe. You can see that branches differ in size. They go back to a common ancestor. What that means is some people in the same amount of time are picking up more mutations than their cousins. And so that creates massive problems for assumptions behind the evolutionary molecular clock. You could do the same thing with Y chromosomes. Y chromosome mutation rate is fast, roughly 1 to 3 per generation. And DNA variation on the Y chromosome is low. So you can take worldwide male Y chromosomes, line them up and trace them back to a single Y chromosomal ancestor just 4,500 years ago, who would be Y chromosome Noah specifically. This is from the conventional literature. Dr. Rob Carter designed a mitochondrial DNA consensus sequence showing a very low variation. If deep time were true, we should find more rare variants due to mutation accumulation. What we actually observe is consistent with the separate ancestry or Adam and Eve model rather than human evolution. Dr. Rob Carter, he published that paper in the conventional literature. This is from a creationist website here, but he did a graph and he investigated if selection can solve this discrepancy. And you can see here on the visual that you've got neutral mutations, deleterious mutations, beneficials, and even with both deleterious and neutral mutations in some selection, the per generation neutral rate still approximates the long-term substitution rate. So sure, selection works, but it doesn't work very well to slow down the overall mutation rate. In my last roughly minute here, I want to point out that it's the differences that make all the difference. And so sure, we could look at similarities all day, but what happens when we look at the dissimilarities? For example, the Y chromosomes between humans and chimpanzees, when you consider overall architecture, size differences, they're less than 30% the same. You can see this here in a paper from 2024. So how does Dr. Bobby and Dr. Greg explain those massive discrepancies? I'll have several questions to cover in the cross-examination. Last point I want to touch on is the fossil data matches beautifully with the genetic data. So for example, these are the hyoid bones of humans, the example that we have in the Australopithecines, and also the chimpanzee. And so we have ape-like hyoid bones in Australopithecines and fully modern hyoids in humans and Neanderthals, which are designed for sophisticated speech in humans. So my question to our interlocutors here in my last 10 seconds is show us that transitional series in the fossil record from an ape-like hyoid to the human hyoid that we see today. And wow, time flies by. That's 15 minutes.
All right, you can stop sharing screen. Cool. Thank you so much, guys, for your intro there. We'll turn it over to Dr. Greg and axiomatic reasoning, which I believe Dr. Greg is going to let axiomatic take over this. So I'll start the timer as soon as you start talking.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Oh, wait, I got to share the screen. Sorry. I hope that doesn't eat into my time. Is that working?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
okay.
I was muted. I'm going to just mute up for your thing. So I'll start the timer the moment you start talking. Go for it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, thank you for having Dr. Greg and myself on. Very thankful to Modern Day Debate and also to Donnie and Mike for hosting, right? And James, of course, for allowing us to do this. So Dr. Greg and I, we both share a mutual interest in disinformation and misinformation. Our credentials were already presented a little bit, but just to reiterate, Dr. Greg has a PhD in microbiology. I have a PhD in mathematics. So we offer a pretty wide spectrum of information to provide people. So hopefully, that'll help us in this discussion in being able to, explain things and talk about things. As a mathematician, I have a tendency to look at things on a very high level. So, in particular, of interest, I'd like to talk a little bit about information dynamics. One of the issues that I think is kind of glossed over with respect to creationism is typically there's no reconciliation of the problem of the sparsity that you expect in information dynamics or high dimensional information dynamic systems. So I just want to talk a little bit about that because I just think it, kind of clearly demonstrates a little bit of the issue that goes on with kinds type models. So let's go ahead and dive into that and see some of the material that I'm discussing. So information or informational pathing or stochastic pathing, we imagine that it's some type of a distribution or collection of information. And typically it is being modeled over some variable. The variable could be time, it could be geography, it could be a number of different places. And in general, we have a very good understanding of how that works, right? High dimensional data is incredibly sparse. There's a number of, toy examples that people go through and look at to understand that. So in general, right, we have a very good understanding of what this should look like. That is, if I start with two random locations in a high dimensional data, like let's say 1,000 dimensions, what are the odds that they would end up being able to get close to each other, right? Or how long should they take before they get close to each other? Versus if I have common descent, like I have two different paths and they're both changing through morphologic time, well, what is the expected outcome if they actually come from a common origin? So I went ahead and brought up the idea that I'm trying to allude to here. Here's an example of a presentation that's typically provided in like Answers in Genesis, where they typically put on the left, the scientists pitted against, scripture or something along those lines. And in general, they basically, create a model out of nothing, and they draw a picture on the right-hand side, trying to somehow indicate that these two things are just enough similar. They're just close enough. They're really similar. They're just a hair different, right? They'll even say, like within the plaque or even when they're giving a presentation, that it's really just a matter of perspective, that scientists and creationists look at the exact same data, they see the exact same things, and that they come to different conclusions based on two different models. And that's just factually not true. The hope I hope to get to in this presentation is the demonstration that the right model is completely fabricated. It's not anything close to what would be expected. And we can demonstrate that mathematically. It doesn't require like super complicated math or anything to that effect. I mean, a little bit of complicated math, but so let's go ahead and discuss that a little more. Just to emphasize that the drawing on the right is certainly a made-up drawing and not actual data. This here was pulled from one of Answers in Genesis presentations. As you can see, they readily swap out the starting values, and they also regularly reuse the graphs because they're not real, right? These things are entirely fabricated. I'm not saying it's inappropriate to necessarily use images here and there for explanatory reason, but when someone is attempting as a scientist, giving a presentation in supposedly a scientific forum, trying to present a real theory, you expect some type of data to have been calculated, and that isn't what happened in this particular situation. So some examples of actual data being used in actual science. Here's an example of populations, and this was a funny paper on trying to calculate out the perfect human. So they went ahead and calculated different regions and then looked at different, genomes, and then calculated through them and figured out this seems to be the perfect human. And if you zoom in on that particular area, it basically is Puerto Rican. So if you ever have a question on who the perfect human is, it's Puerto Rican. So tongue in cheek, right? Scientists are obviously trying to present that you obviously can't calculate a perfect human. That'd be silly in and of itself. Other examples, here's various countries where we have actual data being presented. Here is bacteria and eukaryotes being mathematically graphed out on a computer. Here's another computer-generated graph. In general, hopefully the thing we're taking away from these is that we can see the taxonomical lines showing up, i.e. we can see the morphologic change through time, right? And that's going to be a growing theme in this entire presentation, is that morphologic change through time or geography or whatever other variable you want to use, it's readily available and easy to pick out of the data. It isn't like a mystery, right? If something is generated with discontinuities and high dimensional data, it will maintain those discontinuities basically indefinitely, unless you do some really terrible things to the data, in which case you basically turn it into an uninterpretable soup, right? And so the point is that the data is readily understandable, and we can readily see all of the different taxonomical lines showing up in various ways. Here's some other examples of a taxonomical structure. Some more taxonomical lines. This one is geography, geographic lines, right, as opposed to through time. Some other examples of calculations that are done as different studies are done in different capacities. Some other examples, literally the study of taxonomy itself and aligning of different fossils into the past is exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about here. We can do it literally on a DNA level, informationally. Some other actual data that's plotted, kind of demonstrating this point. I'd love to talk more about this. This is a demonstration of linear projection into 2 dimensions, what's called PCA, versus a learned stochastic pathing algorithm through generative modeling, which is called VAE, right? So it's fascinating that we can take data and we can actually generatively produce newer models that pick out the pathing in even more detail. And so it gives us a lot more insight into the data. So as a mathematician, if I'm told, that there's weird properties of information dynamics that I don't know anything about, I go, okay, let's do that then. Why not? So I go ahead and write up a little bit of programming. I don't know much about reproduction or speciation, but I just create a couple of, dumb models that take some, distributions and do basically what you would think speciation does. It separates the distributions or it reproduces the distributions with some type of variation. Not meant to be anything sophisticated of the sort. And we just generate some data in order to get an idea of what this type of process would look like. So here's some examples of that data being generated. So here's some other examples being generated and some other examples being generated. You may notice a slight triangular shape. That's kind of expected from pathing data when you do 2-dimensional projection. So this is 1,000-dimensional data being projected into 2 dimensions. So you always expect the x-axis to be slightly larger than the y-axis because those are the directions of greatest variation. And so what we see in all of these is a very clear indication of the pathing that's expected. They came from pathing, they came from stochastic change over time, and that's exactly what we see, right? This is very similar to a lot of the data that I showed on the previous page, where we literally see data that's representative of high-dimensional data going backwards through morphologic time or through geographic location. So what happens if we try to do a kinds model? So we go ahead and take that same type of data and we instead start with randomized starting places, again, at only like 1,000 dimensions. Last I checked, DNA is like 6 billion dimensions or something. So there's like really tiny amounts of dimensions by comparison. And the question is, how long does it take to get these to be separated? Now, it's very hard to see data in high dimensions, which is why we have to project it down into 2 dimensions. But the point is that these discontinuities remain basically indefinitely, and there's no real way to put them together, but we'll try in a second. So just to give an idea of how separate these groups are, I went ahead and plotted the last group. I did an LDA projection so I could separate them as much as possible. I did a somewhat higher dimensional projection in order to try to calculate their actual difference or their distance to each other. Approximately 99% of the space between these clusters is empty. And you can basically just take the distance and the radii to kind of see what I'm getting at. And so if you take any of these two clusters at random, you expect 99% of the data between them to be non-existent. There's nothing there. It's completely empty, right? So again, two-dimensional projection, it's hard to necessarily see the distance between these. So I went ahead, okay, well, why don't we just do a little bit of math? I don't know. So I go ahead and calculate out, like, well, how long would it take to at least reduce the 98% to like 33%, just for fun, right? And I went ahead and calculated out, ln of d divided by 4v, just a rough calculation. I then generated it into a table. I simulated the first box, and it actually comes out to like 213. So I'm off by like a factor of 2. No big deal. So the point is that this is the number of iterations it would approximately take at these particular dimensions with this particular variation in order to get these clusters to merge. And so this, I think, creates a pretty strong problem for creationists because they have to either accept incredibly low dimensions at the start of the kinds, or they have to accept incredibly high variation at the start of the kinds. Because that's the only way you can make a kinds model actually have emergent data, right? If they're coming from completely different starting places, right? And we don't see that in the data, obviously, as was even presented by our interlocutors here, right? Okay, well, let's just imagine. I mean, let's just grant it. The beginning of the kinds, they had awesome dimensions and awesome variations or whatever. Let's just imagine that that is possible, that somehow these clusters got merged together. So literally you have clusters of paths and they've been forced together in some way through enough time, enough generations, high enough variation, and low enough dimensional difference, right? Somehow we allow that to happen. We'll just grant it. We'll just grant that that is a possibility. And so we'll just merge all the clusters together so that all their pathings get close and we get the taxonomical smearing as we see today, right? We see taxonomical smearing throughout the entire animal kingdom. And so we'll just let that happen and let's see whether or not that becomes a viable model. So here's the two starting places. We started on the left-hand side under the assumption that this is what taxonomical pathing would look like over, morphologic time. And then we start with the kinds model under this particular assumption that this is approximately what it would look like, but we just haven't seen enough time or enough generations, or the variation was higher than this, or whatever the case may be, right? And then I take the end result of it being merged, and I go ahead and I start slicing it backwards as though we're attempting to align it backwards. We're doing a systematic study into the past. We're going to take each, piece of bone and align it with the one that we find that's older, and then align it with the one that we find that's older, and the one that we align with that's older, right? And the question is, if you have data that was generated through stochastic pathing, what happens if you go backwards in time and do that? Well, it generates the pathing, right? That's exactly what happens. And so that's exactly what I did. I just went backwards and normalized with respect to, going backwards in time, and the pathing lines up. And the reason it lines up is because it was generated from pathing. And so all the branches, little splits and things, they kind of get rotated out, but that's what happens, right? What happens if we attempt to merge the kinds together into a bunch of paths and then attempt to do the same thing? Basically the sequences in the pathing become indistinguishable, and you get something that looks like this, right? And so this is just me attempting to simulate the data. And I hope I don't have to say this. I hope this is obvious, but these are not the same, right? They're nowhere near the same, and you can never make them the same, right? They're just mathematically not the same, and they can never be made the same. So I think that this leads a lot of questions on how we would create a kinds model. If we can't even do it at the variance and dimension level, how would we ever be able to do it in like a more rigorous fashion or present it in a more rigorous way, right? Okay, so I'll go ahead and pause there or stop there for this presentation. Anyway, the conclusion is there is no kinds model. And I thought it'd be fun to see a three-term Fourier transform. So there you go. Enjoy.
All righty. You can stop sharing your screen. All right. Sam, did we lose you?
Yeah.
We did.
You did not. You did
Okay,
not.
good.
Well, what do you mean by that? I'm just kidding. All right, so I'm going to
Different
take
debate.
a few minutes here, and then we're going to stop the time so Donnie can switch over.
Yeah, so we'll do the 8-minute rebuttals back and forth. You can split that up however you like. But just want to remind the chat, like the video, please, and get your tickets to DebateCon. Like us on all the socials. We got them all, except we actually did not go through with Rumble after all, so forget Rumble. All right, whenever you guys are ready.
All right, you said that it's not true that the interpretation of the data is subjective, but that's just factually false. I mean, one of the arguments that Donnie brought up was the hyoid bone. That's controversial within your own paradigm. There are many lines of evidence that you can point to that are very contentious within your own theory. When we understand what a paradigm is, then we understand that we are both looking at that same data. Think of a Copernican revolution or a time between before the observation of a redshift and after. You have two competing paradigms looking at the same evidence and reinterpreting everything. So what you said that's just factually false. You said that you see the data going back through time. Well, there's a difference here, a distinction that we should make between what we would call a high confidence and a low confidence science. A high confidence science is that which is going to be observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. A low confidence science is going to be something that is more forensic or inferential in nature. So yes, if you make a lot of assumptions, then you can extrapolate those things back to the past only after you engage with my opening statement here. Your meme that said, let's grant this other baloney, we'll just call that a meme because all that was a bunch of lines. But if you notice, if you remove all of the lines that represent the lack of data on your side, what do we see? We see kinds, just as the Bible says, they're there. One thing that you said is that was right. One thing that you said that was right many times is let's imagine. And you've done that a lot. But I want to present a problem here. When you say that there is a problem with kinds, well, there's a difference between accidental and essential properties. I'm sure that you know this. And when we identify something, we identify them by their essential properties. But on your model, the things that represent those essential properties are always changing. So philosophically, there's nothing within your model of origins or evolution that can be identified by essential properties because those things are always changing. Donnie, go ahead.
Okay. Let me just pause it real quick as I screen share to address several of his points. So that was 2 minutes and 11 seconds, Sam. Good work. Mike, I'm assuming it's showing. And so to keep us moving along smoothly, I'll hit the timer again. Okay, so I have several questions for our interlocutors, of course, based on discontinuities. Bobby talked a lot about discontinuities, yet he has quite a few discontinuities to address that we presented: Y chromosome dissimilarity, the mitochondrial mutation rate data, and a few questions here on fossil discontinuities. Now, here's the entire problem with his opening statement. Couple things. Was a complete dodge. I mean, the supposed best evidence for human evolution, endogenous retroviruses, chromosome 2 fusion, pseudogenes, gulo pseudogene, none of that is mentioned. And what Bobby's doing is he's zooming out so far that we're actually bypassing the ancestry claim here today of human evolution. Are humans and chimps related? That needs to be demonstrated. So sure, Bobby, you can statistically arrange organisms into morphological or taxonomic hierarchies, but classification is not itself genealogy. Okay, and so the critical question that needs to be answered here, and that includes addressing our arguments from genetic level discontinuities that does demonstrate separate ancestry. And a lot of these statistical papers that you'll find, they make a lot of wrong assumptions on DNA differences and hierarchies in the creation model, okay? But we need to see if those proposed branches hold up when we examine the specific evidence connecting them. Take humans and chimpanzees, for example, what we've been focusing on here tonight so far. That's comparatively a recent split. That's why I started my presentation showing that, okay, our interlocutors here tonight, they claim that humans and chimps go back to a common ancestor. But if we can cut that off right at the beginning, which we've certainly shown today with a few lines of evidence, Y chromosome, mutation rate data, so on and so forth, then certainly humans and ladybugs are not related, okay? So the evidence needs to be presented from our interlocutors here that shows humans and chimps sharing a common ancestor. Because if you can't establish that humans and chimpanzees are related, then you certainly can't establish that humans and ladybugs are related. So these discontinuities, these are major differentiating points. Where is the transitional hyoid formed between the ape-like bulla and the human bar-shaped design? Where is the fossil evidence showing the gradual emergence of human speech anatomy? If Australopithecines were evolving toward humans, why does their pelvis still show climbing adaptations? For example, the size or length of the ischium. I'd like to show this article because this has to do with statistics and shows the discontinuities. This was done by statistical baraminologists, where they look at the morphological data. And after examining it, you have your extant apes as their own kind, Australopithecines as their own kind. You can look at various points of data like the hyoid for that. And then you have humans based on their own, as being their own kind, and the genetic data verifies that. And so if you want to discuss statistics, then we certainly have that evidence too. So when it comes to a model, yes, we have a model. We would suggest that the majority of DNA differences or genetic diversity is due to design diversity, created heterozygosity. What that does is it makes very specific predictions. So I want people to pay close attention to the slides here. We would predict that the vast majority of the genome should be functional. That means these hierarchies that we see, those are hierarchies by design and not descent. And it turns out we've discovered that over 80% of the genome is active and functional. We've seen that with ENCODE. We've also discovered functional roles. So this is our model. The evolutionists, for example, that are being represented here today would have to argue that the majority of the genome is junk. We've discovered that pseudogenes, here's several papers, are necessary to sustain healthy life processes in the cell. We can get into the gulo pseudogene. Endogenous retroviruses, same thing. We've identified numerous essential functional roles for endogenous retroviruses. They're playing an antiviral role in the genome. They function in determining cell types, regulating gene expression. That means these hierarchies, the fact that we share more in terms of morphology and anatomy with the chimps than we do with old world monkeys, dogs, and fish, that means those hierarchies are there by design. Another major problem, and why Bobby dodged the topic largely, is because the high confidence scientific data, the best way to answer this question of ancestry is through genetics. And the genetic data itself was completely dodged. Switching sides. This is one of my favorite papers showing how endogenous retroviruses function in the immune system. Notice this. If we did not have HERVs, human endogenous retroviruses, then we couldn't exist, including humans would have never existed. So it's an incredible time to be a young Earth creationist, because the best so-called evidence for human evolution has been overturned by the fact that we've discovered function after function. And notice directly from the conventional literature, increasing knowledge on these functional roles. So if he wants to talk about discontinuities, we can talk about genetic level discontinuities all day. And so my question in the last 10 seconds, if humans and chimps are related, how do you explain the mutation rate data? How do you explain the fact that the Y chromosomes between humans and chimps are less than 30% the same? There we go.
Okay, thank you very much for that rebuttal. We'll turn it over to Dr. Gray. Are you going to take this 8 minutes here?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, I'll
You'd
start
like
the
to go,
timer.
Dr. Greg?
You can go if you want, but I can go as well.
Yeah, you guys can split it
Yeah,
however you want. I
you
just
should go.
wasn't
You
sure
should
if
go.
you wanted to start this one.
That's fine.
I mean, it's just wild, the cherry picking of the data. Even Makova et al. 2024, like, it shows 2% divergence there. It's just it's wild to me, the cherry picking of scientific papers where even the authors themselves would refute exactly what you're saying, and it's dishonest and it's disinformation. Just imagine if what they're saying is true, right? They would have, like, why are they here? Why aren't they working as geneticists for pharmaceutical companies? Why aren't they going out, showing their expanded view of evolution? We're talking about rates of evolution that are 30% higher than what we'd normally see. Where's the technology that's coming from this? That, the HIV viral evolution has actually been admitted in court in a case in 1998. So apparently, if that mutation rate is wrong, then apparently there was someone that should be freed. Outbreaks, the 2014 Ebola outbreak, can the back tracing there can be shown to be a single spillover event. So, please help us understand, these things. Same thing with the SARS-CoV-2 and the outbreak in Washington State. We can look at the viral mutation rates, and we can see that it spread in single outbreak events. Same thing with super spreader events on the East Coast. Like, there's a reason why creationists never are patenting their technologies or never taking these to a company and creating money off of it. It's, why are they here? Why are they here cherry picking data about a Adam and Eve debate if they know so much about evolution? Even another thing, oncology. So we use a tumor's evolution and mutation rates to know basically decades before a diagnosis if they're going to happen. We do this for over 2,000 cancers. So why are they here if they can help diagnose and keep tell us more about oncology, like make a medicine that's based off of this? There's actually anti-cancer medications that actually speed up the mutation rates of the cancers. So, like, how does that correlate with this increased viral evolution that everyone's going through, or the mutation rate that everything's going through? And of course, like, there's scientific reasons why all of these things are false, right? The way that they cherry pick data about somatic versus germline mutations, and I'm like, it's like a chess game. He plays this game and I play this game, and it's just boring. Like, why isn't there anything created from this? Why aren't people making money off of this technology if they understand it? And you talked about imagine if there was a bottleneck. Okay, imagine if there was a bottleneck for humans this large. Okay, cheetahs is a great example. Basically, every single cheetah can actually have a skin graft from one to another. Basically, that we could only do that with humans if you're an identical twin. So that's how small the genetic bottleneck was. Why don't we see things like that happen with humans? We don't. Tasmanian devils have incredibly low genetic diversity. They can actually have cancer that can spread from one to another. They're so closely related. Elephant seals, another one. They went from 30 to about 250,000. And we can follow that genetic diversity, and we can show and see that it doesn't mutate at the rates that they're talking about. There's tons of different genetic bottleneck events that have happened, and we have evidence of them, and they do not follow any of the evidence that they're saying.
Do you want to turn over the rest of the time to Axiom here? All right.
Yeah.
I'll stop
sure.
it at 4 minutes, and I'll let you get a fresh start whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I don't know if I'll take 4 minutes.
All right.
I don't know. There seemed to be a lot of indication of like dodging or misunderstanding something or whatnot. I'm happy to be educated on stuff. I don't know everything, but I feel like I know math pretty well. And like in general, there's simply no such thing as like starting with random starting places in high dimensional data and just stochastically being able to, end up near each other, not without like a large number of generations or a very small number of, dimensional difference or an incredibly large variance, right? And again, I think maybe this was slightly lost. This is a general mathematical topic on like stochastic information. I'm not necessarily saying that this is particular to all of animal kingdom or that it's restricted to some other particular set. This is just how information behaves at the mammalian level, the hominin level, the virus level, right? I mean, when we study high dimensional data, we have an understanding of what it looks like, right? And if you spend a lot of time with data, right, you are looking for needles in a haystack, you're looking for those pathings, right? Or various other things, then this is the type of thing that you would be studying. This is the type of stuff you would be simulating. And so when there's a presentation that's like, well, we have two disjoint groups, chimpanzees and humans, and there's a question about how far apart they are, the farther apart you make them, the less likely that their taxonomical structures are going to end up closer to each other, or their DNA structures are going to end up closer to each other. And this is like at an incredibly high exponential rate, right? If you say that they differ by 1,000 dimensions, or 100,000 dimensions, or 5 million dimensions, I mean, like, what level do we need to be at, right? But more importantly, I granted that. I said, let's just assume that they somehow magically merge together. What happens when you merge paths together and then you attempt to distinguish them when they have such high incredible variance, or such low dimensionality, or such an incredible number of generations have passed that would merge them together? They become undistinguishable, right? And that's just like mathematically required. You would not be able to distinguish the data if they had such high variance. That'd be impossible. And that's the whole point, is that there's a breakdown of the discontinuities that are being claimed in the past, right? And they would still exist if they did exist at all, right? But we don't see that. We see very nice, clean lines going into the past, maybe a couple of holes here and there, lots of complicated branching and whatnot, but real data, calculating real significance here. So I don't know. I wasn't trying to be dishonest in any way, so I feel like Donnie was being a little mean for no reason. But that's me. I don't know.
All right, we're gonna end it right there.
Sure.
All right, guys, go ahead and hit that like button. We just got through the rebuttals. So we did the opening statements. That was 15, 8 minutes back and forth through rebuttals. We're going to get into the open discussion here. And you guys can ask each other questions,
Sure.
things like that. Go back and forth. Just be cordial is all I ask, and try not to get too off the rails here. I don't want to have to go to timed responses. So that's the main reason I'd jump in. Is just if the audience can't hear because you guys are talking over each other. So keep that in mind, and I'll start the timer now. So whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, I'll start since they just ended with the rebuttal. So my quick question, the topic, Adam and Eve or separate ancestry versus human evolution. So in terms of the points of evidence that we provided, the discontinuities in genetics, genetic data being the best way to answer the question of ancestry, why chromosome dissimilarity when you consider overall architecture, size differences, and gene content? For sake of time, I won't, but if we need to, I can pull up the numerous papers going over the massive differences in human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes, less than 30%. So I didn't see any answer to that. I didn't see any answer to the hyoid bone discontinuities or mitochondrial DNA mutation rate data. Why don't we start with the Y chromosome? Bobby and Dr. Greg, how do you address, according to the human evolution model, how humans and chimps, if they truly do go back to a common ancestor roughly 6 to 9 million years ago, how do you explain the fact that they have 70% difference in the Y chromosomes?
Have you ever looked at like DNA in a sequence viewer before?
I've done blast analyses. Analyses. I've never looked at.
A lot of them are just like the repeat regions and stuff like that, and that's the reason why those are the parts.
Okay, wait, so okay, go ahead.
That's it.
Are you saying your answer is so? Your answer to why humans and chimps differ, because I could screen share the visual that I had up on screen. They differ largely in architecture, size differences, and gene content. So for example, the chimpanzee Y has lost apparently the entirety of its heterochromatic arm. Heterochromatin is densely packed DNA, comprises a lot of repetitive sequences, as you said. Okay, but the chimpanzees basically lost apparently the entirety of that heterochromatic arm. So from the split, if you want to model this out, this has to be empirical, right, Dr. Greg? So you have humans and chimps. They go back to a common ancestor roughly 6 to 9 million years ago. How, when, why, and where did these changes take? Because I think you just asserting, well, these are repetitive sequences. Well, it is a lot more than just repetitive sequences. So where's your model accounting for these differences, Dr.
What do we actually use for the DNA mutation rates? Where do we actually, with the molecular clocks, what do we actually use?
Oh, well, it depends. You can use, well, I don't know how this answers the question I just asked, but
What do we actually,
at the
because we don't look at that. We don't look at, you're cherry picking data from,
I'm not cherry picking.
Yeah, I did. If I called Makova from Makova et al. Right now, do you think that their conclusion would be that humans started 6,000 years ago? Or do you think that you'd cherry pick their data and their figure and they'd be mad?
I'd like to respond to that. So you did this in your rebuttal, Dr. Greg. You failed to demarcate between the data and the interpretation of the data. See, there's a difference there. If you're dealing with the actual data itself, then I'm not obligated to accept the author's interpretation because there can be disagreement on how those things. Yeah, I mean, I can give you examples. So, dinosaur soft tissue, for example, is something that we find within the geological record. And Mary Schweitzer is the one who discovered that. Now, people will say regularly, well,
how old
Mary
does she say
Schweitzer,
it
let me answer the question.
I just want to ask, how old does she say it is?
I'm sorry.
Let him finish real quick, and then you can talk next.
Begin in the middle of mine. So Mary Schweitzer discovered dinosaur soft tissue. This is relevant to the question. And she published. And so the question, well, she disagreed on the conclusion of that. Her conclusion was that it was millions of years old. But Mark Armitage, he's also published more than Mary Schweitzer on the topic. He's a biblical creationist too. So here we see an example of somebody looking at the same data and coming to a different conclusion. Would you accept that the Earth is young because of Mark Armitage's publications? Or would you then acknowledge the demarcation between the data and the author's opinion or interpretation of the data?
Right.
Dude, go ahead.
What do you
publish
say,
it.
Mr.
Publish it.
What do you say, good docs?
Yeah.
Publish it.
Axiomatic.
He's published over 120 times in the secular peer review.
Why don't
So
you-
again, with my question, would you then demarcate
Did he
between the
publish
data?
the Earth was 6,000 years old, or did he publish on other topics?
Yes, so can you
'Cause there's a big
answer my
difference.
question?
Bobby, you're dodging. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. This is the 5 Ds of evolutionist dodgeball. Please address the points, the arguments. Not a single question, point, or challenge has been addressed by you evolutionists here tonight. So address
I'm not
Sam's
trying
point
to
that there's
yell
a
at
difference
anyone.
between the data and then
I'm
the
just trying to-
interpretation.
I'm
You guys
just-
don't know how to look at the
All
technical
right, Danny.
papers.
Well, let's
look
let
at the
him. Let's let
data.
him respond.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to dodge, Donnie. I'm sorry. I'm trying to have a cordial
I'll
conversation.
forgive you. I'll
right?
forgive you.
Yeah, thank you. So the question was, right, is the particular author you're referencing, did they publish in a peer-reviewed literature where the conclusion was the Earth is 6,000 years old, right? I'd love to see the publication. I'd love to see the particular journal that did it. I'm unaware of any such thing. To go back to Mary Schweitzer for a second, she says that this is 65 million year old tissue.
You didn't
right?
answer my question.
Now, to be
You're
clear,
dodging.
and I've
Literally
had to
dodging.
do this with
Let's give
I've
him
had to
a
do
couple more seconds here.
yeah, just a second. I've had to do this with a couple of other people in discussions, right? When we use the word tissue in archaeology, it's very different than when we use the word tissue in like biology or something, right? Tissue has to do with literal like remnants. So when you're like a cell is like this big, right? And millions of little parts of it are going to be things like hema and various other little tiny molecules or whatever. Those can be referenced as tissue, as can be seen, for example, in the fossilized red blood cells, right? They're fossilized, meaning the majority of them is gone, right? The vast majority of it has been literally mineralized into literal fossil. But you can take a slice of the bone and hold it up, and we can see that dinosaurs probably had red blood. And it's because there's so much hema there that we can see it, right? But hema is like on the size of like basically a molecule, whereas like a cell is an actual living thing. So
Real quick,
there
I
was
just
no
want to
like
make
Not
sure
answering my
this is.
question,
I was just going
right?
to say, I just want to make sure, Bobby, that this was in response to the question, and if maybe you could repeat the question, just to,
Yeah, really quick. So to correct Bobby, I mean, they found proteins, they found nerves, they found fibers, they found all of this stuff in there.
Yeah,
But
they find these in
the
comets.
question is, again, Bobby,
They find these in outer
excuse me,
space.
Bobby, the question
Collagen?
If an author's
Yes.
conclusion of the data
Correct.
is contradictory to your naturalistic conclusion, would you then make a bifurcation or a demarcation between the data itself and the interpretation of the data? This isn't even controversial.
You've
by the
never
way.
published a paper, so you don't understand this. But yes, the conclusions that you draw from the data are peer reviewed as well. The whole point of the
Yes.
editors and the peer review process is to make sure that you aren't making these leaps that
Doesn't
are
answer my
Yes.
question.
I want to
Still
say this,
doesn't answer the
except
question.
in numerous of the papers, and I'll throw it back to you, Sam. In numerous of the papers that I cited, for example, the Parsons, they admit right in the Parsons paper that I cited in the opening statement that if you take the molecular clock as is, the observed mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA, we go back 6,500 years. And then they say, but of course that's incompatible with evolution. So perhaps X, Y, Z, many of these papers talk about, like in the Y chromosome, they'll say, well, perhaps it's sperm competition or faster rates of substitutions, but these are untested hypotheses. So Dr. Greg, are we just supposed to look at the data? Clearly it contradicts the human evolutionary model, but because they said, well, maybe this, maybe that, these are untested hypotheses, do we take those untested hypotheses as gospel?
They're not untested if they're in a publication.
Gospel?
I mean, that's the whole point. And you take multiple publications to try to see how evolution works. Evolution is true because of physics, chemistry, biology, all
that's your
these different
assertion.
fields.
That's not something
No,
that you
that's.
can-
I mean, you can
Let him
interrupt me.
finish this statement. Let him finish the statement, please.
And that's how we have a convergence of these things that we know is true. So again, if you understand, Donnie, how to make mutation rates 30 times faster than what we observe, why aren't you going and using it to make directed evolution experiments to make new medicines like David R. Liu is doing for cancers? Or what do you like? Why are you wasting your time here instead of publishing this on peer-reviewed papers and contributing to the field?
Because Greg, you understand that it's the government that provides the funding for these, right? So Greg, can you tell me what happens? Well, you can giggle all you want, but Greg, can you tell me what happens to somebody's job when the government cuts their funding?
Oh my God.
So
It's
here's the issue. Like, yeah, if
You mean all
if it was
200
the case-
governments around the planet?
Greg,
Like,
if it
what?
was the case, if it was the case that the government divided up that money equally, well, then we would have an answer to that question, is it? You guys are funded by the government, but again, I will just
You are too. You are
I
too.
will just
Churches
take
aren't
it.
taxed.
Greg, I will
Churches
just take
aren't
it.
taxed, my dude. What are you talking about?
Guys, the topic is human evolution.
we're not-
Sam, continue your thoughts. Governments, taxes. We can show you the predictions that have flowed exactly from the mutation rate. I have a question for Bobby and Dr. Greg. Not every single paper that I cited in my presentation was written by a conventional scientist or somebody who holds to the evolutionary model. Which one of my papers on mitochondrial DNA diversity? Diversity is low. We know the mutation rates are fast. Doesn't take much time at all to accumulate those DNA differences. Which paper from the conventional literature that I cited was written by a young Earth creationist?
Bro,
Oops.
you're just cherry picking data from the high.
Well, again, that's a
chains.
maybe you didn't hear my question. I asked you a pretty
I
simple
mean, you can
question.
interrupt me
So
all you
you-
want because you don't want me to say it, but the
Hang on,
reality is,
you didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't actually present data, right? You presented quotes from within the paper. So, like,
Fine.
of interest
Data
would be
from the
things like
paper.
Data, yeah.
of interest would be things like the test statistic and the data that you can go download and where it came from.
why is he?
and
why,
those types of things?
why is
Give
he-
me
right?
a heads up before you do that.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
he can't
Well,
share his
because
screen
Dr.
mid
Greg
debate,
mentioned
right?
Makova.
He can't
So
just
Dr.
share his
Greg's
screen.
the
He's
one that
taking it
mentioned
over.
Makova.
Wait. He can't just share his screen mid debate and he just hog the mic the entire time because he's sharing his
Dr.
screen.
Greg,
Yeah.
Is that what's happening?
You
gotta
can
answer
share your
that
screen. You just gotta let me know, and then we'll set a actual firm time on it. Like,
I don't need.
20
I don't need.
seconds.
If you wanted
I don't
to
need
go
the
through
screen
and
share, but Dr. Greg,
systematically-
you mentioned Makova. So how does Makova address I'm assuming you're familiar with the literature. How does Makova address the massive dissimilarities between humans and chimpanzees in terms of their Y chromosomes, less than 30% the same, differences in architecture, size differences, and gene content? And after you answer that question, show me your model accounting for those differences, Dr. Greg.
Makova's own paper. It said that there's only a 2% divergent rate in that entire paper. In that paper.
Divergence rate, whole genome,
Well,
not
that's
just the Y chromosome.
no, it's Y chromosome.
The Y chromosome is 70% different.
No, No,
Yes. I just pulled
No.
up the paper, but you don't want
No.
to see it on screen.
no,
Yeah,
70%
what's up with
difference.
that?
dude, no. That you're cherry picking data from its own paper and
Are
their
you
own
denying
paper.
the fact that the Y chromosomes between humans and chimps are only 30% the same?
It has there are regions that are repeats. They're like, I don't know how to tell you this, but
understand.
there are spots of the genome that are just repetitive inverse repeats and repeats of so that's just what it is. I mean, it's not a big, like, genetically we see this a lot, especially in terminator regions of a genome and that kind of stuff. So it makes sense that there would be stuff like that.
I don't feel
Okay,
like
so
that answers
but
the
how
question.
come in the original paper that came out on the Y chromosomes, which I could screen share, I won't, they talk about how this was a surprise. This was unexpected that the Y chromosomes would be so different. And if you're just going to chalk it up to repetitive sequences, stick with the heterochromatin. Why is the entirety of the heterochromatin lost or missing in the Y chromosome of chimpanzees as compared to the humans? What happened to that heterochromatin within that
Bro,
split?
Again,
6 to 9 million years. What happened?
again, if you were trying to actually factually do this, you haven't been able to actually say what we actually use as the molecular clock to see how these things are actually, related. So you wouldn't be cherry picking one paper about one genetic element. You'd be using multiple papers and just showing. And I'm not going to tell you what it is because I want to see if you actually understand what the actual molecular clock is that we use in order to
I understand
track.
what molecular clocks
Okay,
are. But I
which
think you
one?
need
What
to
do
be
we
more
use?
specific.
No,
Well,
there's
if
very
you're doing
similar.
mitochondrial DNA, you can use a pedigree study. You can look at like Parsons looked at many different
No.
families, large
Why not?
demographics.
No, you don't.
You
Why
can look
not?
at whole genome sequencing if you want to compare. Are you talking about comparing
No,
the
you
actual
don't do
DNA
whole genome
differences?
sequencing for molecular clocks, my dude.
Yeah.
No,
Can-
you
can I-
don't.
can I-
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
you can use
Can I-
databases like Parsons used the FBI database. Depends on
Oh
the
my
study.
gosh. Okay. Not for
Can I-
paternity.
can I-
Not for paternity. Not for paternity, like you said, right?
Well,
Bobby,
for
sorry.
paternity, you'd have
Wait.
to look at fathers,
Do you want to cut in
sons,
here real quick, Bobby?
grandfathers. Yeah.
Just for a moment, I'm just out of curiosity. Like, we're getting down into the weeds of like specificity of like different metrics that are being picked on DNA comparison or whatever, right? And like, I'm kind of curious why there's such interest in keeping the conversation in this like highly specific sentence from this paper, sentence from that paper, right? Obviously, you've already agreed, right? The majority of the papers don't agree with the conclusion that you're presenting. And just in general, right? Regardless of the metric you pick, like we haven't gotten any model on the kind side or
Oh no, I showed you
How
the
we give
I
models,
showed you the model.
right? And we
How-
showed, we
how do
showed
you reconcile
why, we showed
that-
you why
how do you
your modeling
reconcile-
can't work, right? Because you
No,
didn't
but how
engage
do you-
with any of my arguments, did you?
But
So-
how do you reconcile high dimensional data does not do what you're saying it does?
Well, actually,
Like-
I showed you data that contradicted you. I showed you the
So
baraminology.
how
I showed you the
what-
baraminology that clusters humans. Oh, actually, that brings you talking about discontinuities. Can you explain or show me the transitional series? We'll move to another topic. That's fine. The hyoid bone, which is designed and built in humans, helps with our ability for sophisticated speech. Okay. We have a major discontinuity here because the hyoid bone in chimpanzees and extant apes, Bobby, that is comparable to what we know about the Australopithecines and their hyoid. They're designed
So-
in the same way. Well, I'm almost done. They're designed in the same way as extant apes. Well, wait a minute. You're saying that Australopithecines are in the hominin human line.
Sure.
So explain that discontinuity. Where's that transitional series from an ape-like hyoid not designed for sophisticated speech like we see in extant apes and Australopithecines to a hyoid, and I showed an image of the three hyoids compared in my presentation, to a hyoid like we have as humans designed for sophisticated speech. Go ahead.
So how much dimensional difference was there between chimpanzees and humans 6,000 years ago?
Well,
Was it 1,000 dimensions?
in the statistical
10,000
baraminological
dimensions?
analyses, I don't know the exact dimensions. I showed you the paper that shows the clustering.
Do you
Okay,
know
I
how we
guess-
factor out dimensions? Like if I wanted to find a dimensional difference between two data sets, how would I do that?
You tell me.
So yeah, hold on a second. So questions are not arguments. And so,
Yeah, are you going to answer the hyoid discontinuity or no?
You can't answer a question with a question.
Sure,
That's not
sure.
how
If you'd like
debate
me to,
works.
if you would like me to personally concede, I don't know anything about
That would be
chimpanzees
fine.
specifically,
Yeah,
but
you can
that's
concede
beside the
rather than
point.
dodge.
I've asked repeatedly how you merged high-dimensional data sets together like that.
You're
Okay,
It
well,
doesn't make any sense.
I can show you. I can show you from the article. So it says statistical studies of Australopithecines have shown that.
I mean, from the math.
Well, you're gonna have
So,
to look
like-
at the entire technical paper to see the math about the multi-dimensional scaling graph that is shown.
What about
Well, how about you just answer the?
high-dimensional?
How about you just answer the question about the hyoid bone? Where's
Yeah,
the
this is
transitional?
dodgy.
I
series?
don't know anything about hyoid
Okay, so you can
bones.
concede
So
that
about
point. Let's move on to
yeah,
another.
right.
That's
So
okay.
on
Right.
the
Instead of
informational
dodging,
dimensions,
just admit you don't have
can
an
we
answer.
go
there
back
you
to the
go.
informational dimensions? How in the world is it that you have two different starting places that are 1,000 dimensions apart, and then they stochastically make themselves towards each other within 6,000
Well, you're assuming the
years?
creation model wouldn't predict hierarchies. I went over my model in my rebuttal about hierarchies.
Hierarchies?
Yeah, well, the fact that humans and chimps share more, that there's overlap in morphology, there's
So
overlap in the statistics.
Right. So when I say independent dimensions, I mean you take the two species groups, you factor out all the dimensions they have in common. How many independent dimensions do they have?
Yep.
That was my question.
And that's what they do at the baraminology. That's where we find the
right. And how many
discontinuities in
is
fossil.
that? What percentage of the DNA do you think is
Enough to
different?
separate the kinds, and that's why you don't have an answer.
Excellent. And so then you have
I showed
to
you
answer the-
70% difference in the Y
Right.
chromosomes.
So
There's one.
how are you merging high dimensional data together? Right?
We got to take all these independent lines of evidence, the fossil data, the mutation. We still haven't received an answer to the mitochondrial DNA. I mean, you can laugh all you want, but you failed on the Y chromosome data. Yeah,
It's not true.
Parsons paper
I'll
itself
take it as a
clearly says.
non-answer.
All right,
I'll take it
let's
as a
let
non-answer. It's fine.
Dr.
It's
Greg
fine.
respond to the
Okay.
what was it,
we can move
mitochondrial
on.
point.
It's fine.
Again, okay,
Yeah,
so
Steve, the
from Markova
mitochondria.
2024,
Okay, Donnie, let him
quote,
respond.
Just say cherry picking and pretend that actually engages.
All right, Sam, hold on. Let him
Okay.
respond.
okay, only 14 to 27% of the Y chromosome was covered by alignments to other ape Y chromosomes. Okay, a separate sentence. The human chimpanzee's divergent was 2.68% on the Y chromosome and 0.97% on the X chromosome. So
And that matches.
that's not matching what you're saying. And
Yeah, well,
and,
it matches the created kind model that I'm
no, it
suggesting
doesn't.
with the great
No,
ape.
it doesn't. How?
I'm not saying all the great apes are related. The Y chromosome data would suggest that, yeah, what you're saying is there's divergence or differences within the great apes. So you'd have one pan kind, chimpanzees and bonobos. They go back to a common ancestor. You've got gorillas as their own kind based on actually the gorilla Y and the human Y are more similar to each other than either is to the chimp Y. And then you have orangutan Ys that put them as the same kind.
So
Dr. Greg.
was HIV on the ark?
No, I don't think so because HIV is an exogenous retrovirus. I'm surprised you didn't bring up ERVs as your best evidence for human evolution. What's the deal there, Dr.
Are you
Greg?
dodging? Why are you dodging, bro? Why aren't you?
No, I'm saying
It's okay.
HIV.
No, it's, I mean, why,
exogenous retrovirus. I think that came about after the
so
fact.
were viruses on the ark?
Well, in endogenous retroviruses. and
Sorry.
various classes of
No. Sorry. Stop dodging. Were viruses on the ark?
Well, I think a lot of the viruses that we see came from host genomes. Like, yeah. Well,
So you don't? Do you think that viruses are real?
With your own
So,
literature.
okay. So do you think? Okay. Do you
hypothesis?
think that viruses are real?
Of course.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. I don't
HIV
know.
virus is real.
A lot of creationists that I debate nowadays are saying that viruses don't exist. So I'm glad that you at least say that
No, we
viruses
agree
exist.
there.
Okay, there you go. I'm good. I'm glad. Hey, I count that as a win. So all the viruses that exist on the world today, and there are more viruses on Earth today than there are stars in the sky, and you're going to tell me that all of those different kinds of viruses all evolved after post-arc?
Well, a couple points, and I'll address them in turn. I don't know how this demonstrates the validity of human evolution. Secondly, we would have to get into our model on endogenous retroviruses and and we will. I'm happy to do it, Dr. Greg. You could shake your head all you want. We have in and on our bodies more, and you're a microbiologist. You can correct me if I'm wrong. We have in and on our bodies more viruses than we do cells, than we do bacteria. Most of them are just beneficial, dormant, probably helping to regulate the amount of bacterial species that we have. So the majority of viruses on the planet, in and on our bodies, are not harmful. They're actually beneficial. I have an article I could show you, I won't for sake of time, where it says you wouldn't want to live in a world without viruses.
Yeah.
They help to regulate so much in the ecosystem. This goes back to the creation model that, and I can throw it back to you for endogenous retroviruses. Adam and Eve and the original created kinds would have been designed with functional ERVs. I showed several papers in my rebuttal, Dr. Greg, where ERVs are functional in embryological development, functional in the immune system, tumor suppression. But even your own side, I was listening to a lecture from a PhD virologist where he said that exogenous retroviruses may have borrowed or hijacked an ENV gene from a host genome and originated from pre-existing retrotransposons. I have no problem with that. We would say after the flood, that's probably what happened, and that we could trace exogenous retro. Are you disagreeing with your own side on that issue, Dr. Greg?
No, I love, and it's just funny when some things that you say you believe in, you bring these things in, and some things you don't, which is just funny. So I guess, so are positive strands and negative strand RNA viruses, and then double-stranded RNA viruses and DNA viruses, are they like separate kinds, or are they like, how does it work? How does the ARC map work?
I think most,
and like bacteria, yeast, alga, like, I mean, we have like 20 million species of those. I mean, so are we, like, that's a quite a culture setup that's on the ARC.
Well, I think the majority of your harmful viruses, like RNA viruses or exogenous retroviruses, came from host genomes off of the ARC, probably from previous. But that's what I'm saying. You're asking, were they on the ARC? Yeah, I'm saying they originated most likely after the flood,
okay,
due to environmental conditions, errors in the recombination process. This goes right back to the escapee hypothesis that you guys put forth for the origin of RNA viruses. Because you're a microbiologist, I'd be curious as to your response to this. What came first, the host or the retrovirus? Because from my understanding, Dr. Greg, retroviruses require a host to replicate.
All right, well, let's give him a solid chance to respond
yeah, I mean,
here.
Dude, that's the cool thing about viruses, is that there is no common ancestor between all of them. So that's why your whole, they're only going to come from the host doesn't make any sense. It's because you would have DNA signatures of these viruses, and they would link up and align. And it's, so you just disproved yourself, my dude.
Well, I'm not saying every single virus.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
And you just keep talking about retroviruses.
That's because that's all you understand, and that's because you've cherry picked the conspiracy in your brain, and that's all you understand. But putting it out into, it's a conspiracy for sure.
I have an entire presentation that goes over from your own side where they say that exogenous retroviruses probably originated from host genomes. They probably borrowed an ENV. How do you explain functional endogenous? I showed you a paper where endogenous retroviruses are functional in embryological development. If you remember, it said if we didn't have ERVs, Dr. Greg, humans and mammals literally wouldn't exist. So how did that come
placental
about?
Yeah, it's the placental gene. Yeah. And guess what? It actually happened multiple times. So therefore,
that's your assertion, but I'm asking for
that's
the
what
evidence.
It shows through sequencing. That's what sequencing shows.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
How?
Yes.
Okay, show me the sequencing.
There is.
So are you saying a non-functional endogenous retrovirus gained the ability for embryological development because you see it in the sequencing?
Yes, and it's so important that there was multiple events, and yes, they have different like. Yeah, they have different types of.
Well, can you show me it in a lab? A non-functional ERV gaining a function in the immune system, embryological development.
Yeah,
because that's what we see in the literature.
Genome shuffling. Yeah, you can do that all the time.
Yeah, but so you're saying because of genome shuffling, you have a pre-existing retrotransposon that gains the ability for placental function?
Yes, my dude, genome shuffling is a huge thing, and it makes a big difference for viruses. That's how SARS-CoV-2 exists, because of a genome shuffling event in a wet market in Wuhan. That's what it is.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, how come Dr. Rob Carter and Dr. John Sanford, their PhD young Earth creationists, they published a paper in the conventional literature, you can pull it up right now if you want, on the H1N virus, H1N1 virus. And I think it was in 60 to 90 years, it went extinct due to rapid genetic degeneration and mutation accumulation. consistent with genetic entropy. Are you familiar with that, Dr. Greg?
Yeah, genetic entropy is another one of these buzzwords that you guys create, like micro and
It's right
macro
there in the conventional
evolutions. No,
literature. I
it's
just showed
not.
you.
It's no, it's
I just
not.
showed
Donnie,
you.
Donnie, let him
I'm
get a
sorry,
full
go ahead.
response out, please.
SARS-CoV-2 doesn't even interact with genetic entropy anyway, because at every single step between alpha, delta, omicron, gamma, SARS-CoV-2 actually evolved higher fitness at every single rate. So if genetics is just accumulating deleterious mutations until the end of the organism, why is SARS-CoV-2 the existing like evolutionary research that we just went through? You could look at that, and SARS-CoV-2 is the most sequenced organism of all time now, and you could just do that, Donnie. If you were actually serious about this, you could actually just apply it to SARS-CoV-2, but you don't. You cherry pick these 30-year-old papers trying to get these gotchas, and you're reusing slides that you've been debunked 10 different times.
Well, okay. Well, a couple things. There's so many assertions there. We'll take it one at a time, just so not to go on too many rabbit trails. A new look at an old virus, patterns of mutation accumulation in the human H1N1 influenza virus since 1918. This was published. You can look it up, Dr. Rob Carter. Look at PubMed Central. Rob Carter and John Sanford, they're both young Earth creationists, and they talk about how influenza viruses have high mutation rates. This is from 2012. Is that 30 years ago? And H1N1 has undergone significant genetic changes since 1918. And they talk about essentially how this virus went extinct due to rapid mutation accumulation, genetic degeneration. Look it up yourself. It's right in the conventional
Do you think that
literature.
every single virus that has ever existed exists right now?
No.
Okay, yes. So they go extinct sometimes. Yeah,
because of genetic entropy.
No, my dude. No.
I mean, that's what they point out in the paper. And then this applies to humans.
No.
We're accumulating deleterious mutations.
No.
I want to ask you guys.
No. Again, no. There is no evidence of genetic entropy. This is
absolutely there is.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
I can show you several papers.
Why didn't we see it with SARS-CoV-2?
Well, we saw it with H1N1. I don't know why we didn't see it with SARS-CoV-2, because viruses, bacteria, humans, we got to observe them on their own merit. Bacteria, Lenski's bacterial experiment.
No, the mutation rate is similar. The mutation rate is similar across these things. They are. And that's the whole point.
How do you, if genetic entropy is not real, okay, are most mutations neutral, yes or no?
It matters. I saw a new paper about this. It's interesting. I mean, you want preserved as much genetic diversity as possible. So it's usually a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So how functional would you say the genome is of humans? Percentage wise?
Well, it's protein coded is like 2%.
Okay. What about non-coding?
I mean, ERVs is accounting for like 8%. So I think that, technically, if you wanted to say that we were created in God's image, I think that he's a virus probably. So that's kind of cool. Where God is a giant virus. Or technically, we actually have like more bacteria in us and in our gut than humans. Right. So technically, like God might be a virus or a microbe, which is
because these things are beneficial, functional. So I showed a paper from the ENCODE. There's been subsequent projects. I showed papers on functional pseudogenes, ERVs, ALU sequences. I'm not sure if I showed a paper on that, but we have that as well. Okay. So the ENCODEs pointed out that 80% of the genome has evidence for biochemical activity. Do you believe that that's just spurious, noise, or actual function, Dr. Greg?
Dude, there's a lot of different ways that they can have like transcription factors, a lot of different things which require specific like sequences for those transcription factors.
Right. So are you saying that this would be functional transcription then, or just noise? All these transcripts being produced
outside of it, then yeah, the part that is considered like junk, the sequence could change and it wouldn't impact that. That's the whole reason why they're sequence independent.
Okay, so this 80% activity, 60 to 80% transcription, I believe, DNA to RNA, and like you said, 2% is protein coding. If the majority of that 80% is functional, wouldn't those neutral mutations be nearly neutral? Slightly deleterious rather than just strictly neutral? If they're hitting functional spots in the genome, but they're not big enough for selection to see. It's not hitting a region that's essential for reproduction, basically.
It would matter. It would matter what the selection event is. It matters what it is. Because sometimes Go ahead.
Oh, just out of curiosity, how do you pre-select something being useful until like the environment takes effect, right? Like a species ends up with a mutation in it, right? And then generations go by, and then something maybe becomes useful that has spread around into the species.
Mhm.
I don't understand how you would calculate something in advance being useful or not.
Yeah, but usually
useful.
even those are reductive.
Yeah, you're just saying it carries around all of this baggage.
No, I'm
and
just
hope for a
saying
hope
that
and a
like
prayer that maybe
you asked
someday
him a
it'll be useful.
question.
But the
you know,
problem
you
is
asked-
is there that natural selection.
I'm just
would
curious
select for
why
that
you
thing and
asked him a
take it out, right?
question.
Can you
No,
tell me
I'm just
what
curious.
Well,
can you
Sam,
tell me
hold
what
on.
a bird does with like a
I'm-
half arm, half wing?
I'm just
One sec,
curious.
Sam. I'll let you ask the full question there. Just Axiom, wrap that up real quick, and we'll let Sam ask his
Yeah,
question.
I was just asking because it sounded like you were asking Dr. Greg, like, you know, that what is the property of this particular mutation, as though that's something that could be assessed.
It can be
before we see the data.
I have an entire
Wait,
presentation.
Donnie, let's let Sam ask what he wanted
Let
to
him
know.
answer because he's asking a question about teleology. I'd love to hear it.
Okay, I thought you had a separate question. to ask.
Am I answering it
Yeah.
or Sam? Well,
No, Dr. Greg, yeah, Axiomatic rightfully pointed out that Dr. Greg's argument there is for teleology. So how do you answer that?
I don't even know what is teleology. I don't even know what that is.
Like a
Philosophy.
fine tuning or something like has intention.
Not
I mean,
completely off topic.
Because
That was your argument.
evolution,
How does evolution know that something is going to be beneficial later on down the road? It's just going to throw all
It
of these
doesn't.
parts in the back. Right. It
doesn't.
doesn't. Exactly.
It doesn't.
Exactly.
It's a-
So if
yes,
evolution
correct.
creates some
Yes.
strange morphological feature like a bird with a half of an arm wing, is that going to be removed from the environment?
No, that thing would die
Yeah,
off.
so you're
Yes,
gonna have a
yes, it
problem.
would.
It would
It
not
would.
reproduce.
Your whole model is kind of goofy in that way.
what are you talking about?
No,
dude?
no,
We literally,
we literally do it in computers. We literally do neural
You can't
networks.
do-
We
you
start them
can't
in
say you
random
do in
states. They
computers.
converge with stochastic gradient descent. We
Nothing
force this
matters,
to
though.
happen. This is literally, we do this in the laboratory. We
I do
literally
it.
take
I do it.
bacteria.
I
We
do it.
literally
Blunder.
take bacteria and do this shit.
I-
Like,
that's
what
a
are you talking
blunder.
about?
well, how
That's
come
a blunder.
bacteria experience reductive evolution too? I mean, look at Lenski. He's
They
demonstrated
literally
after
develop
generations.
new things, right? What is the citron thing? They eat citron?
Yeah.
So
Citric.
hold on.
That's-
Let me.
How do you
engage with
demonstrate that wasn't already there as a pre-existing ability to do so?
Well, they're
They
saying that it was.
did. They went
Sorry,
through the
Donnie, I wanted
DNA
to-
and demonstrated
Yeah.
new feature
What I get-
functionality.
Sam-
What are you talking about?
Sam, a chance to ask what he was going
Yeah.
to say. Go ahead, Sam.
So we had what is it, Dr. Bundy on, right, Donnie? He came and debated Dr. Kent Hovind. And in that debate, Dr. Bundy conceded that when we make that distinction between like speciation or micro and macro evolution, there's nothing that is indicative of these evolutionary processes that you're talking about in the Linsky's
who's
laboratory.
Bundy?
I'm almost done. He earned both of his PhDs in that laboratory. So
I don't know who Bundy is.
it's a
Yeah,
really,
I
it's a
mean,
really
I-
Jay Bundy. He,
there's nothing within
he
your
works in.
long-term Lenski's E. coli experiment that
Why are we
proves in any
talking
way
about?
macro evolutionary
Okay.
process.
There is no micro and macro evolution.
Because
There
you
is none.
brought up the
There is
citrate,
none.
did you not?
There is no such thing as micro versus macro evolution. It
Well,
is
that's
a
what you're
complete-
here to debate. That
No,
just
that's
begs the
that
question.
is no. You are proposing
You're
that is
begging
separate.
the
So
question.
please let me know. Okay, so if you're such a let's give you this. Let's give you micro that it exists. Okay, what is limiting in micro evolution so that macro evolution can't happen?
Yeah, no problem. So here's another error. So you're asking for some sort of like mechanistic or biochemical border parameter, but
Mhm.
we also understand, right, that we are going to point to certain laws of nature that govern the physical world. We would say that the supernatural laws of physics, things like that. This is something that I brought up in my debate. I'd love for you to engage with. The physical world is bound by laws of nature that are not that on your terms, you would have to say that they don't stand in a cause and effect relationship. Would you like me to
hang on.
demonstrate that for you?
Hang on. I feel like there's a slight divergence here. It sounds like you're talking about like unfalsifiable positions.
I know that would be
Those
yours,
can-
right?
No,
and Dr.
those,
Greg
those can just be
Sam,
those
his
can just be
position was
granted. You can
unfalsifiable.
take an unfalsifiable position, That doesn't
That's
have
short.
anything to do with the discussion. If we're interested in science, then we're not interested in those particular positions. So why would we be talking about those?
So this is another blunder, Bobby, because Dr. Greg literally
No, it's not a
just argued.
blunder.
Excuse
No,
me,
it's
Dr. Greg,
literally a
excuse
fact.
me.
Do you agree?
Dr. Greg,
Do you agree?
Bobby, I know you're
unfalsifiable
excited. I know
positions
you're
are
excited.
bad?
You're going to get a
Like,
chance. So
this is starting to crash out a little bit. Hey,
Do you
Dr.
consider
Greg
them
literally just-
anti-science?
You let me know when you're
You'll
done.
you'll get a chance to ask your question and get a response. Let's just let Sam finish, and then we'll hit it over to you.
You're getting a little excited. So Dr. Greg just literally denied the distinction between micro and macro evolution. If that's the case, then he's just an evolutionary dogmatist, and he holds his position as though it is unfalsifiable. So, I mean, you guys got to figure out maybe backstage which position you want to take on this.
Hang on.
So, Bobby,
Raise your hand if
I
you've ever
think I
done an
could
evolution experiment before.
Bobby,
It's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, we're waiting for you guys to actually demonstrate that macro evolution is possible.
No, let's
Real quick.
Let's
Dr. Greg,
let's
one
keep
second,
it.
Dr. Greg. Let's go. Bobby respond, Dr. Greg respond, and then Sam or Donnie can take it over from there.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that I'm fairly confident Dr. Greg and I both would be happy to take any position on any matter. So if it turned out that the Earth was 6,000 years old, we'd be like, that's fantastic. And we'd love to dive into the data and look at the stuff and see this and see that. And so this equivocation of like, we're taking an unfalsifiable position. I'm not. I'm happy to go wherever the data is. And the data is that 99.9% of biologists out there do peer-reviewed literature in thousands of journals with hundreds of thousands of peer-reviewed literature, literally tabular information, data, information dynamics, and it's very clear what has been demonstrated. Yeah. We know that evolution is the way that it happened. This is like not even questionable.
And
I mean, that's your assertion.
Right. So it's not falsifiable. It's pseudo.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well, let's let Dr. Greg go.
Again, guys, let's let you're falsifiable. Like, we use evolution in order to create things in science through new technologies. Yeah. So please, so if you that's how we show that evolution is true, because we literally use it as a tool. You're like going to a carpenter and saying, I don't believe that you have hammers exist, and you're just going to watch me hammer out a whole house. And it's like, okay, well, you can deny that, but it definitely does exist. We literally use it. So please, like, what was happening in David R. Liu's experiments when he was using a bacteriophage in order to introduce new DNA into these bacteria in order to create a better endonuclease for his CRISPR gene editing tools. Like let us know. Like, please let us know what was actually happening in that experiment. But you don't understand it because there's no new research or new ideas that you're actually bringing to the table, like, whatsoever. So please, how do we stop virological evolution? How do we stop it? Like, let us know. Like, please bring us like something so we can use it to create better vaccines.
You would save so many lives.
Hey, Bob,
you save so many lives.
It's our turn. It's our turn. There's a lot there.
Johnny,
start, and then I'll go.
Thanks for the gish gallop and throwing a bunch of points.
Cry bully, dude. Cry more.
Yes,
Cry.
excuse you. So Dr. Bobby, I would have thought, being that you are studied in logic, you would know better than committing a basic fallacy of appealing to a population. When you talk about going where the science, or that's what you did. So many people believe it, and it must be the case, right? Like, I don't know what a paradigm is and how there are such things as competing paradigms. And I guess if enough people believe it, it must be true. That was your argument, which is silly.
Hey,
but the problem is,
happy to have a
I'm almost done.
Bobby, it's our turn.
I'm
Bobby.
almost done.
Yeah.
You guys need to exercise a little more self-control. Like, I patiently waited to refute you. When you talk about following the data wherever it leads, well, I give you arguments that undergird the entire scientific method. You didn't touch them. Being that you have a PhD in mathematics, you weren't able to tell me what grounds math and how mathematical modeling comports or overlays to the external world and does that universally. You're committing a composition fallacy, and then you want to talk about what's possible or impossible. Maybe you need to take another logic course. Talk about what's possible or impossible within the physical world. What are you going to refer to? Are you going to refer to laws, and all you're saying that by these laws is something that is a semantic descriptions of the way things are? On those terms, every instance of uniformity is just a coincidence.
It's my turn first, Bob.
It's
my turn next.
Let me address Sam. Let me address Sam.
No, because it went Bobby, Dr. Greg.
Let me address Sam.
I got one more
point.
point.
The moderator real quick.
Okay, hand it to Mike.
First thing that we're going to do, Bobby,
I need one more
Sam,
point.
Okay, I'll give you your point. But Bobby, first thing we're going to do, we're going to give Donnie 20 seconds on top of this, and then you'll have a full minute to respond if you like.
I only
And,
get 20.
well, Sam's been talking right now, and I want
That's
to be able
true.
to turn it
That's
back
fair,
and forth.
Mike.
We only have nine minutes left in the open discussion, and then we're going to get into the closing statements.
So so I get to address that last point. So Dr. Greg, both you and Dr. Bobby are making the same gross error. I made a clear distinction between high confidence and low confidence science. You're saying that, well, because somebody builds a house with a hammer, therefore evolution is true. No, I want to know something that you can show me objectively. When you point to permillerized fossils in the geological column, there's no empirical methodology to establish ancestral relationships there. So what are you exactly pointing to?
Okay, so I'll take, well, I guess 20 seconds. I'll be really quick. To land the plane, yes, everything that Dr. Greg is saying, and I appreciate it's been a good discussion so far. A couple of true professionals. This has been good. And so these advances we can do in medicine, for example, this is based on observable operational science. There's a lot of overlap in the creation versus evolution debate where we can agree on things, and as a result of that agreement we can advance in certain things like medicine, but it's the differentiating evidence. And I'm going to say this, Mike, and then hand it, so I need 10 extra seconds. I was asking Dr. Greg, how functional do you think the genome is? How limited or how strong is selection? That's the issue. The underlying mechanisms for evolutionary change, mutations and selection, most mutations are slightly deleterious due to the functional nature of the genome. Selection is limited, therefore mutations degenerate rather than take fish to fisherman or ape-like creatures to man over time.
Oh, can I respond?
That's your cue.
Yeah. So you're going to have a full minute.
all I
and
wanted-
we'll go throw 30 seconds back to Dr. Greg afterwards, and then we'll let these guys respond.
All I wanted to say to Sam was I'd be happy to have a logic discussion with you or philosophy discussion with you. I think that'd be very fine and very fun. I'd love to educate you on how logic works and how it was developed and what the different rules are and the way it works. Zeroth order logic versus first order logic, or meta logic versus, your standard logic system, right? But, it feels a little frustrating that you throw out buzzwords and then attack like my degree. Technically, I'm not even a logician, but I've taken enough logic that I know how it works. I'd love to ask you questions about it because it seems like I'm fairly confident you're unaware of the basic principles. But I'd love to get some answers on how you guys read scientific papers. If I go through some of these papers, I see things like PCA, LDA, dimension reduction, variance, standard error, test statistics, null and alternative hypotheses, right? I have a feeling that you guys don't know what those are, or you wouldn't know how to calculate them. I mean, that would be of interest to me to know whether or not you guys understand what these concepts are and how they work.
So all that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question then, Bobby.
Just to dodge,
I'm gonna ask one.
Donnie and Sam, I want to give Greg a chance to respond to what Sam was saying a second ago.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't remember what he was saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask Bobby, what is heterozygosity?
I don't know.
Okay, well, we could test each other all day.
I'm not a biology.
Let's deal with.
Why are you jargon?
You're not a biologist,
but
you're reading a biology paper,
and I was discussing earlier the creation
just tell me the
model,
formula for standard error.
Suggests that God designed.
I can pull up my calendar.
You're excited, Bobby.
Don't just talk at the same time, please.
But you're dodging all of our arguments. You want to do a quiz or a test.
I'm not a biologist.
I understand,
what are you talking about? Why are you talking about
a biologist? We're not going to sit here and do tests all day. That's the whole point. You guys need to address the data. My challenge is
I'm just asking, what's a confidence interval?
Please, I got a basic question.
What's a confidence interval?
I showed several.
Just tell me. I
really want to know. We're not going to play.
What's the normal distribution curve?
You just played a Creationist quiz and you fell for it.
it.
Okay, so it's my turn because Dr. Greg gave up his time. So in the last few minutes here, I am very curious. The several papers that I cited, Parsons, Madrigal, Howell et al. Okay, there's others like Arnadot, Helgeson was involved in that. So we have fast mutation rates. They admit directly in these papers that the observed mutation rates in mitochondrial DNA are 10 times, 20 times, 30 times faster than the phylogenetic rate. I showed a phylogenetic tree on the screen showing all the branches close together. You have that starburst pattern suggesting rapid and exponential population growth. They admit directly in the Parsons paper, if you take this molecular clock backwards in time, you get 6,500 years, okay? So what do you guys propose as a means to solve this discrepancy between pedigrees or the observed rate and the phylogenetic rate?
Yeah, populations versus individual rates, dude. Again, you're conflating population genetics with like a single organism mutation rates. So it's just you conflate. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So like this is so the frustrating part, man, because it's just like I don't understand why. Like the medicine thing was like a complete cope. You're just saying that basically there are people that are religious that are doing and absconding everything that you're talking about. They're not going back to an Adam and Eve, which Eve, by the way, is genetically identical to Adam because she came from the rib, which is a XY cell. So they had to mutate or actually not mutate, clone the X chromosome for Eve.
Adam
so then
would have been
Adam and
created with
Eve,
pre-existing
Adam and
differences.
Eve,
Donnie, let him get his full response.
even if he was,
God wouldn't have
even
figured
if he
that out,
was,
right?
even if he was, I guess he
They're gonna
didn't.
invoke
I guess,
magic.
Because
I guess
the
he
Y
didn't.
chromosome would be
Guys,
different.
don't make me mute you. We've gone the whole debate without me having to. I wanted to let Dr. Greg finish his thought, then you get a
I
full
thought he
chance
was
to respond.
asking me a point to address.
Again,
Go ahead, Dr.
even
Greg.
if Adam was created with the heterozygosity that you're talking about, that it's still an XY genome that is given to a person and double X female that needs to happen. So you're duplicating the entire genome, and then Adam and Eve are breeding with one another, which is breeding with the same genome. So it's just it's insane. It's just nobody looks at that. Nobody looks, and we don't have any of the hallmarks of any of these other bottleneck signatures that we do see in nature. That we like, why don't we see any of that? Like, why don't we see any of the cheetahs, Tasmanian devils, elephant seals, all of these examples that we do have in our genetic lineage that we can see and look to?
All right, we got 2 minutes left. Go ahead, take a full one.
I'll say
Donnie.
that's it. Okay. And then, you know what, to be fair, I'll take a minute.
Yeah, and then you'll get the
we'll throw it
last
to Sam.
minute axiomatic, and then Donnie's Sida's gonna have to start the closing statements, and you guys will end with the closings.
Oh, okay.
Recombination and gene conversion with pre-existing DNA differences would result in change in the very next generation. This model makes, and Dr. Greg, I mean, you can laugh all day, but face it, you're not related to ladybugs or grass. These scientists going into advanced medicine and healthcare, they're not thinking, oh, wow, I can only do this because I believe I'm related to ladybugs and grass and chimps. Wow, no, they're not doing that. And guess what? Bring them here on the panel. They're also not going to have answers to the hyoid bone discontinuity. They're not going to have answers to the Y chromosome dissimilarity. They're not going to have answers to the mitochondrial DNA mutation rates anyways. Okay, so yeah, the cheetahs, there's a famous DNA barcoding study where they concluded based on the CO1 gene in mitochondrial DNA, Dr. Greg, that there's low diversity across all species. And they conclude we fought against this as hard as we could. And because of that low diversity, they concluded all extant species came into existence at the exact same time. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds like the flood bottleneck. We also know that genetic diversity is low in humans. This came as a shock to evolutionary scientists. So they invented the out of Africa population bottleneck in order to reduce levels of heterozygosity and increase levels of homozygosity. Also, here's the last thing I'll say. Evolutionists like Dr. Greg, they forget the fact that inbreeding reveals the hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes. So yeah, cheetahs are down to, I think, 7,000. And they're highly inbred. A lot of deleterious mutations have come to the forefront. But guess what? Adam and Eve, being designed with high levels of heterozygosity and no deleterious mutation accumulation, it wouldn't be an issue because you don't have any deleterious mutations to come to the forefront, leading to rapid genetic degeneration.
All right, so we'll let you guys take the last response here, and then Donnie and Sam can work in whatever response they want into their 5-minute closing. So be smart about that, and go ahead, Axiomatic or Dr. Greg, whoever wants to.
Do you want the closing, Dr. Greg?
This is just the last word. This isn't the closing.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I would just want to know, Donnie, could you tell me the difference between PCA and LDA?
I'm not doing evolutionist tests, Bobby.
All
I'm
right, then
sorry you fell
we'll
for
go
my
in-
test, but I don't.
We'll go into
It's a
we'll go into
dimension
the
test. It's not-
closings.
I'm
then
not
if you
saying I
guys
don't know. I'm
sorry.
not saying I know,
address
but I ain't
anything.
doing
Can
evolutionist
you tell me the
quizzes.
difference between standard deviation and standard error?
Yes, I can, but I'm not going to hear because you failed. Dodge,
Well,
duck, dip,
then
dive,
what's-
and dodge,
then what's
Bobby.
the
I know you're
difference?
excited.
What's
You
the
get the last
difference?
word. Take it and
What
tell
do you
the audience
divide
all
by?
about your failure tonight.
It would take,
Okay.
it would take
Hyoid
1
bone
second to tell me.
discontinuities, mutation rate data, DNA function.
Okay, Donnie,
Do you
we're
know what the
gonna
empirical rule is, at least?
we're gonna start
Yes,
the
of
5-minute
course.
closings. We're gonna start the 5-minute closings.
Why are you unwilling to say? I don't
Because,
All right, Bobby.
Dr. Bobby, we don't play evolutionist quizzes. You fell for my quiz, and that's
You're
cute.
dragging this
You
on. We
don't
could
do
do
I'm not
this
a
in the
biologist.
we could do this in the open or in the Q&A here.
Failed?
So I'm gonna start 5-minute timer. I'm gonna mute up opposing
Who
team.
starts? Us? Or
Yeah, you
the
guys
affirmative?
are gonna you guys are gonna start your 5 minutes whenever y'all start talking, and then they'll get the last
What's up,
word
guys?
since you guys opened.
Thanks for being here.
Got the
Donnie,
first
give me
word.
2 minutes at the most. Okay, so nobody addressed my opening at all, and I made it very clear that my opening necessarily needed to be addressed. I also gave a positive argument for the triune God of Scripture. No one wanted to touch it. It got super awkward when Dr. Bobby had an opportunity in the debate to actually ground mathematics, but instead of doing that, he just postured in how much he knew while dodging the actual question. Yeah, I want to know how math is possible and how it comports to reality. That's not something that was addressed. They also failed to make a distinction between high confidence and low confidence science multiple times. That's a blunder. They failed to make a distinction between the difference of the study and the author's interpretation of the data, even after numerous times we gave them examples of why this is a common practice, even in their own field. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, Sam,
All right,
I'm still getting ready.
4
Can you take
minutes
30 more
left.
seconds? Take 30 more seconds, brother.
Yeah. So the problem here is we came to debate about Adam and Eve. Our opponents did not give any arguments for evolution. They nitpicked our model, I guess you could say, but they didn't engage with the philosophy that we gave. The positive argument for the God who created Adam and Eve and why that God is necessary for the intelligibility of both math and science. And so if they're not able to engage with those arguments, then really everything that they discussed tonight, I mean, it was fun, but it's not meaningful. Yeah.
I'll screen share
Okay.
and show some more of these papers. Mike, tell me when they're up.
You're good.
So again, they say cherry picking, even though we're looking at the data. The data suggests, you can see here in the Parsons paper, that Eve would go back just 6,500 years. My challenge right in the opening statement, and what Dr. Greg said, the difference between per generation and substitute. Yeah, we understand the difference between the per generation neutral rate, long-term substitution, right? But basic population genetics, I have quotes from Fatuma, famous evolutionary scientist, the neutral rate approximates the fixation rate. And in haploid chromosomes like the mitochondrial DNA, Dr. Rob Carter, who right here published the mitochondrial diversity paper within modern human populations in the conventional literature showing how mitochondrial DNA has low variation. We know from pedigree studies that the rate is fast. This is Dr. Rob Carter's phylogenetic tree, for example. Again, there's only a couple hundred generations here. We never got an answer to how you get thousands of generations here, okay? Dr. Rob Carter graphed out here. Let's see what our interlocutors here who believe they're related to grass, whales, and pine trees have to show is how much selection can be invoked to slow down the observed fast mutation rate. And Dr. Rob Carter's already demonstrated that you can see here, the orange is your deleterious mutations, strictly neutral is your blue. Fitness goes down, okay? Dr. Greg, he didn't fully give a clear answer. Maybe he can in his opening statement. We're arguing that over 80% of the genome is active and functional. There's functions for endogenous retroviruses. I got a whole bunch of slides based on work that I've personally done on the chromosome 2 fusion. Perhaps Dr. Greg wants to do a one-on-one in the future on that. That'd be fun. Gulo pseudogene. So Dr. Rob Carter here demonstrated that fitness declines steadily. Even with a rare beneficial mutation, you can see that down here going horizontally at the bottom. And your observed neutral rate, okay, and your long-term substitution or fixation rate, the time it takes for one letter to replace another letter in the whole population, they approximate each other. So the observed rate is fast. Long-term substitution rate is faster. Remember, the evolutionist model is the out of Africa model, where you have populations smaller for long periods of time. Therefore, you're going to have faster rates of fixation because natural selection will break down at that point. Genetic drift will be stronger. The biblical creation model, we have years, 1 to 300 years after the flood, before the Babel dispersal. People are living hundreds of years, having lots of children. Mutation rate would be fast. And then all you have to have is a population of people with higher diversity after Babel moving into Africa. Africa starts off with more diversity. That explains your max differences in mitochondrial DNA, roughly 120, averages 20 to 30. This is biblical time. This is Adam and Eve right here. So again, they never addressed the challenge to show us how much selection
10 seconds
needs to be invoked to slow down the observed rate. That confirms what? Confirms the biblical model of ancestry. I rest my case.
All righty, we'll give you guys 5 minutes on the clock here. 1 second, restart. Okay, you're gonna have to unmute.
I got you.
All right, go ahead.
So I love the default PowerPoint slide colors. I think that's that's if it's a legitimate publication. That's beautiful. I just want to say during the debate, I mean, Donnie admitted that all the viruses and microbes evolved after the flood, and I thought that was really cool because he basically admitted that different kinds of viruses, the positive, negative, double-stranded RNA viruses and double DNA viruses, all evolved after the flood. So he's accepting that different kinds of viruses did evolve. So he basically admitted that evolution is true. I appreciate that. And it also realized that 99.9% of microbes have never been sequenced or cultured in the lab. So they, it is the final frontier of biology. I think it's hilarious, the heterozygosity of Adam and Eve argument, considering that oh my gosh, there's all this genetic diversity. They're so different. Oh my gosh. And then their own story, this conspiracy, remember, goes to one dude, Noah, repopulating the earth after the flood. So again, the extreme bottleneck again. So no, how is that not even talked about in their talk? Medical doctors use evolution all the time. Pig hearts are used for people. We actually use vaccines in other organisms in order to test them because they're similar to us. They have similar immune systems to us, and they have similar immune systems because we evolved. We are animals. Humans are animals. And again, paternal testing, medical uses of vaccines and of virus evolution, all of this stuff all hinges on evolution being true and actually being demonstrated. And I love the high confidence versus low confidence science, considering that I've actually done directed evolution in the lab. I've done it. So again, Sam, please, let me know. We can share the Nobel Prize, and I can test you. We can share it if you want to actually ever do a science experiment in your life. That'd be cool. And also, Donnie, it's called 16S ribosomal sequencing. That's what we use as a timepiece. But he doesn't understand that. He doesn't get that. So the fact that he didn't say that is pretty telling. So.
All right, 2.5 minutes left, Bobby, if you want to take it, and I'll take a Nobel Prize if anyone's sharing them.
Sure. Yeah, I can just reshare the screen, I guess.
Okay.
That's so I don't know. I feel like what's been demonstrated is a certain level lacking certain mathematical skills, right? I think it's fairly clear that they have no idea what PCA is, or LDA, or VAE, or standard error, or standard deviation. I'd almost be surprised if they know what the mean is, right? It's very unclear if they know what test statistics are, or how to calculate confidence intervals, or what a normal distribution is. There's this very odd argument that keeps coming out, which is saying something to the effect of, if we can demonstrate higher separation with some other metric, then that helps our model work out better. And it's like, no, that makes it work that makes it worse, right? Like the demonstration that we can find more and more metrics that make these things more and more similar is just further and further evidence that these things are related. If you claim that all those models or all those metrics are crap, but that everything's actually completely disjoint, you end up with exactly the graph I presented because I simulated it, right? There was no consideration of my simulation. They didn't care at all about like the mathematics. We could, apart from like defining a sigma algebra and going through the rigorousness of it, we could basically make this a mathematical stochastic theorem. Like this doesn't make any sense, right? But I don't know. There's a whole list of things that are clear that I'm fairly confident they don't know anything about. And it's funny because like they're looking at these papers and looking at these images, but they don't even know how they're made or generated. And it just seems kind of ridiculous to me. So I don't know. Yeah.
You have 45 seconds left if you wanted to
Well,
turn it back
I
to
don't know.
Dr. Greg. You have anything you want to say? Last
Sure.
30
You want a few more seconds? I don't know. Thank you, Dr. Greg, for helping me. I mean, this has been fantastic. I think it's amazing that we can literally generate random data, and if it generates paths, right? It's like obvious, but it seems kind of weird to argue that there's pathing, right? I guess I should just point out before I stop screen sharing, this model is completely bogus, right? There is no such thing as we're all looking at the same data and just coming up like we're all this close, we're off by a hair, and it's really just a matter of opinion and you get one model or the other. That's just a load of shit, right? So
All that time and still didn't address my mutation rate challenge. That's unreal, gentlemen.
it was the closing. Really?
Yeah,
Seriously?
you had the last word and you still
Seriously?
didn't address
Why
it.
would I address what you were saying if you're just going over
Leave
lies
no
and
stone
faking
unturned
data
since that
and
evidence
presenting fake
demolishes your
information?
position?
What is PCA? Just tell me what PCA
Oh,
is.
because you failed my creationist quiz.
Just
you think
tell
you
me
didn't
what
know.
PCA
Bobby,
is.
you failed miserably. And I
All you
addressed
have to do
your
is say I
man.
don't
So,
know.
so basically, Bobby's argument is I'm good at
If you
math,
say
therefore I'm
I
related
said
to
I
Kim.
don't know, can you say I don't know?
Oh,
that
Because
man,
I've shown you
Bobby,
data point after
You're
data
unable
point
to
from
say
these
I don't
papers that
know?
clearly you don't understand.
Bobby, I apologize.
Just say I don't know.
The slide never switched to the open screen share thing there, so
Oh, I wasn't able to show the slides?
there were only bits and pieces of the slide showing. I'm not sure why my OBS like froze up on the scene
Oh,
switch.
well, that's
I saw it.
Bobby, if it makes you feel better, I granted you math in my opening. I said you are good at counting, but not accounting for
Really?
counting. Remember
Explain
that?
to me what decidability is.
No, I granted that to you. You are good.
No, just
at
tell me what
counting.
decidability
Bobby's
is.
distracting from his
Bobby,
failure.
Do you know the difference
Dr.
between
Greg, we need
decidability
to
and
quick.
solvability?
Chromosome 2 fusion.
Real quick before
Oh, you
that
don't know what
goes on.
solvability
Greg,
is
you
either.
and I
Hold
got
on,
you.
Donnie.
Okay, so
Donnie,
you have
please
no
don't
idea.
interrupt.
Like
Bobby, Donnie,
Gödel's
please don't
incompleteness
interrupt.
theorem?
I'm just trying to do something for the audience here.
Sure.
I want you without saying any of the information you were saying, Bobby, just go from the beginning slide to the beginning on the screen share. That way, if someone wants to pause it and go back and listen to what you're saying while looking at the screenshots that they could take of those. I'm gonna screen share it one more time. This
Okay.
time I'm gonna see if this goes full screen again, and then
Like this?
just go from where you started, and then take like 2-3 seconds and go through each one real quick. You don't have to talk about them at all, and I'd prefer you didn't, just so we can get through it real quick.
Sure, yeah. All I did was present this one, and
All right. Oh, that's the
then
only
I
one.
pointed out this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Now you guys in the audience know we're gonna go back.
How come there's no humans on that
Okay,
terminology?
You can
Oh,
exit out of
they
it.
have that. No, they have
The
that.
debate was human evolution.
No,
You're
they got-
talking about
they-
everything but humans.
It was a
Bobby.
bunch
Okay,
of
here's all the
lies.
They did
slides,
the monkey
audience.
one right here.
Here's all the slides.
Oh, but how come you didn't
There
account
you
for
go.
the discontinuities we
Okay,
presented?
okay,
separating
guys,
them?
Look,
we
they
gotta
put all
get
the
into the Q&A. We
extinguished
gotta get
stuff.
into the Q&A. Please
That's
stop sharing your
cute.
screen.
It's cute, Bobby. Very cute.
All right.
This is your guys' presentation, not mine.
Yeah, and you
I will
misrepresented
stop sharing it then.
I misrepresented the fake drawings. Oh
Yeah.
no!
All right,
Wow.
guys
you, I
who
got you.
have been super chatting, we're getting to your chats now. Just a moment. First, big thank you to everyone who upgraded their memberships to Debater, Spectator, and the Final Word. Final Word gets to live stream any of the DebateCon live events. So if you got a membership and you want to go upgrade it to that so you can watch, I highly recommend it. Unless you're going in person, that's going to be cool too. So we'll start from the top and get through these. Let's not take too long because we do have quite a bit to get to.
Is it possible that you do like a couple announcements really quick so I can go fill up my water? Is that
Yeah,
okay? Like 2 minutes or 1 minute, maybe.
Unless
Go
the first
for it real
question's for
quick.
me or something.
Okay.
Go for it real quick. First one's actually, I'm going to start with the $20 super chat from Mo Christians AA. This one is to Greg and Bobby. It says, Evos, how can a complex reproductive system evolve through natural selection when the intermediate stages must themselves reproduce and provide a selectable advantage? Evolution requires reproduction, which requires evolution.
I mean, sexual selection is the hallmark of eukaryotic organisms, and we have that constantly. There's tons of different types of reproductive choice and types and genomes and gametes and all those different types. So, we as humans, we're very human centered in our thinking of this, and we think like, what about a half penis, like what's that for or whatever. But in reality, it's like phalluses exist all the way back to like bacteria and sex pili. So it's like we aren't unique, as humans.
And are we allowed to engage a little bit, Mike, like last time?
If Bobby wants to take a quick second, add on anything. If not, we'll turn it over to you, Donnie.
No. Greg can have all the biology questions. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's the problem is, yes, natural selection is essentially differential reproduction. You have sexual selection. We talked about in the debate this threshold, this selective threshold where most mutations are nearly neutral. They're slightly deleterious, but they don't stop reproduction. So the problem is selection only sees the big detrimental mutation. A zebra that's born with one leg that's a little shorter than the other, he's probably going to be first for dinner. But the majority of mutations are not big. They're not highly deleterious. They're slightly deleterious. Selection can't see them. Therefore, they spread through genetic drift. They degenerate. They put shelf lives on genomes. So you're never going to take your microbes to man. You're never going to take your molecules to mammals through sexual selection, genetic drift, mutation. It's just not going to happen, guys.
Yeah, it does, because purifying selection. I mean, this is so basic, man. So again, like you're it's so
selection only acts upon the big mutations.
No.
You dodged, Greg.
No, because
it's a huge advantage to be able to spread the genome around like that. That's a huge advantage.
Not if they're slightly deleterious. It's like rust on a car.
Because the deleterious part could be turning off something and creating like a pseudogene or something like that. So we have tons of examples of that.
Yeah, but pseudogenes act as RNA decoys. They help to regulate their protein coding counterparts. Pseudogenes, we now know most of them are functional DNA units.
Do you think our vitamin C in our human genome is a functional?
No, the gulo pseudogene is most likely due to a mutational hotspot. Did you know that independently in the biological world, many creatures, they've also have a broken vitamin C synthesizing gene because of relaxed selection? A lot of creatures, including humans, take vitamin C in through their diet. And so that gene can be hit with a lot of mutations, but it's not going to stop reproduction, Dr. Greg. And therefore, we can handle a broken gene. Just a fruit bat, from my understanding, people can look into this. A fruit bat, which eats a lot of fruit, gets a lot of vitamin C. They also have, from my understanding, a broken gene, vitamin C synthesizing. It's not because, they're related to other creatures or humans and chimps inherited that mistake from a past. It's because they're independently breaking that gene.
Exactly. Do you think that they have the same mutations that are going to make them a pseudogene?
Well, a lot of them will be the same mutations because they're experiencing the same trauma.
No, they're not, dude. No,
the same disabling mutations.
Premature.
Aren't you talking about the same mutations in
a premature stop codon or something is going to be there for sure, but like we share a lot of the same deleterious mutations and pseudogenes for vitamin C with other apes. I forget which ones. Like,
it doesn't mean we inherited them though.
Yes,
a guinea pig.
Oh my,
Dr. Greg, does a guinea pig also have a broken vitamin C gene?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it does. So does that mean humans and guinea pigs?
That was my question with your fruit bats. The same thing, exactly. So there could be other reasons that you turn off that gene. There could
All
be
right.
tons of
It
different
doesn't have to
reasons.
be through common descent. Is the
Kevin,
point?
it's not inherited.
Yes.
Mutational
Not
hotspot.
Oh my
It doesn't
necessarily.
have to be inherited from a common ancestor. Is the point?
Yes, my
The
dude.
creation
Yes,
model
yes,
can
yeah.
account for it. No,
Flying
are you
squirrels
saying
and flying flying squirrels and
guinea
flying
pig-
snakes aren't related. Yes.
Wait, a guinea pig and a wait, Dr. Greg, a guinea pig and a bat.
Yeah.
That broken vitamin C synthesizing gene, was that inherited from a common ancestor, or did they experience that
I doubt that.
genetic
No.
defect independent? Exactly. So
Exactly.
humans and chimps, same thing.
Yes, but they could be selected for in that same region. They could be selected for to have that deleterious pseudogene. That's the whole reason.
Yeah,
and
but it
they're
doesn't
mammals.
demonstrate
But they're,
ancestry.
yes, it does because they're both mammals. Yes, it does. So why do they both have vitamin C genes?
Okay, guys, we're gonna go on to the next
Because
one.
independently accumulating mutations.
I wanted
Oh
to
my
let y'all riff
God.
on that one for a minute since he sent 20. So thank you very much. The cheap chimp sent $10. He said this was a good debate. Well, thank you.
I enjoyed it.
It was fun. These guys were entertaining. Okay, we got 18 shekels coming in from Shmuel Sperling. He said Adam and Eve were created on Earth, but the snake evolved in Uranus. Changed my mind. Okay, Shmuel, thank you for the shekels. Mo Christians S.A. or AA sent another 5. I just want to read this since he sent the 21st. He said, Evos, even if you are correct, it doesn't rule out creation. It explains how life changes, not how the universe came into existence. Different questions. Quick response to that, and then we'll get jumping into some of these ones up at the top here. I just wanted to hit
So easy.
these big ones real quick.
Just say that evolution is the language that God used in order to make it, and DNA is his language or how he wrote us all. Like that's so easy. You don't have to do this wild conspiracy stuff with flat Earth, young Earth creationism, Noah, all that nonsense.
Yeah,
Well,
you
depend-
continue to
yeah,
say,
let me
you
say this,
continue
Sam,
to
and then throw. I
say-
just want to be real quick, and then Sam. It depends on what you mean by evolution. If by evolution you mean change over time, or changes in allele frequencies and populations over generations, and allele being a genetic variant, then yeah, we can agree that change and adaptation happens. But if by evolution, which is what Dr. Greg and Dr. Bobby believe evolution means, that they're related to grass and ladybugs, well, no, that's a different story. Sam, over to you, brother.
Yeah, I was just going to say, every time you say it's a conspiracy theory, I mean, that's just kind of a low tier retort. I mean, I've already explained that it's competing paradigms. I give you numerous examples of competing paradigms fighting over the proper way to interpret the data. You know, you've got the eternal cosmos, and then the red shift was observed. You know, not everyone even accepts that the red shift should be interpreted as an expansion within the secular paradigm. I mean, this isn't. I mean, you do a lot of giggling, but I mean, that's not a rebuttal, right? Within every field of science, there is the fact, and then there is the interpretation of the fact, even within the secular community. So to say that it's a conspiracy, I mean, that's kind of a juvenile retort, and you've got a PhD. Surely you can do better. I've explained it now multiple times.
Dr. Greg, do you believe you're related to walking sticks?
Hold
Yes.
on, Donnie. If you wanted to respond to Sam first before you ask a question, he's welcome to do that.
No, I just wanted to sneak that in.
Are you flat
Otherwise-
Earth? Are you a flat earther?
No.
No.
There's nothing to fear but the sphere itself. No, we're not a flat earther.
I think, wasn't that one of the first debates that I hosted with you, Donnie?
A flat earth debate? No, I've never done
No?
a flat earth debate.
I swore you were,
I'd
you
probably
were arguing
lose.
against it for once. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to move on
Really
here.
quick. So atheism is like the new flat Earth, because all they do is deny the evidence, right? We present evidence. They didn't present any
So-
evidence. They just
sorry,
deny,
Sam.
deny.
I got to go to these
Atheism is the new
questions.
flat
brother.
Earth, folks. Thanks for showing.
I got to hit the questions. Scientific Origins sent a ton of super chats, so I'm going to read these.
Austin Sims,
Uh,
he's triggered
back-
from our last debate.
I'm going to read these back to back.
Ooh, I bet.
You don't have to respond to all of them, but the ones that are a little bit more, poignant to the conversation, feel free. Is Mount Merca the first member of a population?
Most
he's-
recent common
that one-
ancestor.
Twice, and then he followed it up with, is Mount Merca at a fixed point in time? Parentheses again, no. Am I pronouncing that right, or is there a different way
Well,
to say that?
it's so MT would be mitochondrial, most recent common ancestor.
Oh, got it. I don't know why I'm just reading it as
It's
a
short
place.
form. Oh, okay. So, I mean, there's so much there. Austin Sims and I literally just we did a 2 versus 2 on Raging Tomato. We did a 3.5 hour debate on this. So most recent common ancestor in terms of mitochondrial Eve actually would be the first woman. It doesn't have to be the most recent common ancestor, doesn't have to be the first person. But in this case, the DNA diversity, which is low, the mutation rates are fast. And according to the evolutionary model, this was post hoc retrofitting. Okay. So they didn't predict that all mitochondrial DNA worldwide can be traced back to a single woman. All Y chromosomal DNA can be traced back to a single man. They didn't predict that. But biblical expectations are what? The Bible says God created two people, Adam and Eve. Jesus said from the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. Fits nicely. But the evolutionary model, they have in their story this long out of Africa model where populations exist in thousands, but there's not random mating because they exist in local tribes, different people groups, separated. So if evolution were true, in reality, especially when you bring in Neanderthal DNA and Denisovan DNA, you should expect multiple mitochondrial DNA lines, multiple Y chromosomal lines, and yet we find one mitochondrial line and one Y chromosomal line. So yes, in this case, most recent common ancestor for mitochondrial DNA is Eve, the biblical Eve.
Wait, how related do you think humans are to each other? Like,
all related.
no, but I mean on a species level. Like, how far in the past do we have to go before everyone alive today is related to everyone on Earth X number of years ago?
Well, I showed that. I answered that in the phylogenetic tree of mitochondrial DNA derived from the 1,000 Genomes Project.
But
all
from the
mitochondrial
secular
DNA,
scientists, from the secular scientists,
200,000 years ago.
No, it's like no, on a species level, our species moves together. We intermix all over the place, right?
And your most recent common ancestor is
literally like
15.
Yeah, common ancestor. That's a different question than how long in the past do you have to go before all the humans are related to all the humans today, right?
Right.
So the lineages that didn't die off, right? And it's about 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. That's approximately the time frame it takes for all humans to intermix with each other.
We're looking at the
right?
bigger picture, though, like Parsons and Haugesser.
There's literally a paper by mathematicians. It's called every kid or every child is a.
You're missing the point, though. We're taking worldwide mitochondria.
Every baby's a royal baby. It's a number file video. They literally go over this. They even take into account like migration patterns and such. Right?
It doesn't work.
This is very well known because that's in general how it works. Species move.
It doesn't work though.
As a whole, yes, they do.
It doesn't work for you though.
The lineages that don't stay within the species,
a basic
they die
question,
off.
Doc. Okay,
They
Dr.
die
Bobby.
off.
So how do you explain low diversity, average 20 to 30 differences separating people from the Eve consensus sequence and a fast mutation rate? How do you account for that?
So when I briefly looked at the paper, again, I'm not a biologist, but my understanding is that the Eve that you're talking about is being presented in a hypothetical fashion as the woman that we all got this particular mutation from.
Right. So how do you explain why there's such low diversity?
It's not an indication that there was one woman on the planet.
Yeah,
no one ever said that.
All right. Apologies, I had to mute both of you real quick because Scientific Origin sent 3 other super chats that are all kind of intermingled with this specific topic, and I want to just read these out. That way you don't talk about them before I can read them, and then it's just kind of going in circles. But if you already did cover some of these points, pointed out, Scientific Origin said mitochondrial mutation rate is greater than the substitution rate. Followed up by SFT, why do you cherry pick studies that prove you wrong? Followed by show us your numbers / calculations for MTMRCA. And then last one I'll read real quick. Or last 2 I'll read because he sent
that's a
lot. Bunch. Yeah, he did send a bunch. Does mtDNA experience strong purifying selection? And no papers SFT cites actually supports his claims. So got those.
Austin's pretty triggered by our last. So there's a lot there, Mike. I should put a timer. How long do I have? 2 minutes?
Let's see. That was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. He sent about $20 to $30 worth of super chats. I haven't read all of them yet, but I'm gonna mix in some other ones here after this batch to be efficient with getting other people's comments.
Take about an hour, Donnie. Take about an hour.
No, I'm gonna put a solid 2 minutes on the clock here to answer these 3 $2 ones, and you could start with the mitochondrial mutation rate greater than the substitution rate. And then why do you cherry pick studies? Show us your numbers. Those are the first three.
Yeah, but very simply, in my opening statement, I assumed our interlocutors would be prepared, and they weren't. And I don't mean that in a mean way. They just weren't. And so I showed, in case they invoked selection to slow down the mutation rate in mitochondrial DNA, I showed the graph where Dr. Rob Carter has already looked at that. And I also showed a paper, Howell, where he pointed out that there's in-house debate, even in the conventional literature, where many secular scientists would argue that no, selection doesn't necessarily work to slow down the rate enough to go from 6,500 years to 200,000 years. So yes, mitochondrial DNA being haploid, non-recombining, when you graph it out, when you quantify the data, the rate slowdowns just a little bit. And so your observed neutral rate still approximates the fixation rate, the long-term substitution rate, which is basic population genetics. And so we can do the math. It's been done. Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson did the math on the whole mitochondrial genome. He has, based on a Ding et al. Paper, he did a lot of work. He was diligent. The rate, if I remember correctly, whole mitochondrial genome is roughly 0.1, I think it is, every generation.
45 seconds left.
One every 10 generations. And so if you do the math, average differences 20 to 30, max differences 120. Also account for the fact that from the flood to Babel, you'd have women and people in general living hundreds of years, passing on more mutations, and the math fits perfectly. We don't find hundreds of thousands of years in the mitochondrial chromosome. We only find a few thousand. There you go.
Okay, Dr. Greg, if you want to take a quick sec to respond to that as well. Austin did say that there are questions for the whole panel.
Yeah, I mean, again, no evidence that humans can live this long. Like, they just presuppose that, like, oh yeah, of course, Adam and Eve lived until 900 years old. Noah did too. He was 800 years old. Like, no evidence for any of this stuff. Like, it's just wild how they cherry pick data to push conspiracies, meanwhile showing no affirmative data or any type of studies or experiments on their own. I mean, all it is are these weird mutation rates that are conflating, somatic versus germline and all these different the conserved versus hypervariable regions of the genomes of the mitochondria. I mean, why you have to think about that? Why, why hasn't he actually done any research to show this through peer-reviewed journals and stuff? I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious why.
Okay, we're gonna move on here. Donnie, don't jump in, please.
I'm not done either. Can I just?
Oh,
say
sorry, I thought Donnie was talking.
I just
Sam,
wanted to say one thing.
Yeah, just real quick.
one sec. Go.
So yeah, I mean that. Unfortunately, Dr. Greg, like you just need to get outside of your echo chamber. The secular community right now has paper. You can just type it up in your computer. Somebody today will live to be 1,000. There's TED Talks on it. And what they're doing is they're fixing mutated genes that are related to longevity. And this is the secular community. This has people who have nothing to do with this debate. And so what's the age? Another coincidence, right? All these coincidences that line up with the biblical narrative. What's the age they pick? 1,000. And so, yeah, the human genome, if you correct all of these broken areas that are related to longevity, and of course the environment's going to have some factor in there. But yeah, you can add multiple years, many years to one's life. So, I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Dude, that was David R. Liu's gene editing tools that he used through directed evolution, and he created through evolution, by the way. Go ahead, Dr. Bobby.
All right, Dr. Bobby's response, and then we're going to move on here.
Just real quick. Again, I'm trying to reemphasize this point. I posted in the chat the number file video that everyone could go watch, right? That goes over specifically the relationship that human beings have to our ancestors. In particular, I want to point out, and I think this has been deceptively presented over and over again, no reputable scientist has said that there's a single woman named Eve. They've all said we're all related to possibly a single woman. No one has said the entire population went down to one woman. That's not true. There were women. as far as we know, there were plenty of women. There were whatever, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. At no point did we go down to a single person. That's absolutely not true. No one has said that or proven that, and certainly the data doesn't support that, right?
I should get the last word since it was for us, right?
Because
Mike,
that would be
I
a
can do it in
bobottleneck, and we
30
don't have any
seconds.
proof of that.
there's-
Exactly right.
Yes.
No
correct.
rules
for us.
exactly
So
on
can I have the
no
last
rules
word?
exactly on the open on the questions here from the audience. It's just a matter of time, and I need to make
I
sure I
take
get
20
through all
seconds?
these.
Just to be fair, because because there was a lot thrown at me there. So I'll say notice
Well,
how
there's
Dodge got
going to be a lot more, so that's why I want to get through the questions.
literally 20
Sorry, Donnie.
seconds. 20 seconds. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I presented a challenge. If the evolutionary model is true, you'd expect multiple mitochondrial DNA lineages based on the out of Africa story. So these guys are just simply not really addressing anything. So go ahead.
Okay.
But math, bro.
I don't scientific origins. I don't have.
I presented
the,
math. I presented actual math.
Yeah, and it didn't show that
doesn't
you related
comport
to
with
chips.
reality, though, does it?
I know. I understand how clusters work. Huh.
Right. It
Interesting.
doesn't
So-
comport with
So you were
reality.
related to a chimp because of math?
Yeah.
Next one
Yes,
is from
that's what the
The
taxonomical
math
line
refutes
shows.
you. 70% difference in Y chromosomes. I'm sorry, Mike. Go.
Oh my god.
I don't like you using the mute button, but I got to, Donnie. I'm sorry. Ducks Y for 5 says, was that condescending opening statement hard to write? Let me see if he said a name at the end of that one. He said, why is the answer yes? I don't know who he's talking to about. That was sent in a long time ago. But that was from Ducks Y. Thank you. One more I'll just get through real quick is Creationist Crybaby 999 for 5. It says Sam/SFT. Evolution relies upon well-defined processes such as mutation and natural selection. Describe your proposed designer and his design process.
Yeah, no problem. That was for me, right? So yeah, we call that, as Donnie said, the created heterozygosity hypothesis. And regarding the designer, so I made an argument in my opening that God is necessary for intelligibility, for math, which I'm so disappointed that our PhD mathematician didn't engage with. Unity
I
and
will
diversity
engage with you.
for that which dictates anything that's possible or impossible. So you gotta bring something more to the table than, as Donnie says, ducking, dipping, diving, dodging. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I mean,
All right, quick response from the other two.
I will happily debate you on logic, Sam. I would love to. I don't know why you're expecting 10-second rebuttals to how logic works in the middle of a evolution discussion. But I mean,
it doesn't say evolution. The topic was not evolution. The talk was Adam and Eve versus evolution. I gave a positive argument in my
high-dimensional
high-dimensional
information clustering and pathing. What?
Did I make it part of the debate? Did I make it part of the debate?
At the beginning?
Yeah.
You presented a large number of philosophy topics. And again, I would have been happy to diverge the conversation. I would have been happy to diverge the conversation.
Did I make it part of the debate? And did you guys engage
so
with
the answer is no.
Very good.
Yes,
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
The debate was not philosophical. I asked you what decidability is. You didn't know.
No, I made it philosophical.
Can you even state Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
Yeah.
Can you tell me the difference between first order logic and zeroth order logic?
Incompleteness theorem is that something can't be proven according to math. The problem that you're going to have though is
false. It's only true in first order logic, and it's only true about arithmetic. It's not true about every system.
Okay,
there's plenty of first order systems that are consistent and complete.
Dr. Bobby, does logic have
you do not know Gödel's incompleteness theorem. I got you.
That's fine. Does logic have preconditions?
No, we make it up. It's in a book.
Logic doesn't have preconditions?
No, I could literally pull out a book for you. It says
the basic laws of logic. When you want to say
what's the definition of true? You tell me what's the definition of true. What's the definition of true? You know what? I'll just tell you. True is an axiom that we've declared to be true, or a derivation of axioms. That's the definition. That's what true means.
This is a blunder.
That's what true means in a logic system. It's made up. We made
There
up
are
the
multiple
definition of
definitions
true.
of truth.
It's made up.
There's coherence
So,
theory. There's
here's
some
the thing.
guessed
Here's the thing.
explanation
And
theory. There's truth is that which.
All right, guys, I had to stop that. We're circling a drain here. It doesn't feel like we're getting to the point where we can hit that cleanly at an endpoint. So sorry. Tengu VPR since 5 and says, I'm just here to support Big Mike and eat some popcorn. It's been a popcorn debate. Thank you. We got one from Mentally Chill for 5. SFT, how does a disembodied... Wait, where is he? Where'd he go? Donnie! Donnie!
He ran
He's
from
in
the
the
debate, you
washroom.
guys. I hope you're
Wow. That's going to get clipped.
Genetic entropy got him. That was the.
he got raptured because, you know, that's what happens.
Okay, we'll skip that one for now and we'll come back to it here in a second. There's a ton from Scientific Origins we haven't got to. We'll get there, Austin. Don't worry. Dang, that one's to SFT as well. Okay, here we go. Kevin Blackwell Welder, good to see you in the super chats again. $5. He says, for Evo side, can you name a single mutation that has been observed to have gone from sub 10% fixation to more than 90% fixation across an entire species?
From memory, no. I mean, but there are examples of, you know, like lizards and stuff that are going into caves that basically they had functioning eyes, and then the eyes become a source of infection, so they accumulate deleterious mutations to create eyes, and then they basically evolve not to have eyes anymore because the ones that don't have eyes are more fit.
So loss of eyes, therefore evolution.
Yeah, that's how evolution works sometimes. Yeah.
Isn't that going the wrong way, though?
No.
We're going to
Don't we
circle
have-
back.
Yeah.
That's not going to take fish to fisherman.
Like
That's
we have
not.
fish eyes, and then we develop like a membrane to hold.
Well, that's
our
your
eye,
evolutionary
and then we
philosophy.
developed
That's not
another
science.
lens to fix the fish eye in the back. So
Yeah,
we-
that's
we
your
have-
evolutionary philosophy. You've been sold a lie, Bobby. I'd go get your money back.
No,
from that.
we see it in
No,
transition.
seriously,
we literally
you've been
see it
fooled
in
into it. You should get
things
your money back.
today.
Whoever taught you. If
I'm
Dr.
not-
Greg taught you that, I'd get your money
Not
back.
the unk alerts, guys. Don't just pick up my whole screen when you do that. Okay, this was for SFT when you were in the bathroom. He says, how does a disembodied mind make anything from nothing?
How does a
Actually,
disembodied mind make everything from nothing?
Anything was the specific word.
Well, if you're starting from the scripture, the first cause, Sam, why don't we hand that to you? This is more your expertise.
Yeah, no problem.
That's
Yeah,
no
the Bible
problem.
says that God spoke everything into existence. And so you could say, well, I don't really know how that works. I mean, even within quantum physics, I'm sure as Bobby would like to say, there's some hypothesis that would say that the collapse of the wave needs an observer. And so if that's the case, then everything that exists, you're going to have a problem because you would need an outside observer.
What's
There's
an observer?
arguments for the first, I'll be done in a second. There's arguments for, for example, if you reject that something is metaphysically first, then how do you get something that's metaphysically second? If everything within your system is contingent states of affairs, then what is it that's non-contingent that provides for all states of contingency? Maybe Bobby can answer those.
Yeah. What's an observer?
Well, I mean, you tell me, bud. It's not a
No, in
that's not an
physics.
answer
I'm
to my
asking
question.
you, what's an observer in physics?
Well,
When they do
you
an
have to
experiment,
answer
what's
my
an observer?
question. The bottom line is, if what you
So, like,
tell me what's
it
an
is-
observer.
here,
Can
let me
a
put it to you
quantum
this way.
wave
Let me put it to you
collapse
this way.
without an observer?
Is a
What's an
piece of
observer?
plastic, like literally a polarized film, is that an observer?
If you have a state
Yes.
of affairs where everything is in a
Yes.
wave, right? Think this through. Do you have a piece
Yes.
of plastic? If everything
piece of
that
plastic.
exists is
Yes.
listen, Bobby, you got to
Mhm.
behave. If everything that exists, everything, the
hilarious.
entirety of everything that exists is in the form of a wave, is there something exterior to that as an observer, be it a piece of plastic or the booger in your nose? I don't know. You tell me. If everything that exists is in the form of a wave, what's the
No.
observer?
The dishonest position here is that you are trying to conflate the word observer, as is used anecdotally, to talk about people observing
I
things.
grant
And
you
in physics, that is
or a
not the
piece of
case.
plastic. It's not
Observer
an
is simply any type of instrumentation, whether or not there's a person there or anyone
Right.
is available to even read the data, or the data gets destroyed before we can even read it, right? Like
I'll ask
none of
again,
that is
Bobby.
even remotely related to
Bobby,
the
I'll ask
thing,
again.
which
If
is,
everything that
again, the
exists
observer
is in
can
the
be a
form of a
piece of
wave,
plastic.
what is the observer? That's what I asked you. What is it? If
The
everything that
observer
exists,
is any measurement.
if
Any
everything-
measurement.
Bobby,
Any measurement.
Bobby, try to focus. Lock in, buddy. Lock
Yes.
in. If
Measurement.
everything that exists,
Measurement.
every single thing, measurement,
Yes.
that's just an abstraction. If everything that exists is in the form of a wave,
Okay, a
is
piece
there
of
an
plastic.
observer? Yes or no?
Yeah, plastic.
What is it? Plastic would be part within the set of everything that exists
Yeah.
in a wave.
We only know of what exists in the real world. What
Bobby,
are you
this is
talking
basic
about?
stuff here. Bobby, listen.
So plastic.
Within the set of
Plastic is an
everything that
observer,
exists,
or an example of an observer, I
Is,
should
is
say.
plastic in the set of everything that exists?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if
Yes.
everything
And that's
that
all we
exists-
know of until you prove otherwise.
So bad.
All right, sorry,
So
Sam. We
bad.
got to get to the next questions here. DuxY sent 5 and then another 2 to say, why didn't Donnie discuss the sweeping conclusions in the context of a limited study? He's hiding. That's why. Parentheses, and he knows better. And then ended it with, Donnie/Sam, explain where trads XX come from.
So, okay, so it was directed at me. Can you? I
You
have
said
an
Donnie
answer
or
for him.
Sam at
Yeah,
the
well, I want to make sure that I'm addressing his question correctly. Can you read his first part to me?
first one seems a little rhetorical. Why didn't Donnie discuss the sweeping conclusions in the context of a limited studies? Well, he said limited studies, but I'm pretty sure he meant
Right. Okay. And
context of
that's what I
limited
thought.
study.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. So in my opening statement, which was completely dodged, but that's okay. It's a great time to be a biblical creationist. We have the data. Genetics is the best way to answer this question of ancestry. We've got the mutation rate data. We got the genome-wide functionality data, which overturns their best arguments for human evolution, like ERVs and pseudogenes. And I show directly from these papers why their conclusions and inferences, for example, on my screen, I won't share it though, Madrigal et al. In 2012. They said, we argue that until the cause of these discrepancies between the pedigree observed rates, which are fast, and the phylogenetic long-term substitution rates, which are slow, they say will be fully understood, both estimates, both lower estimates and higher direct estimates, such as those obtained in the study, should be considered. So no, there's a lot of in-house debate, and you can see that in these papers, but they've not come to a solid conclusion as to why the rates are so fast, why the DNA diversity is so low. How do we slow down the rate? And every time that they attempt, you can look at these papers like Tristan da Cunha, which looks at the Tristan da Cunha island, Soares et al. You can see the Canary Islands there. King et al. Is another study. None of these work to answer the discrepancy. But as creationists, we can sit back and say, yeah, DNA diversity is low, mutation rates are fast. This is biblical time. It contradicts the human evolutionary model.
But Donnie, they said that there's no disagreement on anything.
Right. We're cherry picking.
Yeah, there's no
It's
disagreement
a slogan.
anywhere.
It's a slogan.
All right, short
I think Dr.
response.
Greg should get a shirt that
All right.
says you just
Everything's
cherry-picked that.
intuitive knowledge, apparently.
Short response from Greg or Bobby here, and then we'll move on to the next one.
So
Tell
bad.
me I cherry picked, Greg. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just conflating like mutation and substitution rates again. I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again, dude. It's crazy.
Do you
Go ahead,
disagree with
Dr. Bobby.
Fatuma when he
Go
says
ahead.
the observed rate, the neutral rate approximates the fixation rate? Yes or no?
I haven't read that paper. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's basic population genetics.
I don't know what. I haven't read that paper.
Basic population.
Neutral
What did
rate
you answer?
approximates the fixation
Cherry
rate.
picked paper. Yeah. I
It's
got
not
you.
cherry.
don't know what
This
you're-
is
I don't-
any basic population genetics textbook.
All right, Donnie.
Neutral rate approximates fixation rate.
This is a moment for them to respond, not for you to ask
Look it up.
questions.
Ask AI, Dr. Greg, right now. Ask ChatGPT.
So again, like 99.9% of the biologists and microbiologists
such a
and
strong
people in medicine
population.
and everywhere else, they do not they do not agree with whatever positions you guys are taking in terms of demonstrating that human beings are only 6,000 years old, right? Like this is not held by anyone, including the people in the papers that you're citing, right? They're not saying that there's
Not
one
right.
Eve, right? No, you're wrong. You're just lying about what they said. No one said there's a single woman that we all came from. This is just flat out lie, right? Like the point The point is, no model's been presented tonight. 0 models been presented for Akines. 0, right? There's no demonstration that this is even possible. And more importantly, I literally presented mathematical modeling that shows that this can't possibly be. There's just no way. Tell me the variance of dimension I should have used.
All right, real quick.
Like,
No,
what
no,
I
Mike,
made it okay.
You
since
could
it's directed
wrap-
at me, can I get a
I
last
know.
word?
Yeah.
No,
be
we
real
gotta
quick.
move
It'll
on.
be
Sorry,
real
but
quick.
Last
I think
word.
everything that you're probably about to say is going to be related to these next couple
Fair.
questions from scientific origin. So I'm just going to read these real quick and then figure out a way to weave it together. Scientific origin says, does mtDNA experience strong purifying selection? And no papers SFT cites actually support his claims.
Okay, so a few things. Dr. Bobby, he loves to say right after everything that he says that's wrong. So no, every time he says right, just replace it, substitution mutation.
Take my
It's actually
class.
wrong, completely wrong, okay? I challenged them early in the discussion to point out one of the authors of the papers that I cited from the conventional literature, Dr. Rob Carter, PhD, marine biologist, geneticist, he's done a ton of work. He's a young earth creationist. One of the papers I cited was written by him. So no, it's just wrong to say that no geneticist or no biologist agrees that mitochondrial Eve is the biblical Eve, okay? I already addressed the purifying selection argument many times. I showed the graph from Dr. Rob Carter showing that, yeah, selection works a little bit, okay? And Dr. Greg earlier was saying, oh, somatic cell mutations and germ cell No, these studies like Parsons and Howell et al. And Arnadaughter, they know that they can tell what's somatic. They can tell what's germline. I mean, if you get a somatic cell mutation, like a skin cell, that'd be a somatic cell mutation. That's not going to be just fixed and inherited in every single cell, okay? But an inherited mutation, you can generally tell based on high frequency, okay, this is an inherited mutation. And even if you go with a conservative number, whether it's a D-loop or whole mitochondrial chromosome, you still get an Eve that's just thousands. You never get an Eve that's hundreds of thousands of years. So yeah, his assertion, purifying, yeah, it works a little bit, but it does almost nothing to change the observed neutral rate from the long-term substitution rate.
Okay. Guys, if you don't mind, there's just a couple more that are all thrown in together, and I'd really like to get through these so they're not just one scientific origin after another, and we just answer them all as best you can. But first, we got Creationist Crybaby 999 for 5 says, for Lucy, the ratio of humerus to femur is 84.6, which compares to 71.8% for modern humans and 97.8% for chimps. Explain using your creation model.
Yeah, that's why I pointed out it's the differences that make all the difference. I have an entire presentation for sake of time. I won't go through. I showed some images on the screen. The fossil data just went completely unaddressed, and that's okay. We're largely focusing on biology and genetics, but we're showing that the lower quality science, like fossil data, actually matches the higher quality science, like genetics. So yeah, differences make all the difference. So there are some similarities. Take the pelvis of chimps, humans, and the Australopithecines like Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis. And there's discontinuities, like the ischium part of the pelvis, for example. If I remember correctly at the top of my head, it's short in humans, short in ancient humans like Neanderthals, Floresiensis, that's Hobbit, there's some debate there. But it's long for climbing adaptations in extant apes, and it's also longer in Australopithecines like Lucy. So there's a discontinuity. That's why you can read in their papers, they'll say that Lucy, here's the last thing. Here's
to get there.
Okay. So Lucy walked upright, but in a clumsy, bent hip, bent knee type way. Then you have the hyoid. So to answer his question, our creation model focuses on what, Mike? Big Mike? The discontinuities, and those are what continue to be dodged.
Okay. Greg and Bobby, go ahead, give a quick response to that. Try not to end it on a question if you could.
Is this our final closing or something? Or
no, I'm just trying to get through these comments so that we don't spend another hour.
It'll be done.
I don't know. It's additional straw manning and pulling out quotes and not looking at any papers. And
The evolutionist
so
soundboard strikes
here's the
again.
thing. Here's the thing
Slogans
again.
at this
Donnie,
point.
This is so
Slogans.
what the
bad
hell,
for you,
man?
Doctor.
It's
Like,
slogans.
I
after
know.
slogan.
You're losing so bad
Let
because
him,
you
let
don't
him,
know
let him
any
just
of the
say
mathematics. I
piece
totally
real quick,
understand.
and
I
if you
very
want to
much
wrap
understand you don't know any of the math. Right?
something in your next response, there's more comments aimed at you guys. So just
So
sit
I
tight.
just wanted to reiterate one thing, right? Again, Dr. Gregg and I would be happy to completely overturn the theory of evolution. We'd be happy to take that position. We need evidence. We need peer-reviewed literature. We need decades of demonstration of a new model that works. We need an actual model for kinds, right? What we don't want is that the math doesn't even work. I can make an Excel spreadsheet and I can't even get clusters to do what you're saying. Like this is not what we don't want that, right? We want to be able to actually understand the model, right?
So really quick. So are you familiar with the plum pudding model?
The plum pudding model? No, never.
Saturation model? It's an atomic model.
All right, well, let's
Saturation
focus on
atomic
answering.
model?
I'm almost done. I have
Sam,
one
we got to
here.
focus
why are
on
we
answering
talking about
the
a point here?
questions from the
Model?
audience. This
Why
isn't
are
a
we going
Q&A
into
for you,
atomic
unfortunately,
theory?
Sam.
Well,
Sorry, Bo.
Do you know what one-point compactification
Yeah, the
is?
Bohr
All
model.
right, okay, Bobby.
Do you know what
Bobby.
one-point compactification
All right,
is?
Bobby.
The point here is that there are numerous mathematical models historically that have been false. So just pointing to some mathematical model and say whoop-de-doo doesn't mean that it comports with reality. That's been my argument with you the whole time, even though you
Okay.
can't ground math.
All right. We gotta move on there. We really gotta cool it on the asking each other questions instead of just strictly responding to the super chats. That wastes a lot of time. I know it's a lead into your point, but you could just go straight to the point. It would be the easiest and painless way to go about this process. Okay, because there is quite a bit more that I want to blast through. Guys, if you send like $32 super chats, next time I'm not going to read all of them. Just try to be more succinct because it gets a little confusing too. All right, so next one is from Scientific Origins again. We got, is mtDNA non-recombining? Yes, equals slower substitutions. And then SFT, why don't you account for cavemen / Denisovians or Denisovans? And then he's got two more, but I want you to quick response, pithy, as James likes to say, to those two.
I mean, those are some pretty big questions. I'll put a timer so I don't go over.
I mean, is
a minute and a half.
mtDNA non-recombining? I would say that's a yes or no question.
It's non, but his point of both. So, okay, I'll answer quickly then. 30 seconds to a minute. Mitochondrial DNA is haploid. It's non-recombining. We have autosomal nuclear DNA, right? Because we're diploid. So we have 2 chromosome 1s, 2 chromosome 2s, but we do have uniparentally inherited DNA. So Y chromosome mitochondrial DNA. It's haploid, non-recombining. But no, that doesn't mean that the substitution rate slows down a ton. I already showed for the 10th time in the graph that Dr. Rob Carter already considered this. And you can see that selection works a little bit. And even with some beneficial mutations going down horizontally, it doesn't substantially change the neutral rate by the substitution rate. And another reason is because in your out of Africa model, the evolutionist model, again, you have thousands and thousands of years where populations are smaller, isolated, broken up into tribes. And so you're going to have, during that time period, faster rates of fixation. So it all balances out in the end, gentlemen. Oh, and then Neanderthals was the next one.
Oh my God, stream's evolving again. So yeah, that second question was SFT. Why don't you account for cavemen's Denisovans?
Yes, I did, and I did in my debate with Austin Sims. Okay, Austin Science Denying Sims. In my opening statement here, I showed the papers with hypermutation in real families, 7-fold more mutations in a single generation. Neanderthals, we understand, were in smaller populations, highly inbred. They had a high genetic load. I could show you that in papers, okay? If the creation model, assuming the creation model is true, they would have branched off either right before Babel or after Babel. And so if they're living in caves or nearby uranium rocks, because the flood would have some heat, energy, and radiation produced, that would speed up their mutation rates. I think their differences are like maybe 170 to 180. So still very easy to account for with some hypermutation, faster rates of fixation. And I've shown that that is a valid extrapolation because we have papers today where hypermutation is a reality.
Okay, 2 back to back from Scientific and then Sydney Raptor. These are both just kind of similar questions, so you can just answer them back to back. You don't have to give long explanations or anything for these. Austin says, why do you always dodge debates with Dr. Dan? And then Sydney says, why are you always ducking a debate with Dapper?
Okay. Firstly, I debated Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal formally going back like 5 years ago on Neanderthal. So how can I dodge him?
Okay. And
Second,
then Dapper.
And well, I want to say this. We've done open mic debate challenges 2 in the last month. Dan was invited, could have joined. And on our Raging Tomato debate, there was an hour open mic. He could have, no one's running, okay? Dapper Dino, he thinks he's intimidating. I don't really want to debate someone I just don't like. So that's why I don't debate Dapper Dino. Yeah, right. Dr. Dan, we've already debated in the past. We'll debate again in the future.
I imagine if you took a little more time to be a little more cordial in your discussion with other people, then they.
This is me being cordial, Bobby. So you don't want to see me being aggressive.
You literally insulted me in the very first moment you could, and you've literally interjected.
I said you dodged. That's not an insult, Bobby.
You dodged 15 of my questions. I wrote them down.
No, you dodged every single one of our arguments.
What LDA is, dodge, SE, dodge, standard deviation.
None of that
dodge,
shows.
Test statistic, dodge,
all
alpha.
of that is statistical.
What's an alpha level? Dodge,
I know
confidence
all of those
dodge.
has to do
Tell
with
me about high dimensional sparsity, dodge.
I understand. Right? All of that
we have
has
1
to do with
point compactification.
Statistic
I know
variability.
You don't know anything about that.
Bobby.
All of those are statistical terms.
Right.
I already pointed out, Bobby, I know you're excited. I already pointed out that you can statistically arrange organ. You're excited. You're being demolished. Let me finish my sentence.
There was a machine learning
I pointed out in my rebuttal that you dodged the topic.
I don't know my
statistically, the beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine. You can statistically arrange organisms into morphological or taxonomic hierarchies, but classification itself is not genealogy. The critical question here
is extracted from those?
Dude, I'm trying to finish my thoughts. None of your arguments here today demonstrate that humans and chimps are related, and you dodged our fossil and genetic level discontinuities. You did no favors for your burden of proof.
If they weren't related, you wouldn't get paths.
Yes, you're making false assumptions on what the creation model predicts in terms of overlap and hierarchy. If God created hierarchically,
dimension and variance.
All right, guys. We got one for the other side here. We're gonna move on. I'm not gonna let it devolve into back and forth on this front too long. This one just came in from Vex for 10 for the evolutionists. What came first, the chicken or the egg, or dinosaur or the egg?
I thought that there were eggs before chickens, like different types of eggs before chickens. So I think that's and this, oh my gosh, this Dan Carter guy, Rob Carter guy is so funny. I saw one of his videos. He made the argument that the Noah's Ark had like little mini organisms on there, like little mini animals. That's how he like gets all the space stuff. So
like Spy Kids 2.
Well, why wouldn't you have babies or teen animals? I mean, isn't the whole point of reproduction? You're going to bring older animals ready to die?
So
it makes
funny,
sense.
dude.
No, what's funny, Dr. Greg, is you believe you're related to grass, and that's science.
Lizards. It's lizards, right? Lizards turned into T-Rexes. That's where they.
Are you related to a lizard, Bobby?
Yes, of course. Everything on Earth is related.
Yeah, that's your philosophy. That's your evolutionary philosophy.
We literally have data point after data point after. Why is everything the same? Like chirality, right? Like, what that just magically happened?
No.
Like what? If you were a deity,
we live on the same planet,
mix it up a little
same
bit.
environment,
Like,
similarity,
over
DNA,
here,
RNA, proteins.
Chirality over there. But no, you just decided, you know what? I'm going to make everything look like it's related.
All right,
it doesn't look
for axiomatic.
Just your assertion.
You mean designed, right? You mean designed?
No, there's
Bobby. This one's for you. It says AR. This is from Scientific again, Austin. AR, you think Donnie understood your opening at all?
No, clearly not.
He followed it up.
He seems to make the mistake repeatedly, right? That like when you reduce data down to like 2 dimensions, that he's making like false statements about what that means. Like there's issues when you reduce data down to 2 dimensions like that. And those are things you have to be aware of. That's why I showed a graph where I showed clusters, and then I pointed out that they're 99% sparse between each other. Right, I calculated it out in the high.
You'd expect that if God created hierarchically. It's the discontinuities you need to address.
No, but your
Bobby.
brain would say those look close to each other.
Yeah,
that's what you would have said.
That's why genetics is the best. See, here's the thing. Even today, within the same species, oftentimes you
hurts.
find
I
more
understand.
variation than across species. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to morphology, when it comes to
I
anatomy
know.
and fossil data, it's more difficult. But that's why I showed work from Dr. Todd Wood,
Yeah.
creationists, baraminologists, where they show the same thing, clustering, and actually
Yeah.
focused on the topic. Are
Mhm.
you okay? Are you okay? Do you need help or something?
No,
I can hear
I'm
you.
just wondering when you're going to answer the question
You're
about
excited. Well,
clusters.
I am
That's all.
answering it. Okay. You have false
Yeah.
assumptions when the real empirical data contradicts your statistical analyses. It does nothing to show that you're related to a
variable was
chimp. I already
false?
showed the
D or the
clustering.
V? I only introduced two variables, D or
Yeah,
V.
it does nothing to
Which one
show
was
that you're
wrong?
related to a chimp. Okay,
The
Bobby?
D or the
Oh
V?
my God.
I put them in
All
a
right,
table.
so
D,
Sydney
V.
Raptor sent too and said, Donnie, why don't you actually connect DNA to Adam and Eve?
Why don't I connect DNA to Adam and Eve? That's exactly what we did.
Okay, well they can go back and look at that. Austin sent 5 back to back, so I'm gonna read these real quick, and then I think we're getting close to the bottom here, so let's just hammer through these as short of a response as you can muster here. Why difference was a big surprise. That is a quote. Not only was this not surprising to evolutionary biologists, it's mathematically necessary. Entire genome, arrow, a MRCA.
No.
And then SFT, if your incorrect methodology and apply it to the rest of the genome, you get times way outside the YEC timeline over 10,000 times 6,000 years old. Wrecked. Okay, go ahead.
That's because that's a straw man. Creatious, we explain the vast majority of autosomal nuclear DNA differences. I talked about this in my rebuttal. The created heterozygosity model, which was never addressed. We predict genome-wide functionality. That's what we've shown makes genetic entropy even more of a problem, okay? So created heterozygosity means the majority of DNA differences in autosomal nuclear DNA is created. So yeah, you can't get a time to most recent common ancestor there. But we agree with the evolutionists that DNA differences in your uniparentally inherited DNA compartments like mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome, those are due to mutations. So we have a direct head-to-head test, and that's why we look to your observed mutation rates in these DNA compartments, DNA diversity, and we show, wow, this DNA diversity from an Eve consensus sequence or from a Y chromosome Noah, we can explain this in 4,500 years. The last thing I'll say, any evolutionist, show me where you predicted. They keep saying, oh, it was expected. Okay, show me where you predicted before finding a single mitochondrial DNA ancestor and a single Y chromosomal ancestor because, and here's the punchline, Mike, and I'm done. The out of Africa model, the way the demographic population structure is, how people existed, Neanderthal, Denisovan DNA, we should find multiple mitochondrial lineages. We should find more diversity, but we don't.
Real quick, Life in HD in the comments here, he found a very unique way to connect Adam and Eve and DNA. So DNA is just and backwards. So it's Adam, DNA backwards, Eve. That was
There you go.
genius, bro.
That is
In
genius.
the comments.
It's the best
He
evidence
deserves
that
a
they've
shout out.
given all debate. There it is.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take
I like
it.
that rhetoric, Dr. Gracie. I like good rhetoric. I ain't
I
gonna.
would being honest,
Good.
you know.
He's a good sport.
All right. Orthodox Phronesis for 5 says, I'm convinced Canada is a giant testing ground for the elite to do social engineering based on Dr. Greg's education. Dr. Greg, rebuttal?
Oh no, they found my real identity and I'm Canadian. Oh man.
I'm Canadian too. You're probably
Oh.
proud to be in the same country as me, right, Dr. Greg?
No, I completely lied just then.
Oh no. We're gonna have to do an in-person debate then.
Okay.
Just a couple Canadians coming together, different worldviews, different beliefs.
We'll have to see how good your slap shot is.
Oh yeah, there you go. Well, I'm more of a baseball player, but I'll do some hockey with you.
Jeez.
I used to work at a hockey store growing up, so
Sharpen some skates.
yeah, oh yeah.
I wish it snowed more in Texas, but I like that it doesn't too. Mentally Chill for 5 says, I noticed neither SFT or Sam didn't answer my question. How does something come from nothing? If God is made of nothing and created from nothing. And before you respond, I just want to read another from Orthodox Phronesis for 5. He said, Big Mike seeing Uncle Alert be like, yeah, that's true. It just takes up my whole screen. Okay, go ahead, guys. Why didn't you answer Mentally Chill's question?
Yeah, so if everything that exists is in the form of a wave, then that would include the piece of plastic. Okay. So if everything that exists, the entirety of what you call reality, is in the form of a wave, then necessarily the observer would need to be from outside. But yeah, the Bible says that God spoke it into existence. Okay, how he did it, the Bible
That would
doesn't
make
say.
quantum experiments impossible, according to you.
Well, no, because quantum experiments take place when they are in what you would consider an observer.
Are you saying a
something that would be
polarized
observing it.
lens is the act of God revealing the measurement to us?
So I also gave two other reasons, and so one of
That's a
those would
dodge.
be
Okay, that's a dodge.
was
Dodge.
asking what it is that
Dodge.
is metaphysically first,
Daru,
provides for
I
all
don't know what the
cases
D's
of
are. I'm
contingency.
sorry.
Well, I think the one that actually dodged was you, because when you
What's a
invoke a piece of
qubit?
plastic, excuse me,
What's a qubit?
when you invoke,
tell
we're
me what
not
a
doing the
qubit is.
quizzes. We can do quizzes. You want to do
Just give
quizzes?
me.
So when you
If one of the
invoke,
values is 1/2, what's the other one?
so the one who dodged was you. Okay, try to
Right,
control,
so what's-
try to
what's the
contain
other value?
yourself.
He's really
He's
hurt
like-
still, Sam, that he failed the
I know,
creation
I
He's
know.
test.
behaving
He
like
fell
one
right
child,
for
like,
it. He
literally.
fell right into
What's
it.
the other half?
That's a
Crashing
clip
out,
worthy.
bud.
So if there's
He still
1/2
hasn't gone
zero,
over it.
Let me know when you're
what's
done.
the second one? What's the
Bobby,
second
do you need some
value?
help? Are you
1/2
gonna be
zero.
okay? We're
and it's
almost
what?
done.
Cooked.
What goes over here?
You're crashing
1/2
out,
zero.
Bob. Are
What
you gonna
goes
be
next to
okay?
the one?
So mentally
goes next
chill
to the
added
one?
a follow up to that. It said Adam from dust, dust
One-
from
one-
he created from.
Yeah, so even the secular camp believes that all life is related to stardust. So you have a dust problem too. The problem here, though, is that you're going to have to say that you're dust by some random unguided processes instead of the most intelligent chemist in the laboratory, we'll say. So you don't get to tiptoe around this dust issue that you're bringing up.
All right, Vex sent another 10, and he said Sam needs to be in a little seasoned debate. But evolutionists, I want a real argument. Sounds like all theory and Christ believers have actually written history taught down generation after generation. I didn't
We're the
really
ones
understand
We
if
literally
that was
use
a question or
evolution in the
not.
lab. I literally
I know.
use it in the lab. Like, what? Explain to me
Yeah,
what's
no, you
happening in
don't.
the directed evolution
Yeah.
experiments that we're not. Like,
We're-
what is actually happening in those experiments?
When you're
just
doing those
communicating
experiments,
on
you're not
terms here.
thinking, oh, thank God I'm related to chimps and grass and ladybugs to carry out those experiments. That's operational science, good science, good empirical science, but it has nothing to do with your evolutionary philosophical belief that you're related to pond scum.
Yeah,
Dr.
because
Greg.
but we see we in those experiments we don't see any barriers in evolution as a technology. Like we see it work and we see things happen and we see like we were talking about before, it's not all a path forward. Sometimes it's just the fittest for what is needed at that time, not the fittest possible thing. So you do have to route around some mutations that were deleterious, but that actually somehow gain a function because of stochastic different types of mutations that can help impact the binding sites of a protein. There's tons of what we understand in the model, and we see it and we use that same model outside and it all matches up. That's
actually false because there isn't
math-
actually an experiment.
Bobby, let
that you
Sam
can point
respond.
to.
He was sitting patiently. It's Sam's turn.
Yeah, there isn't
I-
actually something that you can point to, whether it
Thought
be
he'd go through
Linsky's
this.
bacteria, experiments with fruit flies or fleas or bloodworms. I mean, how much money has been spent on dog breeding or horse breeding or cow breeding? And they're all going to tell you the same thing. You're never going to create something that isn't what it was prior. Okay, you're not going to violate that law of monophyleum, which isn't a mechanistic law, is that?
Donnie
you're gonna have to say-
admitted in the debate that the viral kinds evolved after Noah's Ark. He
But you're
admitted
making-
that.
I'm not sure I would
Your
call that
assumption,
involved.
your assumption there, though.
So you're rocking it back now. So again,
No,
you
Dr.
admitted
Greg,
know
do
what
you
I'm talking
agree?
about. You're
Dr. Greg,
you're assuming that there was like one virus and everything derived from it.
That's what I
as opposed-
asked. That was my ask.
No,
There's
he
different
said
kinds of viruses.
Yes,
Plural.
different kinds of viruses.
We're talking- I'm talking
Like a
exogenous
colony. What are you talking
RNA
about?
viruses.
There's a lot more. There's a lot different viruses than ERVs,
I understand.
my dude. What are you
And most
talking about?
viruses
about?
are and most
And all of
viruses are
them could have
good,
been on the
healthy,
ark.
beneficial.
I know,
They're
and those
created that way for each-
bacteriophages and all those things. Where did they come? Where were they?
Well, a lot of those are due to degenerated bacteria.
Oh my gosh.
That's
oh my
true.
gosh.
Okay,
So
we're
you're
moving on
degeneration.
here.
You don't
We're
believe in
moving on
germ
here.
theory?
While
You
it's
don't
while
believe
it's
in germ
fresh,
theory?
Well, while it's fresh, I
Our
do want to
position
read
of
this
why-
one from Orthodox Phronesis for 5. It said, Canadians are so nice. My insult caused the opponents to reminisce about hockey. I rescind my insult. Okay. And then this one is going to be in response to your other thing, Donnie. Created heterozygosity, no evidence, that was in quotes, no evidence that Adam/Eve created with built-in difference. That math has also been done, still hundreds of thousands of years wrecked, says Austin.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to do an entire debate with Austin on created heterozygosity or anybody. I pointed out several times the model, the gold standard of science is making testable and falsifiable predictions. So our model, created heterozygosity, suggests that Adam and Eve were created in a state of DNA diversity. Same thing applies to the original created kinds. Two simple predictions without going too long. DNA function, we would predict that the vast majority of DNA and DNA genetic markers are functional. That includes ERVs, we've demonstrated that, pseudogenes, non-coding regions of the genome. We also predict that speciation takes place largely due to shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. You get breakaway populations, isolation, you get these changes taking place. And Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson made this prediction. And then just several years ago, there was a new species of Darwin's finch produced. Genetically, it was produced by those same mechanisms, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So over time, as allelic variability is lost from this starting point, species hit walls. So this model is making successful, testable predictions, and that's the gold standard of science.
Not in paternity tests,
There
not in
is no
viruses, not in any type of medicine, any type of technology. You can patent it. You're like, it doesn't cost you any money. I don't know why Sam thought that the government paid for patents to be done, by the way. That was a little weird. You can just create your own patent, go to the USPTO, get a patent lawyer, and have them, submit a patent.
Dr. John Sanford, he invented the gene gun.
Governments don't
He's a young
fund
earth creationist.
universities.
All right.
And
Governments
I use the
don't
gene
fund
gun.
colleges.
Of
Wait,
course
you don't
they
have
do.
grants
But
for your
What do you think of Dr.
something
John
else
Sanford,
doesn't-
Dr. Gray? Do you respect Dr. Sanford? He invented the gene gun.
I
A
mean,
patent
dude,
in something else doesn't indicate that person's belief in some other position is valid. They didn't patent
Just like the
something in
evolutionary
creation model.
authors.
They didn't.
Okay.
They didn't patent.
I want to
something
hear
in
Dr.
creation
Greg
model.
talk about the gene gun.
I've used
Well-
it, my dude. I've literally used it dozens of
And
times.
did you know that was
like-
invented by a young earth creationist?
No, I did not. I did not know
We'll
that.
continue on, but I do want to just throw this in
Let's
there
get
for a
relevant.
second.
That's
Robin
not the-
Weber says, big fan of Dr. Greg. Sam only has dodge and project.
What did I dodge? The Bible says that God spoke everything into existence ex nihilo. It doesn't tell me how. But if you reject that, there's consequences.
And then
Unfalsifiable.
Sydney
I asked him that
Raptor.
it couldn't
Fantastic.
engage with. I asked
Ronnie
him what,
just said
what
you
it
guys
is that's
present
metaphysically-
falsifiable
Hold on.
models.
I asked him what it is that's metaphysically first, that provides for all states of contingency. I asked him what it is that is ultimate and singular, that provides for all states of unity. I asked that in my
Assume
opening.
your
Nobody
hypothesis?
engaged with it. I asked him what provides for anything being possible or impossible. I mean, this is what we mean by God being ultimate. God
And
invoked
I
and
asked
secured
you a
the law.
basic question: what's a qubit? And you can't even tell me.
Yeah, listen. Let me be
I
really
even gave
clear
you half
again.
the answer.
Hold on,
One
settle
half.
down.
What goes on
Settle
the other
down.
value?
Let me be clear.
One half.
Assume-
What goes here?
Assume. Be really clear.
But
You
what
have
goes
a
next
bad
to
habit.
one?
You have
One
a
half?
bad habit over talking me. Can you behave a little bit?
I know what
Doctor?
goes on the second value. What goes on the
Educated
one?
man?
So
Have
you have
no
a half
manner?
next to the zero, then you put a.
Sydney
manners.
Raptor says for 2,
Yeah.
DNS, so no evidence directly supporting Adam and Eve.
Okay, my turn. Yep, the whole time. Mutation rates in mitochondrial DNA are fast. I showed the phylogenetic trees of Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA. The mitochondrial DNA family tree, literally taken from the 1,000 Genomes Project. We have real-time data represented on a phylogenetic tree, and you can tell that we're looking at one woman. Again, bring in the mutation rate data, Y chromosome dissimilarity. Y chromosomes in general are incredible.
Hold that
Dr.
thought,
Teach-
Donnie. This is super relevant. This might be the last one from Austin, I believe. He says SFT is ignoring long-term phylogenetic rates to focus only on short-term generation-to-generation pedigree rates. Fix the Barnett-Daughter misattribution.
Yeah, so a couple things there. Austin Sims is still very hurt. Clearly, he's losing sleep over it, I think.
And money.
And money.
And money.
And money, yeah.
It's like I say,
Mini debate with
damn,
Austin
same
Sims.
thought.
So in our formal debate, Dr. Dodgeball Dan Stern Cardinal, he failed his students. He told them to argue that we only use single generation pedigrees to come up with our Eve date. Well, firstly, that's false. Howell et al. I showed some excerpts from that. That's multi-generational. We also have Madrigal, that's multi-generational, and the Helgeson study. So he's really hurt because he didn't know what the Helgeson study is. Helgeson's a co-author. Primary author is Arnadottir. Many people call that study, it's the largest. If you're debating this topic, you better be aware of the largest mitochondrial DNA study. This is done on Icelanders. To date, 2024, if I remember correctly, okay? Helgeson, Agnar Helgeson's really well known in the world of mitochondrial DNA and mutation rate studies, okay? And the D-loop rate in that paper, if I remember correctly, 1 out of 38 or 1 out of 40, matched really nicely with the D-loop rate in the Parsons paper. Again, here's the last thing I'll say, Mike, there's a lot there. The neutral mutation rate, basic population genetics, approximates the fixation rate. Today, fixation is basically 0, but we have 8 billion people on the planet, tons of mutations, billions of mutations entering the population. Okay. In the past, you had smaller populations and therefore faster rates of fixation because genetic drift is stronger, natural selection is weaker. Okay. So, yeah, him appealing to the phylogenetic rate doesn't help him at all.
All right, Vex just sent in $10. He said, who believes the sun is 93 million miles away, yet it is closer to the earth in winter?
By how much? I mean, what, a few percent? I mean, like, are we, what is it, 50 million miles in the winter? Okay, that's just
I'm not
like
sure, Vex.
laughably absurd.
That is a vague question, my man.
Well, what we do know is Dr. Bobby
things
has
have elliptical
dodged my
orbits,
questions
right?
numerous times.
The shape of the Earth is also not a perfect sphere, right? Like, these are obviously known things. I don't know why this would be relevant.
I think this is probably going to be the last two that I ask here, and then we're going to wrap it up for the evening. We just passed 3 hours here, which I do appreciate you guys sticking through, all you gentlemen. H-Town Strong. Oh, you're from Houston as well, sir. He just says, oh, God, my thing is spazzing out. All right, so he said there shouldn't ever be a debate. There shouldn't ever be a creation versus evolution debate. Evo is barely a philosophy, not a worldview, and has no objective standards.
Yeah, correct. That's why they didn't engage with anything that I opened up. It's not undergirded by any, sufficient philosophy.
Well, Sam, let's let them respond to that first, and then if you guys want a quick comment after, go for it. But that's going to count as yours.
So I was just curious: were there dinosaurs on Noah's Ark?
Yeah, that's why we find soft tissue.
Dinosaurs were on,
and that's also why we have
right?
and that's also why we have historical. You're gonna love this, Dr. Greg. So keep that smile going. Yeah. That's why we have historical accounts from ancient explorers like Marco Polo and Alexander the Great, Herodotus, where they document in writing descriptions of creatures that sound exactly like dinosaurs. Do you expect the word dinosaur to be found in ancient literature? The word dinosaur just came about in what, the 1800s? What do you think they were describing?
1820.
Mm-hmm. They were calling them dragons. Okay. The Bible describes in Job.
We found, are they fossilized?
Actually, the collagen that they find.
The difference between a fossilized red blood cell and
but guess what?
Red blood
you have
cell,
no good answer for that preserved collagen.
You've got nothing to
preserve.
preserve.
Collagen can't last any more than 500,000 years. Yet we find preserved collagen. In dinosaur fossils, we find C14 in diamonds, coal,
collagen fragments.
And we find C14 in dinosaur fossils.
Space.
Bobby, how do you explain
the molecules? Is there dinosaur blood in space? Is there hema in space?
It's actually been published.
How does that explain the preserved organic biomaterial in dinosaurs where that's decaying?
Dr. Greg, there's dinosaurs in space.
Bobby, I know you're excited, okay? You've been demolished all night. How do you explain the abundance of helium that they find in zircon crystals? Zircon, I'm almost done. Dude, it's like I'm not even done my question, okay?
He can't help himself,
He really can't help it. He just completely crashed out of the 3 hour mark.
Just tell me the size difference.
Would you agree that uranium... Would you agree? It's off topic. Can you explain what an allele is?
Donnie.
But Bobby, what's an allele?
What's an allele? I'm not a biologist.
That's the most
how we
basic
dodge it.
question, though. It's a
Right.
genetic variant. Like that's
You don't know what LDA is.
So I'm going to give you an easy one. What does DNA stand for? DNA. What does it stand for?
Oh my
I
gosh,
have
why would
no
it
idea.
matter?
I'm not a biologist.
That's the point I'm making, Doctor.
You want me to Google it
Bobby
for
needs to
you?
stop with his.
You
You don't know what
Here.
standard
All right.
deviation
That's
is.
my point.
All right, guys.
No,
I think
I
You don't know
can't
what
even
standard
finish my
deviation
question because
is.
Bobby's so
You don't know
excited.
what standard error
I think
is.
we're
not the
gonna
first
wrap
one
it
to
up
start
there,
statistic is.
giving
gentlemen.
quizzes, okay? You
We're
give a
gonna
quiz,
wrap it
we're
up
You
gonna
there.
literally
do it.
have no idea what these things are.
Hand
Bobby, you
in
don't
your
even know
say
what
I don't
DNA
know.
stands for.
Hand
You
in
don't
your
even know what
test. I'm gonna
I
grade
say
them.
I don't
Quiz
know.
over.
Right?
I knew what
I
DNA
say I
stood
don't
for when I was in
Bobby.
grade school, okay?
You're dodging,
I say I
Bobby.
don't know. You
Mike's
are
dodging.
unwilling to say you
Mike's
don't know.
dodging this
He's
one.
running.
You're unwilling to say you
Running.
don't know.
It's not gonna make a difference
You don't know
right
what
now,
these
Donnie.
are.
I
Just say you don't
apologize.
know what these are.
All
Your
right, all right, Bobby.
statistical terms
Everybody-
don't help prove you're related to chimps.
Just tell me what a
Okay.
standard deviation is.
Are you going
We're
to
gonna
answer
start-
my helium? Are you going to answer my helium?
just
We are going to start from Dr. Greg since he is being so patient there to end this. Go ahead, tell us where you can find your channel, and then appreciate you being on tonight.
Yeah, guys, thank you. I host lives on TikTok and YouTube every night around 9 or 10 p.m. PST. Do kind of like a nightly show. News, politics, science, all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, check me out, Dr. Greg Show everywhere, drgregshow.com. Thank you.
All right, Sam, go ahead and tell us if you got a channel or anything that we could find you on.
Yeah, not really. I am on TikTok under Redefine Living, and I got my little face getting eaten by a dragon, a dragon appropriately called. So if anyone wants to discuss anything that I've stated, especially my opening, why the atheistic worldview is vacuous, and that's why, unfortunately, Dr. Bobby had to interrupt every time and misbehave instead of engaging with questions. Do this whole Q&A. Maybe you want to take his
insulting me?
place and engage with my arguments in his place.
Stop insulting.
So since you can't, and you're still doing it, buddy.
All right.
Pointing out the
so-
fact that you dodge an argument is not
all
an
right,
insult.
all right, Donnie, you're next. You're next. Or we're gonna let Bobby go next. You can get the quick 5-second
Yeah, God,
last word.
Sure,
God
sure.
is good. Christ is Lord. My argument objectively
All
proves
right,
that.
all right,
No
Sam.
bravery of
Sam,
rebuttal.
we gotta stop. Everybody, we gotta stop interrupting the outro here. This is not okay. Go ahead, Bobby. Tell us where to find your channel. Let's try to keep it at
Yeah,
that.
I'm Bobby. I'm new to social media. I'm a PhD mathematician. I like dealing with misinformation, disinformation, science, politics, religion. Come chat with me. I have a Discord that's running. I have YouTube channel, TikTok, Instagram. Give me a like, follow if you like the content or whatnot. Spread it around. I typically try to debunk people that try to misrepresent mathematics. I find it very disheartening and annoying. And so, yeah, I hope to keep continuing to do these kind of things.
All right, Donnie, go ahead. Tell us where to find your channel.
My name is Donnie Badinsky. I've got a PhD in demolishing pseudoscience and misinformation and bad science and everything we did here tonight. You can find us over on YouTube, Stand for Truth. We host a lot of debates, open mics, seminars. I do this full time. My Facebook page, we just hit 141,000 followers there. We've got 70 to 80 million views this year so far. So we got a lot of content, a lot going on over on Facebook. You can check us out on standfortruthministries.com, where you can read our articles. You can check out our books, clothing lines, endless content for you to enjoy, including a lot of debates on a variety of topics. So, and lastly, I enjoyed this debate. I thought it was a lot of fun engaging Dr. Greg, Dr. Bobby. Always a pleasure to be on Modern Day Debate. So I enjoyed 3 hours flew by. Thanks, gentlemen.
All righty. Shout out to James for putting this together, throwing me into the fire. You guys are fun to listen to. Sorry it lasted so long, chat. If you're just hanging by a thread, we did our best to get through every rebuttal. I'm not sorry if I missed anybody's chat. I did have to skip maybe like one or two of Austin's, but I think we're
Austin had more than that.
yeah. I think we're gonna be okay, and we'll probably have you back on soon. I think that's a Dr. Greg merch shout out right there. Okay.
James
All
is
right.
the man with the biceps. James Coons.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if he grows either vertically or laterally
Well, his
by
lats.
DebateCon
He wants
9.
his lats to keep going.
He's working on becoming the Avenger moderator. So
Captain
we'll,
America.
we'll see him at DebateCon 9. You can see me at DebateCon 9. Get your tickets in the chat and in the description. It's going to be in Orlando, Florida. Orlando. It's going to be connected to a water park. Apparently, we'll see how it turns out. But from the word on the street, you buy the hotel room through the description that James set up there, and you'll be able to get the resort fee waived, and you can go water slide in between debates. And as long as you dry off, you can come right back into the conference room. So I'm sure there'll be some strict rules about track and water. So don't be that guy. But it should be cool. If you get, really tired, bored after sitting there 6 hours, you want to go, I think it's going to be available to you. Sorry, did you want to say something real quick?
Yeah. Austin Sims was in the live chat saying Donnie doesn't have a PhD. So I don't want anyone to take that out of context. I think it was very understandable. I was rhetorical. PhD in demolishing evolution. So yeah, it's a self-earned, self-written PhD, Austin. So no worries.
Yes, life in HD. The lazy river is going to rip. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. Like the video, subscribe if you're a new watcher, and then check out the memberships because you'll be able to watch DebateCon 9 live weeks before anyone else who's not a member. So thank you guys so much for coming, and we're going to see you later. All right. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
My pleasure.
Y'all have a good
times.
night.
Peace.
All right, guys. Thanks for being good sports. Well.
Dude, axiomatic reasoning was amazing. He was so good. I really love that was so rad. He actually did like a legitimate model, like how he actually brought real data, like a real model that he did. And then that was incredible. I thought that was really cool. I'm like really, really pumped about that. I thought that was really cool. I'm Austin. Thanks for your super chats, bro. I love that. I get really bored, like when these type of debates are like this, where he's obviously like not presenting anything in good faith, and like he's had obviously retorts to it. He's had peer reviewed pressure on like these points, and he keeps bringing them up, like the exact same slides, the exact same thing. So it was like, it's so, I did a transcript analysis on all of his, he's not doing it for entertainment. That's his grift now, dude. He's full-time content creator now. So, I mean, he's making, I don't know what to tell you guys. He's making it a full-time thing, and I can't. So I'm jealous on that. It is wild. Jimbo like did the same thing where he's able to like go full-time on this stuff, and it is so wild to me how once you find kind of like that your shtick and your thing, he's able to just come up and say that stuff constantly. Yeah, it sells exactly to the lowest common denominator. Yeah, exactly, Austin. So it's for me, it's kind of like, hey, what can I do? I understand all the papers that he was going to write. He was going to source. I saw them all. Like I used AI to analyze all his transcripts of all his debates. And I saw like the papers that he was using, the top 10 arguments that he uses in order to make these points. And like, I saw the scientific refutations of them all, but it's like, is it really going to be fun for me, to memorize all these papers and you'd be like, oh no, actually, you miscalculated this here. No, this isn't right here. So that's why I get so frustrated with these things, because it's like if you had this knowledge, if you actually understood this stuff at a complex level like that, you would be patenting it, you would be selling it, you would be making medications based off of this knowledge. Like if you understood mutation rates, if you could make mutation rates 40 times higher than what we can demonstrate in the lab, you'd be doing that. But he doesn't. So that's the frustration with it. It's like, it's just such a it's the same problem. He's not a flurf, but honestly, I don't know why he isn't. He uses the same epistemology. Yeah, that was really odd to me. I was really surprised about that. So apparently, like, he doesn't believe in the firmament and all that kind of stuff. Like that, it's real. I'm actually really curious, like, why he doesn't believe in flat Earth, but he does believe in genetics and 6,000-year-old Earth. It's a 6,000-year-old globe. You know, I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, exactly, Augie Dog. This is the thing. It's like more money to be made off of the grift. Exactly. And what's so frustrating is that I've had multiple companies like come to me and be like, "Hey, you want to be our spokesperson for peptides?" You know, and I'm like, "No, like what? That's so dangerous." So I've seen it myself. Like I've seen it myself where I can make money about it, and I just refuse to. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's to my detriment, to be honest with you, because I need the money. So that's the thing. That's the funny part. Like, if only all these people calling me a farmer shill and stuff understood, you know, like that's, you know. And did you see the Sam? It was so weird. Backstage, Sam was asking me about, like, what do I do? Like, where do I work and all that kind of stuff. And, I told him, I was like, yeah, dude, I got laid off because of like Trump's budget cuts and stuff and that's why he actually brought that up during the debate. He was like, yeah, governments don't fund science and they cut the science. Like, you would know something about that too. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. Like, what the hell? Like, yeah, exactly, Heather. I was like, what are you serious? Like, what a dick move. Like, oh my gosh. That's very weird for him to talk, to say that. Yeah. I keep telling the creation of ministries international they don't have to plagiarize. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, I would take a freaking Pfizer or Moderna like sponsorship. I'm not even kidding. I think that they genuinely do a good job and they make great products. I think that would be awesome. Have you already spoken about the new Trump Kennedy vaccine move? I mean, no. I mean, but it's. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. Like, I don't think that it's going to be that big. Like vaccine policy isn't set by the executive orders, so it's all state level. So I don't think that. I don't think it's going to mean anything. If they don't want to, you know. So that's my gauge of it. So, yeah. Will it be a big issue if insurance plans won't cover it based on the executive order? So, I mean, the executive order isn't necessarily the same as the CDC or the FDA removing any declarations. You know what I mean? Again, like the executive branch doesn't set vaccine schedules. So it really is, it's going to be about who is, it's at the end of the day, it's going to be whatever your physician says or whatever, you know what I mean? Um, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Executive orders are not law. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Axiomatic Reasoning's YouTube channel. That's a good question. He's awesome. Hey, UA Fish, what's up, man? Um, Yeah, dude. I think um let me see. Oh, at the same thing. Axiomatic reasoning is his um yeah, axiomatic reasoning is his YouTube. Go check it out, guys. Go follow him. Oh shit, wow, 3 weeks ago he debated Kent Hovind. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Dude, he has been putting up the time on modern day debates, man. That's awesome. He was busting out the empirical rule and kind of high level stats and prob theory. Yeah, dude. I've never seen anyone actually build a model and test it on live in a debate. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really cool. Yeah, exactly, Dan. I think the insurance companies hopefully they didn't. Yeah, he debated him on Noah's flood. Oh my gosh, that is so weird. Dude, it's wild you guys debate that. I mean, I know, dude. I think like the problem is like before, debate the conspiracies and stuff were kind of cute, but the problem is that they've kind of taken over, man. So that we have to and I always say and how I couch it is talking about the conspiracies and not I don't want it to be a debate about religion. I want it to be a debate about conspiracies and conspiratorial thinking. I think that that's the best way because as soon as it's like religion, then it just becomes dogmatic, right? And that's really dangerous in a debate. So as long as we are debating, some something that we can prove and that kind of stuff and that's why I always go kind of like future looking, right? And I hate these debates how it feels like it's like um one of those card games where it's like you play a 2 and then I play a 3 and then you play a 4 and then I play a 5 and then it's just like back and forth and it's like, bro, if you actually had this knowledge you wouldn't keep it to yourself, you would make money off of it. You know what I mean? You would make money off of these technologies that you would have. And so that's how I always frame these things. And I don't like to get into the traps of refutation. Like I'm going to give you a fact and then you refute it. And then I'm going to take a fact and then refute it. Cause it creates this thing where there's going to be a fact that I don't know. You know what I mean? He legitimately, based off of all of the genetics papers that Donnie is reading, they're probably, I mean, he probably does have a greater genetics knowledge just from jargon and being able to spill out like things, from the go, than I do. He could definitely have a gotcha that I probably wouldn't know. And I'm just not a geneticist or something. So, but you have to think like why if he knew genetics better than anyone else, then why would he not use it, right? Like it doesn't cost anything in order to make a patent. Like you create a patent through a patent lawyer and that's it. So why aren't you creating that technology? So that's my biggest thing. Yeah, exactly, Augie Dog. Jargon is not actual knowledge, and knowledge creates patents. Knowledge creates publications. Publications create patents, and patents create technologies, and technologies create companies. So it is kind of like it's just a new style of apologetics that I haven't heard. Right? It's just kind of like an apologetics argument. No, he doesn't. He's just cherry picking and regurgitating arguments from other creationists. I think that's true, Austin. I think that's true. But I also think that, there could be something that I don't remember. You know what I mean? Like, I I got an A in organic chemistry in community college, but do I remember everything about organic chemistry? No. So, like there's probably something that a lot of that I don't know. I don't remember. I have to watch the whole thing. I wasn't home for a lot of it, but I'll catch it on YouTube. Okay, cool. Cool, Michelle. He cited 3 papers from Young Earth creationisms. Yeah, dude, that was the thing, Austin. I was checking that out. All of those debates, like Robert Carter. Oh my gosh, the guy is an absolute quack, dude. Loved it. Like, I loved the idea that all of the animals on Noah's Ark are dwarf versions of their of their their self. I think it was so funny, dude. It's so funny. I would much rather hear I don't know or I don't remember, I don't know for as misinformations. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Augie Dog. And that's what they were trying to get him on axiomatic thing and saying like, "Oh my god, you didn't know, you don't know what this." Like the fact that he doesn't know DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid, like does that really matter? Do people actually understand that DNA is like, you know, that what that is? Like he doesn't even accept DNA, you know, that it can accumulate mutations in a population, so like why would it matter? Getting the dinosaurs on the Ark concession. Dude, Austin, did you hear? I mean, he said that viruses evolved after Noah's Ark. So he which is and viruses are polyphyletic. So that is like that's it. That's a game changer. Like he literally gave away that there were multiple kinds of viruses that evolved after Noah's Ark. Like that's game over because they don't share an ancestry. When viruses are around before dinosaurs. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So he thinks that endogenous retroviruses came out of their hosts. So he thinks that they all kind of evolved afterwards from bacteriophages, came from bacteria, all that kind of stuff, which is really like terrain theory-esque, which is very weird. So, um, it was just that the mitochondrial most recent common ancestor is not the first member of a population, not the only, not the fixed. Yeah, the idea that it's like a whoa, SP Hellspawn, thank you so much, man. Whoa, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the crowns. Thank you, man. That's so nice of you. Yeah, the idea that the most recent common ancestor is a bottleneck and it's only one, that's such a joke. It's just completely wrong. It's just completely wrong. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the the ice core samples go back to 800,000 years, so you can literally just count 1 to 800,000. Like how does I actually didn't bring that up. I should have, but oh my gosh, he's actually written books on ERVs. That's wild. Yeah. Dude, Jared, this is my biggest problem with all these debates. Don't you have to prove a Noah's Ark to use this as a point of reference in time and exactly how long ago that would be? Exactly, bro. That's my big problem is that here we have to falsify evolution at every single time point, every single mutation, every single test. We have to show it at every given point. But then like Noah's Ark is, we just presume Noah's Ark to be real. We just presume Adam and Eve to be real. We presume God to be real. And it's like, you're literally coming to the debate with 99.9% done, and you're like, hands off, I'm there. And you're, what? Nobody said that that's okay. Nobody said that we're doing that. So you're like, it's just so frustrating. Thank you, SP Hellspawn. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you guys. Look at me giving you ideas. Do you know anything about Richard Prum? No, I don't. What? Objective ethics? Are you serious? Oh my God, dude. Holy shit. Objective ethics with a $100 super chat. Brother. Oh my gosh, you did great during the debate tonight, brother. Looking forward to our show this Sunday. Dude, bro, I'm going to put on my suit for you, bro. Holy dude, thank you. Man, thank you so much, Objective Ethics. Thank you so much, man. Objective Ethics in the chat. I will, yeah, guys, this Sunday we are hanging out with Objective Ethics. I'm going to be on his show. Dude, the 100W Objective Ethics in the chat. Thank you so much, man. Dude, thank you. That's so nice of you. Oh, dude, axiomatic. There, guys, axiomatic reasoning's in chat. Guys, axiomatic reasoning. Dude, I would love to talk to you just in general, bro. Like we should hang out. Go follow him on YouTube if you're not already. And I don't know if he has and his Instagram is like huge. Guys, his Instagram is blowing up. So check him out there. Axiomatic reasoning. Dr. Bobby was awesome, dude. That was really cool. I've never seen anyone actually bring real data to a debate like that before. And the fact that you actually did the that preliminary work and everything, that was awesome. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, axiomatic. Yeah, we do expert panels on Fridays, bro. So we could bring, yeah, we could have a Friday panel with you for sure, man. Am I ever going to go coming back to Voice in Velvet's lives? Sí, hablamos español para Voice y Velvet TikTok. Mi amiga Voice y Velvet. For sure, man. Yeah, Voice in Velvet's awesome. She's so cool. We talk in DMs. She's really cool. Oh, I hope my super chats didn't wear y'all. No, I definitely, it came off with the force, dude. Stop it, Litchi, stop it. Now I know you're lying. Now I know you're lying. Yo, Dios mío. Dios mío. I guarantee if they were exhausting for you, they were 10 times more exhausting for SFT. Yeah, dude. I mean, they love the time. I mean, like an apologist like that. I mean, that's the whole thing for them, right? Like the fact that they even have a debate platform and that they're going out there talking about it, it gives them huge credence, you know what I mean? Gives them huge he definitely used like way more jargon than I did, at the same time. Like I was very surprised. Me gusta español mucha, es una idioma más bonita y quiero conocer el tama perfectamente. Sí. Okay, I love it. Oh, your Spanish is muy bonita. Qué guapo español. Yeah, UA. Yeah. I appreciate you, brother. Oh, español and your familia. I just got my Spanish training kit from TikTok today. One day I hope to sound bueno. Sí, qué bueno. Dude, Spanish is such a beautiful language. I love it. It's so fun. I loved hablo español por la honeymoon con mi esposa en Costa Rica. Costa Rica es muy bonita. I had so much fun there. It was very fun. Go! I want to be able to communicate with students better. Don't we all? Don't we all? Helen, you don't say that. Hell, Spanish is the easiest language to learn. Now you make me feel bad for not being bilingual. See, there you go, Michelle. You learn how to, you know how to speak Spanish too. Through my Spanish, you know Spanish, and we all Spanish together. So funny, dude. 1 second. I got A's in schools, but I can't speak it. I know, dude. I had Spanish for like so many years, and I can't speak it. Te entendemos por eso. Digo que si eres bueno con tu español. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. Luna del Mar. De Mail. Donnie is very slippery, but his partner Sam is a real POS. His tactic is to run tag because he's counting on science, education, opponents to be weak, and philosophy. Tag is broken. I feel like what was blood sport debates like really I love how they put it like people run they run different types of debate strategies. I love it. It's so funny. Like it's like a video game loadout or something. I love it. It's so funny. Compared to a first language Spanish speaker, my Spanish feels like me gusta la biblioteca. Yeah, yes, exactly. That's how I don't know how to get past that. Like, how do I think in Spanish? Or I feel my brain is so solidified, guys. Oh my gosh, I definitely feel it. I'm gonna be 40 this year, so I'm like, I'm all topped out. You know what I mean? My brain is full. I feel like I learn things so much more slowly now that it's like there's no way I could learn another language. Like there's no way, bro. There's no way. I wish I had like I was bilingual, but it's just not there anymore. You can do it. It honestly just like Hispanic culture and stuff makes me want to because I love going down to Mexico and I love Mexico as a country. It's an amazing place. So I love Mexican culture. Learning language when the brain is not mossy is pretty hard. You learned AI just that's a good question. That's actually a really interesting thought, like having your AI speak to you in Spanish. Estoy leyendo mi diccionario de inglés y español todos los días y otros libros. Me gusta poemas. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like carrying around that diccionario. That'd be a good one. I heard an interesting like the best way to pick up something is to go by the most used words and sayings in a language and then go backwards and learn it there. That's how they crash course you to get you up to speed if you're learning language for like the CIA or something. They'll teach you the most common phrases in the language and then they will teach you the most common vocab in the language and start there. Donnie refused to be quizzed. I know that was so weird. But this, I always recommend this and notice this too, dude. Is that like they, you don't have to answer every question. And it's just is what it is. It's like a politician. Just because someone asks you a question doesn't mean that you have to do that thing. So Donnie does that thing for sure. Yeah, the epistemology stuff on the grounding and logic, I'm like completely. I'm out of there. I'm completely gone. FYI, logic doesn't require grounding. Yeah, dude. My philosophy is like zero. I am like a preschooler on it. I have to do better. That was actually one of my goals this year was to read more philosophy. And I was like going through a audiobook on it. What's up? Good morning or good evening or wherever you are in the world. Oh, dude, that's a good idea. I get 1,000 word sets on a language and then go to keep them beside your coffee maker. That's a good one. And a scientist needs to know philosophy of science, like a songbird needs to know music theory. I mean, it's interesting because I understand things through science and like doing things. So really it's about oh, what's up, dude? I understand science through like doing it. So I don't know. Um, so I'll learn something in philosophy of science and be like, oh, that's what that word means. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I think axiomatic. I sent you an invite to join. I think hopefully he's loading now. Oops. I've no MBTI. What is that? Oh, personality test. Myers-Briggs. Oh no, you have to be on your phone. Yeah, sorry, Axiomatic. Sorry, wrong. Or you can just Discord me. I'm hopping up on Discord real quick. I am. Let's see. Let me find your Discord, dude. It's like it's so easy to voice chat now. It's like now it's like which how are we? How do we? How do we? I don't see your Discord in your is it in your Instagram? Do do do. There it is. It's in his. It's the I found his Discord. Dang, dude, 500 members on your Discord, bro. Holy moly. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Austin. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got it. Wait, it's coming. I see the guest request. Nice.
Let's see.
Let's go. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, dude. Dude, your freaking Discord's bumping. 500 people. Yeesh.
Oh, I know. Yeah. No, it's unbelievable. I didn't expect to grow so quickly. I like I had a video go viral, and I was like, well, if there was ever an opportunity that I should probably try to take this seriously, it'd be after having a viral video, right?
Nice, dude.
And so I was like, okay, Discord thingy, and I had some people help me. And then like the first night I went live, there were like 250 people that joined. And I mean, there's only a few people that come on the actual live, but a bunch of people just join the server, and I answer math questions or whatever, anyone has any math questions or whatnot. But let's see. I wonder if I can.
Nice, dude. I love that. I loved that was the coolest thing, how you like made the model and then explored it.
Yeah.
That was rad. I really enjoyed your presentation.
Oh, good. I didn't know, because I don't know the biology, and I'm like, but that's okay. I mean, different scientists know different stuff. I don't have to know the biology. I got the expert here with me. What I want to know is the math. Like, how the hell do you get this high-dimensional data to work? I can't get it to work.
It's so interesting because I was thinking about doing the same thing because all these mutation rates and stuff, and so I was gonna like vibe code a web app or something so I could like play around with like a calculator, try to see kind of like what is this, and you basically did it way at an amazing level.
Yeah,
rad, man.
yeah. It's like there's just so many obvious things. Like, when we try to taxonomically line it up back in time, it looks like paths because it came from paths, right? Like, of course it does, right? Like, obviously. And that's exactly what happens when you try to do that. Right?
That was rad. Yeah, that was such a cool visualization of that. I don't think that they realized what they were looking at.
Yeah, no. And the thing, so here's the thing. I try to talk pretty cordially. So like when I debated Kent Hovind, if you watch it, like I tried to be fairly cordial. And then this debate though, it was like I thought, okay, we'll be a little cordial. We don't have to heat it, too hot, right? And it was like the second they started talking, here's a moron that doesn't know any logic. His PhD is full of shit. He doesn't know anything. It was
I
like,
didn't understand why.
crap.
Yeah, they were coming for you really soon, really quickly. I don't know why. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just had to whip out like, well, tell me what a qubit is, dude. Like, just just tell me what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, dude, I thought you did great. It was a really cool direction at it because, like the understanding of evolution and climate change, these big consensus issues are so interdisciplinary, right? We're bringing together so many different fields. So to actually see kind of like a mathematical representation of it and your I thought it was clear and flowed really well. I thought it was a great intro and it was all good. I hate the gotchas, like do you know what DNA stands for? That's probably the most irrelevant thing that you could possibly ask.
I know. I didn't ask him what LDA stood for. I would have been happy if he just told me what it is. Like, I don't know. Like, that just seemed kind of weird. Like, I could tell you what DNA is, right? Yeah. It's the strands that we have in the cells that contain the information stuff. They do the replicatory thingy or whatever, right? Like, I don't have to know 100% about how it works, But it was like, well, just tell me what the definition is. And it's like, the thing is he kept bringing up pictures that are like PCA reductions, right? And then he doesn't have the foggiest idea what PCA is. And I'm not saying someone needs to know like everything about it, but like, do you understand that like high dimensional data is being reduced? How do you like any scientist is aware of these things, It's like,
yeah, bro, exactly. Yeah. I think, man, it really is so interesting. The math element of it is just such a, I don't know. It's so hard for me to comprehend. I did a like physics-based calculus or something at UCSD, and I was like, I'm out. Like I was like, there's so much math, like I just couldn't deal with it. And
well, That's how I feel about the biology. I'm
Ah,
like something. I don't know,
so many,
mitochondrial something. I'm
yeah,
like, I
powerhouse
don't
of the cell.
know.
I was so many beers at the pub near school, just talking to like, what the hell is your math PhD about? You know, and people are like, okay, so there's like a 3-dimensional vector, and now it's like moving through space. And I'm like, I cannot. Wow, and we learn math that's like so old, you know, in grade
Yeah.
school. You know what I
Well,
mean? So like, what's modern math? What is like the math that's happening
yeah,
right now? It's freaking
yeah,
rad.
yeah. Calculus is 1650s, right?
Yeah.
So the entire calculus series is very old. But you start getting into newer stuff, right? Fourier analysis, which was the little graph at the end that did the little splitty thing.
Mm.
That was like 1800s or so, right? They figured out a relationship between sinusoidal waves. It was figured out because they wanted to be able to predict tides, and they were like,
Hmm.
tides are like unpredictable. And so someone was like, no, we can do it. And he literally built a machine out of like cogs and wheels and straps,
Mm-hmm.
and he came up with this entire math of like, well, what if I take the data and I force it to decompose into a sum of sinusoidal waves,
Huh.
and then I'll make all the whatever ones get exceedingly too chaotic, I'm just going to drop all those, and then I'm going to combine them all back together and have it replot. So he made this giant elaborate machine, and it was able to predict out for like months and months what
Wow.
the tide would be. And he was like, "Oh my god, this is freaking amazing," because like the data fit it perfectly, and they were like, "Oh man," So like the Fourier analysis was real, right? It was real that you could like figure out the information and stuff by splitting it up into a bunch of little pieces. But yeah, no, I truly appreciate you joining me on this, because I was like, man, another evolution debate, and I do not have a biology background. Like
Yeah.
I can do the math, but like someone's gonna say, all these things on DNA or whatever. And I watched some of Donnie's stuff, and I was like, I don't know any of these terms. It would take me
Yeah.
so long to learn all this shit. And it's like, so I try
Very.
and boil stuff down to like two variables. I'm like, here's your V, here's your D. Tell me what the value should be. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Just give me your simplest model you can.
I thought it was like the science communication came through beautifully because of that. I think. Nico, what's up, man? You wanted to ask a question.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Greg. Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, I had a question about axiomatics talk earlier.
Go for it, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
So I've done a lot of like PCA analysis on molecules and macromolecules,
Yeah.
and I've always had this dissatisfied feeling that this higher dimensional projection to 2 dimensions, it's abstract. It's not like directly interpretable. Like you have principal component 1 and principal component 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you had a better answer than what I've been hearing about, like, can you directly interpret those things?
Well, so principal component analysis. So there's a math algorithm called singular value decomposition. So singular value decomposition is a matrix factorization method that allows you to pull out the vectors or the directions of largest variance. So effectively, what is happening is the data is rotating until it finds the direction of greatest variance. Now, I say rotating because mathematically it doesn't rotate at all. It's literally a straight calculation. You just calculate the direction of greatest variance, right? But the point is that it rotates until you find the direction of greatest variance, and then that dimension is factored out. Then you find the next dimension, right, where you rotate the data again, and you find the second dimension of greatest variation, and then the third and fourth and fifth and sixth. And so PCA is basically you do SVD, and then you just chop off the lower terms. You just keep the highest two. And so SVD or PCA is guaranteed to lose information. You will lose variation that you'll be dropping off in all the dimensions higher, right? So what you're projecting is the two highest levels of variation. And so there's some stuff that may not be warranted. Like, for example, it might look like two clusters are on top of each other, but in the higher dimensions, they're incredibly sparse. They're incredibly separated, right? And so the PCA is simply just so that we can see what the data looks like. We may still have to do calculations with it in the higher dimensions in order to truly understand what is going on with the data, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, because the other thing that I was also curious about is I've done like projections on the chemical space where I'm designing molecules with evolutionary algorithms, and it's a very stochastic kind of mapping of chemical space in this projected format. And when you denoise, it looked like you kind of like denoised it at one point. You like kind of reversed it and showed this kind of
Yes.
underlying structure. And I thought that was kind of, for me, I was confused because I didn't think you can do that with a stochastic system. I thought that was the whole point of an evolutionary algorithm, is that it's computationally irreducible, it's stochastic, it's kind of random.
Right, right. Yeah, so it isn't it perfectly stochastic though, right? So what happened is you start at an origin, right, a single spot, and then there is variation that occurs, but it only occurs at a certain distance, right? So that distance is very small, and maybe at each small step it's basically pure random or pure stochastic, right? But the collection of the steps together formulates something that is technically not stochastic anymore because it's picked a particular direction to go, right? And so what I did was I said, well, let's imagine that we're at the top and we're looking at, a collection of species or a collection of whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. And then we attempt to like separate those. We project them into lower dimensions to separate them, and then we go back in time one step, or we shift over in geography one step. It doesn't really matter what the step is. The step could be time or distance or whatever variable you want, but you step in that direction one step, and then you do it again, and you align those. You center them all in the same spot, right? And this would be the equivalent of like a scientist taking a skull and putting it on the shelf and then attempting to look for an older skull and match it up with that skull. So in other words, they're effectively rotating all the skulls they could have found at that time, but they're trying to match it up with this particular skull, right? And then they find another skull, and then another skull, and they attempt to put these things in taxonomical order, and what you end up with is a very clean path, and that happens naturally. That is, if I have stuff that was generated from a single path, even if the pathing itself was technically random, when I attempt to slice it and go backwards and align them, we actually get we pull out the actual path happening, right? And so all I did was align those as I went as I stepped backwards, and it like made them look like paths again, right? But in the blind, it didn't look like paths when I went to pull them out, right? Or in the original data, I should say. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, thank you for explaining that. Yeah, I mean, I always thought kind of the phylogeny tree was the strongest argument to make against these creationist people, but I never saw like an argument like the one you made today, so I was curious, and I've always struggled with higher dimensional projections, but thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, yeah, me neither. I should say me neither. So like as a mathematician, I have a tendency to kind of just do stuff randomly for fun, right? And so like for me, I'm sitting there and they're telling me, "Oh yeah, this Kynes model makes perfect sense." And I'm like, "Okay, fine. Why don't we try it out?" So, I make a really dumb, producing function. I make a really dumb, speciation thingy. I put it in a couple of loops. I run it for a while. In the back of my mind, I knew that it was going to do something like that. I mean, because high dimensional data. So there's this term or this phrase that we typically might say: high dimensional data is incredibly sparse. If you take two 1,000-dimensional vectors at random, there is no shot ever that you're going to have those paths under like Brownian motion just magically end up together somewhere. Like that's just never going to happen, right? So like every time Donnie would say something like, "Oh, well, they just developed the same feature at the exact same spot in the exact same location," but he was also saying they started from separate places because they're separate kinds. That makes no freaking sense. Like, of course we would be fine with that happening under the evolutionary model because everything's all right next to each other. Like, if you were to take, let me put it to you this way, if you were to take the entire collection of all living things that have ever existed on Earth and you took all of their DNA in a giant list and you were to plot all of that data, it would all be in literally a single tiny, teeny, microscopic little tiny dot inside of a 6 billion dimensional space. It would literally all be right next to each other because all the paths are freaking related to each other, right?
That's really cool. Yeah, I'd heard of someone explaining it like, because a lot of creationists say like, oh, what's the percentage that all of these mutations happen randomly, and they'll take the DNA polymerase error and then they'll times it by the size of like the genome and think about, okay, every single one of those had to be like through evolution, and that's like the rate of probability or whatever that they say. And so it's like a super improbable event. But then I saw this the video or mentioned a paper that they looked at the probability of all of these things all being so similar, and then them not having any heredity. You know what I mean? Like there being no mechanism to link all of that, and it was some super small amount. It was really it was like an inverse of like the probability of what it was before. It was interesting.
Yeah.
The last question I have is for Dr. Greg. I remember learning in biology class, I think my professor said something that in the 80s, they thought that I think it was like 87% of DNA was junk DNA. Like it just didn't code for anything. It was just arbitrary code, and 13 coded directly for stuff that we knew about. And then we discovered like mRNA, and that opened up, our eyes. And then we started realizing it was all a very complex system. But to hear him talk about this kind of Y chromosome overlap thing and how that was the silver bullet for, I guess, was he trying to argue that like women came from a man's rib or something? Like there was like some relationship to that, or I wasn't following his argument.
Basically, it's like the idea is they're trying to justify the mutation rate needed in order to go from such a small amount of populations to like what they see today, and trying to think about all the rates of possible change that could happen, and then find the fastest mutation rate that they can, and then extrapolate that back, and that leads to like around like a 6,000-year-old some odd thing. So that's their like gotcha thing. So but that's not how germline mutations happen. That's not how it's populations that are interbreeding, not like an individual, if that makes any sense, individual pedigree. So yeah,
it took me too long to realize, because Donnie made the same mistake over and over again, where he was suggesting that there's been a demonstration of a single woman in the past, right? Mm-hmm. And it took me too long to realize that's what he was saying, and I called him out on it. I was like, whoa. None of those papers are saying that we have a single woman that everyone came from. None of the papers say that. They said there was a woman where we believe was this long ago with this particular mutation. There were thousands, millions of other women at that same time who were still also related to, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's one individual in a population, not a genetic bottleneck event where only this person existed in the world. So
I have this theory of evolution right now, which I'm sure is not new, and this could be entirely wrong, but like I've been doing a lot of computer simulations with designing molecules via just random mutations, and a lot of it is slop, dude. Like a ton of it is just like nothing good comes from this, right? And I kind of think that maybe biology is overweighting the power of mutation. And I was thinking about this from like endocytosis is a huge leap in evolution, right? And that's like kind of a symbiosis between two organisms. And I even thought about it in terms of like phenotypic plasticity is something interesting, because if you have hard coded a trait, a phenotype, and then naturally your environment stresses it over some period of time, I think there could be some hard coding where that's guiding the evolution, right? And not just a random flip of a bit that, you know, hopefully codes for something. I mean, obviously we do see that happening, but I think I think the other evolutionary pressures or mechanisms are underweighted in the mechanism of evolution.
When you are in a really stressful environment, you get like things like genome size, like doublings and triplings, and you see this a lot with flies, where a population that will be, a lot of climate stress or abiotic. You can have abiotic or biotic stress. So abiotic is anything that's like physical. Biotic would be anything that's, biological in nature, predatory, that kind of thing. And then basically this fly example, like has a huge genome compared to the, basically their cousins, because they need that extra DNA material to recombine, and you can repair things, and it's a really useful to have that it becomes kind of like the material that they can use in order to help facilitate like really rough selection events. So it has a huge impact. So I mean, it's genome size and phenotypic elasticity is something that is selected for in through evolution.
Well, and the way that I hear of evolution, or the way that I was taught of evolution is like, yeah, random mutations happen over long time scales, but then when you take into account phenotypic plasticity, that really makes evolution feel real time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm responding to my environment and I'm expressing phenotypes differently. And maybe that could get passed on, right? Maybe it won't, but it's definitely turned on temporarily, right? And so there's this, and that view of evolution, that it's happening right now in real time all the time, makes me believe, or not, I mean, obviously I believe in evolution, but it makes it feel more real, and not just like, oh yeah, it happens magically over random mutations for hundreds of millions of years.
Yeah, you have adaptation, which is like a big thing, and then you have epigenetic factors too. So epigenetics is like this silencing of a part of the genome with methyl groups. So you just put this is another reason why having a large genome of in relatively small like coding areas kind of like makes sense, because you can just methylate entire regions and kind of block things together if you need to. So that's there's so many different levels of DNA regulation, man. It really is cool. It's a wild molecular world out there. It's in the wildest thing is honestly like microbial evolution. We have human brains, and so we think of like our descendants and stuff, right? How I pass on my genetics is one way, but like think of microbes, man. Microbes can like horizontal gene transfer. That means like think about being able to do that as a human. That'd be so wild. Like here's my my hair gene, oh, here I got hair now, like, oh gee.
Yeah, they're going through so many they're going through millions of generations in like a day. So like the time scale is just very different, right? So I can see that mechanism playing where they're evolving very rapidly. And I mean, we're seeing them eat plastic, right? So like it's definitely happening.
Nylonase, it's true. Yeah, it's really cool.
Anyways, well, thank you so much, Dr. G, and thank you, Axiomatic, for that breakdown. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Nico. Appreciate you, man.
Yep.
Hi, Ness.
Sorry, I have my Discord talking in my ear.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Oh, here, I'm in your Discord now. Do you want me to just go in there? Are you hanging out?
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, well, you're on your TikTok. You don't want to end that or anything, right?
No,
Or I don't know.
I could just go in there if people are okay with me streaming it.
Oh, of course. Yeah, please.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let me end this.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, is this? Oh, there.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
sweet.
hey, Dr. Greg. Hey, Bobby.
Let's see.
up?
Let's see. Make sure.
Nice.
Hey, so I saw. Well, I didn't see everything, but I did, see a good gist of it, and yeah, that was brutal. And not saying like in a way like for you guys, that's like it's like a bunch of misunderstanding.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
when you, I think the issue when it comes to them, right? When you make one big misunderstanding, right? And when you run with that misunderstanding, everything else that they say is just wrong because based off that one misunderstanding. Like they kept on saying, "Oh, this mutation, this mutation, that. Oh, this one." Like it's like I get what they're saying. They're just wrong, you know.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, and the thing is, right? It's like they're not gonna accept that. Oh, why am I wrong? And then it just goes back. Well, because your main argument is wrong, so everything else is going to be wrong. Like when they're talking about, oh, are you related to this? Are you related to that? I'm like, well, every living organism on Earth is related to each other because it's on Earth. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah. If am I related to a pine tree? Am I related to a dog? Am I related to a fly? Well, are they all made from Earth? Yes. Then yeah. I like. Yes, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I don't know why it's so offensive for people to take that or even just say like, evolution is how God created us. Like it really is so easy for them to just take it for face value and like it is what it is. So it's just the mental gymnastics of now using like genetics to explain young Earth creationism is pretty wild, man. I never would have thought that was a thing.
Yeah, like I just the stuff they were saying is like I never even thought of it. I'm like, what? Oh, then answer this question. I'm not gonna lie, I never heard that question before, so I'm gonna need time to think about this because it's just like what, you know? It's just it's just like, it's hard to answer questions that's not understandable because they just make it on the fly. And it's like,
oh my gosh, Objective Ethics just said Donnie has been called out for cherry picking claims from creationist scientists that were themselves cherry picking data, so it fits their narrative. That's
exactly.
crazy. He's been called for cherry picking by creationist scientists. That's wild.
It's cherry picking information based off cherry picking information. So it's like, what? Like what are you talking about? Like what Bobby said, the people that they were basing the information from, right? Also agreed, that evolution is real. Also agreed that the Earth is more than like a million billion years old. Like what? How are you gonna use the people? How are you gonna use their information for your argument when their base, paper, it disagrees with their argument? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that was really weird. I wasn't expecting after their intro, like them saying that no. I've never seen anyone do this. It's so incredulous that it blows my mind. Like the idea that you're actually going to take someone's data and then come to your own conclusion by cherry picking, because you don't even like the limitations of the study and what methods that you're choosing all play into like how far you can make that reach from that new novel informational find, right? Like what does that mean in the context of the broader scientific community is a good question whenever you're contributing something novel. So the idea that they're going to just steal it and against experts in their field, in the field that reviewed that paper, that edited that paper, that peer reviewed that paper, they're going to tell them, no, actually, you can create a totally different conclusion that wasn't tested, that was never peer reviewed. I mean, I would be so mad if I was one of these authors, man. I would be furious.
Yeah, I know. We need more science people to enter into this stuff and tell people that they're wrong, right? Like Mary Schweizer, right? She's only pushed back so much because she ended up in the spotlight, right? But she doesn't like she I don't know. But I've seen interviews with her though. Like there was an interview where she was asked about her discovery and, and then it was like, "Oh, well, what do you think when creationists say that you're sampling is, evidence of 4,000-year-old Earth?" She's like, "Oh, well, that's obviously completely silly, right? Clearly these are 65 million year old samples, right?
Obviously.
Like, obviously, right? That's why I go to comets. I'm like, is there dinosaur tissue in comets, right? Comets in space, is that where the dinosaurs came from? Like, this is just silliness, and the dishonesty of like saying tissue when they know full well an archaeologist means something completely different than what a biologist says when they say tissue, right? They don't understand that like blood cells themselves can be fossilized. Like it's just so dishonest. Like they don't they couldn't even explain to me the sheer difference. It's what, like a million or a billion hema, right? Can be in a single cell, right? We're talking like the difference between little chemical, strains versus, that are capable of producing red color in sufficiency versus an actual cell, right? Like a fossilized cell is not the same thing as an actual cell. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just dishonesty after dishonesty, or maybe I mean, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't know, but it's like, how do you? I don't know. It's just crazy to
They've
become like,
been corrected on all this stuff many times,
Yeah.
so they do not
Yeah.
have an excuse of ignorance.
yeah,
The moment the moment the debate started and they immediately were like, "Oh, we have two idiots here. They have PhDs. They don't know anything. Blah blah blah." Like it was immediately quick jabs, smart ass comments, no, not giving a shit about like truth or reality, no caring about actually looking up what's going on. Donnie's basically memorized large statements with, you know, these completely twisted, conclusions, right? Like this is just not how like an actual scientist would behave in any fashion, right? And that's why I kept repeating, and I'm glad you repeated it with me, Dr. Greg. I think it was so great. Is like I kept saying, we would gladly give up evolution because we don't have a position. We take whatever the evidence is,
You
And so
would
like
be two of the most famous scientists in the world if you
I
could
know.
overturn evolution.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
Yeah.
not just
we
like
would
we would be down to do it,
gladly,
right? It would be a lifetime achievement.
I'll take the
Yes,
Nobel.
yes,
I'll take
yeah.
it. Fine.
Nobel, anything
exactly.
like freaking.
Everyone
I
who's
mean,
involved
yeah,
gets a Nobel Prize. You get a Nobel
it's
Prize. You get a Nobel Prize.
yeah,
First time
it's
a
just silly.
Nobel
Like,
Prize and a Fields Medal at the same time.
see, they have to
Honestly,
pretend it's like a global conspiracy to like keep the Bible, to demean the Bible, as though scientists would care. They'd be like, well, if we could prove it, we'd be golden. We'd love it, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I love that he was like it's the governments that are keeping us from doing this stuff. That was wild. It's like the governments that are keeping us from using this as a technology and like creating and like seriously use it as a medicine, bro. Like if you understand how to do these mutation rates so high, like do use it, like make money off of it. Like what do we? Come on.
Yeah. I
But
know, yeah.
that's
I'm
wild.
like, this same science, right? It like literally the same thing. This is something I didn't get to say, but I mean there was so much stuff flying around. But I'm like,
Mhm.
this science, this mathematics, this science, this is the exact same stuff they use to calculate your phone, figure
Mhm.
out how LEDs work, that we understand how the microwave background radiation work, like everything that like in your life, your microprinted clothing, the signaling of your phone, the way in which we convert digital data to analog data, right? Like all of this is like from scientists doing this exact same stuff. They're using the same math, they're doing the same level of reasoning, they're exploring the world in the same way. And then you just come out of the woodworks and you're like, oh, but all these people are paid off, right? I don't know if you saw my Kent Hovind debate when I was showing him dendrochronology scientists, and I pulled
Hmm.
up a graph of their. I pulled up a picture of their newsletter, and there was 100 of them. They lined up because they had a conference in Zambia, and
Hmm.
they were like, "Oh, the dendrochronologists, right?" So they took a group picture, right? And I was like, "Look at all these dendrochronologists. You have hundreds of PhD people right there that study tree rings, right?" And he was like, "Well, they're all being paid by the government," and I was like, "In Zambia?" And he just was like, well,
Exactly.
maybe not Zambia, and it was like, okay. Like, what? I don't know.
Yeah,
Dude.
Yeah,
like
Ken
Government.
Hovind thinks Christians, Muslims, people from competing countries are
Yeah.
conspiring over evolution. It's
Yeah.
insane.
They're
Yeah.
yeah,
conspiracy
And these
theorists,
people aren't,
man. I'm telling you, just call them
yeah.
conspiracy
And
theorists. Don't even recognize the religion. Don't even recognize it. It's their conspiracy
yeah.
theorists.
it's
Yeah.
just yeah, it's honestly just baloney. Like I just don't I don't get it. It's like if okay, so it's like you would have the evidence. No, first they would challenge your argument, right? Then you like okay, then you go to the evidence, and then like oh, you're paid by the government. So it's like then why ask you for evidence if you're just gonna tell me that oh I'm being paid off? Like it's
Apparently,
just
anyone
it's
that gets
circular.
paid is being paid off. Like, do you have a salary? Oh, then you're a chub. You're in it for the money. It's like, well, what did you think? I shouldn't get paid any? I should be homeless and doing math. That's how it should work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It is a conspiracy theory, but the reason they are making the conspiracy theory is as a protection racket for religious people's egos, for one, and for
Agreed.
two, it's actually a PR campaign for Christian nationalism, and for three, it's an introduction to the misinformation pipeline, which is a super lucrative pipeline of both live streams and web channels and all kinds of products like butthole sunning lamps and ivermectin and all this bull
Exactly.
crap.
Exactly, bro. It's wild. Like
Yeah.
they're all. Bacola was on Dr. Drew's freaking show talking about whatever the Fauci hearings, and I was watching it, and it was like I was just looking up the thing that he wore on a lab coat that he obviously does not wear. He like has this patch on the company, and they freaking they have a company together that sells the ivermectin boxes and all this kind of stuff, and you're just like
Mm.
he's on his show platforming his coworker or his co-owner so that this guy can like make money off of it. It's just so they're basically doing exactly what they accuse scientists of doing. Like there is no scientist that's like, link in my bio, Thermo Fisher or something. It's just that doesn't.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah, they flip out about big pharma and claim big pharma is making billions hand over fists when the wellness industry is much larger than the pharmaceutical industry and makes way more money
Right.
and has to spend way less on R&D and on getting products safety tested because no safety testing is required, nor is efficacy testing for wellness products. So it's weird how they are selectively concerned about following the money. Like I followed the money to a wellness website and saw just ad after ad for things like homeopathic water, which is probably the most bullshit medical quackery thing imaginable. It literally is claiming water has magical memory in which you can dilute chemicals to the point that they're literally not present anymore, and it somehow turns this water into medicine. It's literally nothing. It's just nonsense.
Yeah, bro. And
But it's
what
been
do you
around
think?
for a long time.
What do you think the profit margin on wellness or aligned water is versus like a
Right? Yeah.
vaccine, dude? Like, what?
Oh my
Give me a
God.
break, man. Like,
You're literally just filling something up at a faucet, right? And just slapping a label on it,
putting like
charging.
rubbing
You
some
have to do a
copper
ritual
thing.
first.
Yeah,
Mhm.
by rubbing some copper on it or something, and now it's like
Yeah.
charged. But and like the profit margin on that and a vaccine, it's like, yeah, dude, these companies, like rightfully so, don't want to like make a product if they're just going to be spending all this time in court, so they don't make a bunch of money off of it. So I mean, the pharmaceutical companies genuinely do a real service in making something that's very specific, very high technology, lots of it, lots of QC. They pay for their own research
Oh
and
my God, so
development.
much.
Like I think that there is like some like talks, like obviously around healthcare and how much healthcare insurance companies have. I think people equate big pharma with insurance companies too, which is kind of a weird thing. But yeah, dude, I think that it's all the profit motive and stuff is different than like pharmaceutical companies that they do a service to our, that's it is important.
Yeah, the sheer amount of statistical analysis that goes into it, it's mind blowing. There's how many papers for vaccines just searching for a link to autism, some causative link there. There's like thousands, I think, of studies just on that subject alone. Crazy.
Yeah, and they're
it's a subject that didn't need to be studied so thoroughly either. It was only studied because of the anti-science
Hysteria.
disinformation.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a waste of money. We could have, and I don't know what, I don't know where that line is. Is it a waste of money? Well, it's good that it was debunked, but like, it's, how much debunking do we have to do to get the debunking? I don't know.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm
I don't
advocating
think
for
it
more
was a
scientists
waste
to
of
do more
money.
debunking. So.
I don't think it was a waste of money because we learned some pivotal things in it. We learned that vaccines are most efficacious for two specific populations: the very young and the very elderly, the most vulnerable people, right? And the immunocompromised. Those would be the three biggest populations that a lack of vaccine uptake has a major impact on. And that has a huge effect on mean life expectancy in every population.
Sure. Oh, I just meant the autism to vaccine link.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
The thing that was known a hell of a long time ago. Like, we had very clear data, and then, but we've had to repeat it. Like, every now and then you get another study, and it's like the only reason that that's happening is because it keeps being brought up over and over again. And it's like, and now we have like a Tylenol, and autism link that needs to be studied. And I'm like, oh my God, like, what the frick is the matter with these people?
You know what else it's a lesson in? It's a lesson in responsible publishing, because the whole reason for this is because one crappy study, I'll try not to swear on your stream so much, one crappy study by Andrew Wakefield on the most cherry-picked selection of subjects imaginable, in which he did horribly unethical things to both the kids and the data. And the Lancet published it and then eventually retracted it. But by the time they retracted it, the damage was done.
Yeah. You're supposed, like, if the paper's retracted, how does it still get cited? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's because these pseudoscientists are like, hey, we can cite things that have been retracted. The retraction means the scientist is saying it isn't real. Like, what?
Well, Wakefield isn't. He had to have his license revoked, but he still goes around selling his competing vaccine for the MMR. So he talks poison about vaccines, but he's also selling a vaccine himself.
They're all still like McCullough. McCullough is doing his his grift still. Robert Malone completely changed the reality on his what he did in his grad school years to, completely reimagine himself as the inventor of mRNA vaccines, even though he didn't do that. It's just like, imagine downplaying an entire Nobel Prize winner in Kariko and like what she did, and got kicked out of Pentech for it, and then had to go to Germany, founded BioNTech, and like, so it's like just completely wiping that away in his mind. The
I think
pandemic
yeah.
just allowed people to completely reimagine themselves.
Oh my God, yeah. I think Merkela's grift is the funniest. You know Merkela, right? His grift is hilarious because he sells hair growth pills, and the guy is bald and liver spotted to all heck.
No way.
So his own hair growth pills aren't working so well for him.
Oh man. Yeah, these guys, I've always thought that was really funny, like RFK being this bastion of health, and he looks awful, dude. Like I've never
He looks like,
understood that.
a sun-dried wallet.
Yeah,
Voice
dude.
kills me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh
in my-
yeah, the gravelly voice.
like I would say that I don't know about the like globally, right? But at least in the United States, I feel like there's like an anti-intellectualism era that's going on here ever since ever since Trump got elected. Everything has been like, oh, if you're a professional, if you got a PhD, if you went to college, none of your opinions matter. It's like, what do you mean?
That's been going on for a long time now. And ironically, younger Earth creationism is a huge part of it. And that's why I love you guys going out and smacking down two of them in a debate. Great job. I don't know if I glazed you for it yet, but there's a little glazing. You guys did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Man.
No, I very much enjoyed having Dr. Greg as a partner because I could defer all the biology questions to him.
You guys had a great dynamic. Him being able to like talk about the biological lab reality, and you being able to talk about high level conceptual stuff. Like it sailed over Donnie's head. He had no idea what you were talking
Bro,
about.
the logic and all that stuff. I that's such a, it's on my bucket list to make my thoughts more clear and make more sense by like actually learning philosophy and stuff. And
like no. That's the love of it, right? That's kind of why I like about STEM is that look, Bobby is we're into logic and math, and you're more into like microbiology. But since it's all like, it's like what Bobby was saying, none of this stuff is like new. It's just you could just use the same thing just for different places. Like, and like I'm more of a computer engineer, right? But I understand like the logic. That's why I kind of mostly understand what Bobby says every time you do on a stream, because I just understand the logic. Like, oh yeah, okay, that's true and whatnot. Now, I'm not a biologist, right? But there is some logic in biology, right? So, for example, right, like when it comes to like species, mutation, genetics, there's math in it, and math has logic into it. That's why I can understand it, and that's why it's like they just discount what they were saying, right? I guess Sam and Donnie, it's like they were just discrediting everything, like what both of you guys are saying. They're like asking Bobby, like, oh, what does this mean? What does that mean? And Bobby would just say, I'm not a biologist, right? That's he's being honest.
Yeah.
He's not a biologist.
There's all kinds being wrong. No being taught. Like that doesn't. I think that's one of the greatest things you learn at getting a PhD is how little you know.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you discover you know so little. Right. And I like some people make that as like a slight. Like, oh, you didn't know a word I said. It's like, oh, okay. Well, you could have just taught me. I don't know. Like.
That's my definition of expertise.
It's definitely true that you can come at debunking science denial from a lot of angles, and leaning on your own specific scientific expertise is a big strength, because in comparison to the science denier who has to pretend like they're an expert in everything, you look reasonable and rational and sober, and like you're willing to admit there are things outside of your sphere of knowledge that you're not a complete expert on.
But
Like
that's the thing
like
is
Kent
that
Hovind, who's got to claim he's an expert on, you know,
3
hundreds of
PhDs.
fields of science. Yeah.
3
Yeah.
PhDs,
Yeah,
dude. Like, give
Everything
me
a
a
man's an
break.
expert in is wife beating and tax evasion.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And not
yeah.
in that order.
I'm glad Dr. Greg was there. So I actually have a biology a biology degree, and I actually do biomedical research.
Oh, hell yeah.
So
Hell yeah.
some of the stuff Dr. Greg was referring to, I was like, yeah, if you've done research and published a paper, like you would just find some of those facts easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of the big problems. You can give a science denier knowledge, but skill is really what dissipates inability to accept a science. And Donnie will always wield a religious apologetic argument instead of a pipette. He's never going to get into an actual biology scenario.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's like,
pipetting is fun though, FYI. But
nah, I just loved it, right? When they always like show the data. Oh, look at the data. Look at this data. This data means this, and that. I don't understand it. Then Bobby like, oh, you understand it? Okay. What does deviation mean? Like, like, like,
wait, so is evolution false or true?
Dude, but I love when they said that you didn't Bobby
Uh,
didn't present anything or any
Yeah.
data, and I'm like, that was the whole
yeah.
intro. It was like 15 minutes of like his
Yeah.
own
Yeah,
rendered.
literally.
He
I've never seen
generated the
anyone do
data
that.
out
Never
of
seen
nothing.
his own model, tested it. It was like basically like a
Right?
lab meeting. Like it was basically like a lab.
Well, he has a script. He has a script and he tries to stick to it. And that's why even when you you ask him a question that predicts the answer he's going to give you, he'll still just give that answer anyways. He did it with a bunch
Yeah.
of the super chats I
The
sent him.
ERVs and stuff, he was
Mhm.
tilting. I knew he was. I mean, that's the thing, dude. I used like Claude in order to analyze all his debate transcripts. So he's like, it's all the like 90% the same things, and it's just the same arguments like over and over again. It's
Yeah.
just, and it's so as soon as he did it, I was just like, oh my god, it was wild to be able to see them one after another, just as like as transcripts predicted. It's just basically a freaking like a Mad Libs of just like putting in like whatever you want, but you have the same blocks every time, and it's just like, oh my god, man, like what order? But yeah, I think
Yeah.
expertise is really interesting. I try to describe it as like you knowing something so well that you learn that you know nothing about it, and it's like you just you get like microbiology, bro. Like it's like 99%
Yeah.
of the microbes that exist we've never cultured or sequenced, so how could I say I know anything about microbiology? Like, there's so much out
Yeah,
there
that's true.
in the world. Like it's so rad. So it's I think it's such a
Yeah.
but that's the cool thing about academia too, is that you get introduced into these different fields that you didn't even know existed, and people have like expert level knowledge. Like what
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
like
Saint-
strigiology,
biology.
owl studies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
just
cool.
like math. I mean, like my specialization is in like complex variables and like differential operators. I know a lot about this incredibly niche topic used in
Mhm.
this particular way. And it's like, I know there are whole categories of stuff in like, algebra and modern algebra and like just all these things that I know nothing about, right? I have just an inkling. Like I know the undergraduate material,
Mhm.
right? But like as far as specialization, I could probably talk with another researcher, right? But I don't know anything about that, And it's like that's what you gain when you are working on a PhD is you understand how many other topics are out there. There's just so many other people in your same field
Yeah.
doing all these niche things.
I mean, it
That's
fucks
why
with you
it's
so
so
much that people get imposter syndrome. Like that's like people go the opposite. People
Yeah,
go
that's
Dunning
true.
Kruger
yeah,
so hard
exactly.
that they're on the other side where they like are literally a world expert and they can't even say that they did anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what's crazy. How could you be an imposter if
Yeah.
there's something that you are the world expert on? But that's what
Yeah.
how humbling it is, So it's wild, man.
That's how
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite quotes of all time comes from Bertrand Russell, which is the whole problem with the world is that fools are so sure of themselves, while wiser people so full of doubts.
It's so true, dude. And
Yeah,
that's the
that's
big
true.
problem with like science communication is that like basically that kind of like nuance is misinterpreted as like a 50-50 when in reality it's like 99.9 versus 0.1. You know, like we are so far. This isn't like one of those things, you know, but because we can't be 100%, are you 100%? Like, no, but like, are you going to put money down on that? You know, let's give you the 99-1 and where are you going to put $1,000? You know, give me a break.
Yeah. And I would say we virtually are at 1% with evolution now, thanks to captured viral DNA like endogenous retroviruses. Ironically, the thing Donnie has written 2 books of absolute dribble about. I think they are basically creating what's kind of like a Galileo moment in evolution, where because they create a statistical proof of evolution where the odds of them being at similar insertion loci is so remote for anything other than common ancestry, it basically is a statistical proof of common ancestry and macroevolution.
Yeah, I agree. There's just no the probability of that happening by chance is like doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's looking at 99.9% and way in the rear view mirror longingly. Like we're talking like 1 over a number larger than the number of atoms in the universe. And that's just for a small handful of ERVs. There's hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
That's how I felt when I was in engineering, right? And when I went to like masters, that's when my specialty is in engineering hardware, computer robotics. And then I heard about something about machine learning. I was like, what the hell is the machine learning? Like, why does the machine need to learn? But then I understand things like, oh, so that's what it is, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Look, I don't know everything. I'm not gonna say I act like I know everything, but
that's actually what I work in is machine learning.
Tandem.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, he mixed up statistics and machine learning, and I called him out on that. But I don't know. I find it so. I remember watching other people like Donnie, right? Like in particular, like Charlie Kirk. I would watch some of the things he did. He would also bring up papers and then present them, right? And he would cherry pick the information out of it. So, like for example, there was a paper. This is just stuck in my mind. There's a paper specifically on the wage disparity between men and women, right? And so it was a paper, like a decade or 2 ago, and they did a long study where they tried to align all of the experience and everything in the proper way. And then they calculated it out, and it came out to like, I forget what it was, like 80-cent difference or $1.20 difference or something. And he would literally berate people like, oh, well, this paper, what was the difference in this paper? It was 80 cents. Is that significant to you? Is that significant? Right. And he just keep like berating people. And it was like, yeah, but it wasn't 80 cents. It was 80 cents from the means of 10,000, like 10,000. Like if you walked into a business and there was a 99.999% chance that because you're a woman, you'll get paid 80%, 80 cents less, why would you give a fuck if it was 80 cents? You'd give a fuck if it was 1 penny. Like there's a 99% chance that because you're a woman, you will get paid less, right? Like he didn't at all care what the test statistic was or what the p-value was. That didn't mean anything to him. He didn't even reference it. And obviously the point is he didn't know what a test statistic or p-value was. He didn't know.
Yeah.
So when he's
He
reading
was
the paper,
famously a college dropout.
Oh yeah. When you should know if you presented that data.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with Donnie. He pulls up a graph from a paper. He doesn't give a shit what any of the conclusions of the scientists say. He goes, look at this graph. See this little bursty region? That's when poof, Noah had 1 million kids. And you're like, what are you talking? This is this is a PCA reduction. Do you even understand what that means? Like, no, he doesn't understand, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, even scientifically literate people need to be careful about responsibly consuming and reporting statistics. And scientifically literate is not adjective I would use to describe Donnie. So that gives you a little bit of how bad the problem is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
so. I
well
mean, the
said.
whole point of so many rounds of edits in any type of publication is going to be like, what can we actually say we did here? And then someone
Mhm.
goes like, no, you didn't prove that. And then the second
Yeah.
reviewer is like, no, 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 you have to walk this
Yep.
way back. This isn't a. This is. You think this is a title worthy thing that you did? Like, oh hell no. And you're like, no, we did because we did it 2 different ways. And then this guy's like, yeah, but you've only showed it 2 ways, but this third way, this could have a chance of actually being it. So since that could be it for like a 2% chance, you can't say that in the paper. And you're like, oh my God, do I do this
Yeah.
like whole new experiment? You're like, fine, like we'll change it back. We'll change the first figure now. Okay, the figure,
Mm.
like so many like parts of the whole idea of science is making these conclusions. So the idea that you just goes, none of that. I just want this little graph
There's the
here.
image.
This
Yeah.
little graph.
Let me
This is
pull
what
it
I'm
out.
taking. Like it's so dishonest. Nobody, no
Yeah.
one, none of the scientists would like that.
Yeah, if you consider that the actual goalpost that he has to meet, the actual work he would have to do to falsify evolution is so high. He knows he's never going to do it. And it might not even be falsifiable. It might be just true on a trivial scale. You would have to falsify the existence of replicators that are impacted by selection. Can that even be done? I don't know.
Dude, I've
Mhm.
honestly thought about
Yeah.
this a lot. Like, is it just a true fact in the world that, you know what I mean, that DNA will just, I don't know. It is really interesting, the RNA world hypothesis and all that that stuff, and then the asteroid Bennu and like all that stuff that's on the building blocks to make a piece of RNA is like found on an asteroid just going through. It's just, dude, there might just be like life like everywhere in the universe, and I think that that's honestly probably the biggest case that it just exists. Life is
It's
ubiquitous.
possible, and I think if that is the case, probably most of it is microbiological life or
Mhm.
things like flatworms and planarians, like simplistic stuff like that. Because we have found like flatworms on meteorites, if I recall correctly. So
I don't know
Yeah.
about that. I
We
don't know.
found what? I don't think we found it. We haven't found any alien life confirmation of alien life. We found um we found parts of these things like proteins and things, right? In
yeah,
meteorites
like
and comets and
there's
stuff.
there was an asteroid that landed in Murchison, Australia, that had a ton of amino acids and biomolecules on it.
Amino acids.
And
That's
then
what I meant.
I think you said Bennu was
Yeah.
another one that we sent a drone to, and it came back
Mhm.
with a bunch of biopolymers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Zamba? Are you raising your hand to talk?
No, I was just messing with my hand, but
Oh, okay.
I thought we had found some form of cellular life not on Earth.
I
Like
thought
just
so too.
more.
I could be
Think
wrong
so.
about that.
Oh,
I don't think
I,
so.
I,
No.
I think I might be misremembering something.
yeah, there'd be a whole
You know what I think I
section
might
of
be
research.
confusing is tardigrades. Tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space,
Yeah.
but they're not flatworms really. They're little micro guys.
Mm-hmm.
There
Yeah.
there is a lot of critters and stuff that live up in the upper atmosphere and things.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
you could in theory in space find
Microbes.
remnants of stuff. But here's the thing, if you find, let's say you found a cell out in outer space somewhere, if it literally has all the exact same biological markers as something on Earth, well then your conclusion is it came from Earth, right? Like if we find actual
I
life
might think
elsewhere,
that, or I
we
might think
we
convergent evolution.
well, no. But there are a number of things in evolution that could have been one way or the other. Like I brought up chirality. This is an
Mhm.
example of something that is arbitrary. There was no reason why we have all one chirality versus another, right? And yet it was picked one particular way, and that's the way it is. And everything is that same chirality. And so the point is that like if we found a cell that had the opposite chirality, we would know it's not from Earth. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Right?
for sure.
Because everything on Earth is of this chirality. And
Right.
so there are a number of other such mechanisms, not just chirality. There's a number of other such arbitrary mechanisms that could have been some other way and it would have been fine. And so those things we assume would have shown up in some other life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it would depend on the distance from Earth we found it out in space. Like if you found it within the solar system out in space, for sure it came from Earth. If you found it like in another galaxy, I think convergent evolution might start to make more sense.
Yeah,
But
certainly
I'm
people would
probably
start
being a pedant.
investigating that. Yeah, people would be freaking like that would be the most
Yeah.
exciting science. Like, oh my God, it's an inevitability that evolution goes a particular way. It's
Right.
just that
Yeah.
that doesn't fit with any of our modeling, though, right? None of our modeling says that. It's all like,
Well,
Yeah, dude, life would be look so much different at different points in time. You know what I mean? It's just
that's
it
what I
is so
think.
cool. But I also think that, dude, like microbial life. I mean, it would be hard pressed to not think that that was intelligent or higher forms of living. Like if we just even bacteria, man. Like if we just found that there's so many different things about bacteria that are so advanced, you know, that I mean they are as evolved as we are, you know, if you think about it. So they have like
Yeah.
incredible abilities to sense and move and tumble and like grow towards things, chemotaxis, away from things, their sensing abilities. Like there's so many different, they can make nanoparticles, like it's like wild, you know, stuff like so I do think that it's going to be really hard for us to do that. I also wonder if like what if we found viruses or something on another like planet? You know what I mean? Like if there was like what would that be like? What could a parasite look like on an obligate parasitic organism that non-living here? Viruses are not considered living. You know, how would we substantiate and think about that on another planet?
Yeah, speaking to the bacteria resistance, like the bacteria evolving antibiotic resistance is something that actively keeps me up at night because it is literally a slow cooking disaster just waiting to happen. At some point in the future, there's a good chance our current antibacterial remedies to a bunch of common infections are going to collapse and not be working anymore because
Dude.
bacteria will evolve antibiotic resistance.
Stanford lab just came out. They just used AI to create basically they used, I think it honestly might have been I think it was an LLM that was trained on all the viral genomes that we have, and they found a new combination, like to make a virus, and they tried 300 different types of viruses. They synthesized the genome, then they put it into a bacteria, and then it was a bacteriophage, so it was created inside the bacteria and then infected another bacteria. So they knew it was functional. And they had 300 that were proposed, and they actually did it with like 6. So it's pretty rad, dude. Like, so the idea is that could be a way that we could use, computers and next generation sequencing and in order to actually attack bacteria specifically for new forms of antibiotics. So it's kind of interesting.
100%. And it's the result of a field of origin of life studies, actually called protein folding and synthesis studies, which has led to these huge computational breakthroughs, which, like Dr. Francis Arnold won a Nobel Prize for in enzyme evolution. And yeah, exactly what you're talking about is huge bioapplicability in making personalized medicines with designer amino acids and proteins specifically catered, like specialized to your physiology. Like some hospitals are even giving these out already. They're taking bacteria cultures from patients and designing specific antibiotics for them using these kinds of techniques. Fascinating.
That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's the future. Definitely is people's microbiomes being like sampled when they're in the hospital to try to see kind of like where they are to catch like early infections, but then also for like healing and stuff like that. Instead of doing like antibiotics, if you could use like a probiotic, it'd help people theoretically heal faster if they have their immune system going, you know?
So, what do you think about like the trend of medical technology over the long term future, like 100 years from now?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think this is going to be like? Is there an upper limit on how much healthcare can improve our lifespan and quality of life and health?
I mean, I think that within our life, we're going to be able to have like custom gene therapy uh, medicines. Like you basically get your sequence done, then you go to your geneticist or whatever, and they design a personalized gene editing, like it's called prime editing, which is by David R. Liu. And you're going to go through and all your genome will the errors will be fixed that they suscept, like they'll be like, okay, you have a chance to develop cancer here, so we're going to fix this for you, we're going to fix this error. And I think that's within our lifetimes, like for sure, because it's already been done for a kiddo for um, childhood leukemia, and so that's
Yes.
already been done.
Really?
Baby KJ
Yeah.
was born last year, and that was a gene edited. So this is this is all
That's so
not
cool.
germline. It's not germline. It's somatic, which is even more amazing if you think about it.
Yes,
Because they have to change
100%.
every single genome in
Yeah,
every single cell of the body. Like so so
that's
they have to
crazy.
specifically
That's
target
trillions of edits.
yeah, for all the genomes of all those cells. Yeah, so they're specifically finding these
Wild.
cells. They're entering them. They're doing it through adeno-associated viruses. So viruses obviously are good at infecting cells, and they use adeno-associated ones. And then that's for specific ones. And then there's also obviously the different types. There's different types of delivery. mRNA, lipid nanoparticle. Again, that's another obvious one. And but yeah, it's going to be access. I think that's going to be the big problem. Is going to be access to these medications.
So the
Yeah.
haves versus the have-nots. It
Mm-hmm.
always comes
So,
down to that, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
so how long before we have humans living to be 1,000 years old?
Yeah, that's a good
Very
question, man.
long.
I
Very
think it's
long.
like the telomere stuff. I think like in theory
Yeah.
you could do gene editing in order to add like telomeres lengths or something to
Yeah.
so but I don't know, like biologically, but I genuinely have no idea. I mean, there are like bristlecone pines that are around for 15,000 years, you know. But
Holy crap!
that's pretty cool. But
Ocean
humans.
quahog, 15K years. I think
Yeah.
Teratopsis dohrnii is the champ, though. It's a species that is effectively immortal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you've never heard of it, they're these little tiny jellyfish that they basically have a cyclical life cycle that keeps them from ever dying from old age. It's really fascinating.
They're
Oh, wow.
like, oh no, I'm in danger, and then become a baby again.
Yeah, they revert to their larval stage and remature,
Oh, that's
something
legit.
like that.
Well, I'd
Yeah.
choose that. I mean,
Wow.
I'd choose that for sure.
Well, it's tiny and has no brain, but it is built to survive. Like regenerate, and he's back, like Doctor Who.
Dude,
Sound
that's a big
Brain
thing
or
for me.
immortality? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hard
Dude,
choice.
if I wanted, like, if I could actually, there's so many like cool abilities in the animal kingdom, and we suck so bad. These creationists they don't realize how like we're uniquely good at like philosophizing, I think, which is like, using our frontal lobe, to
Yeah.
have these conversations. And but dude, like there's so many other organisms that are like mantis shrimp. I want mantis shrimp eyes, man. I want, I want like sea turtle ability to check out magnetic waves in the atmosphere to know where I am on the earth. You know, I want, like, come on, give me some cool traits here.
I
We
think the
evolved
only
to sit around a fire and eat fruit and exchange stories. And that was a successful model for human evolution for a long time because it helped tribes grow to be just large enough to outcompete other tribes. But now it has led to this kind of like tribal thinking thing. So there's a drawback to it for sure. And I think of it almost like a vestigial that we've out evolved and we need to adapt beyond.
Yeah.
humans got one crazy ability, and that's that we can smell rain farther than sharks can smell blood.
I heard that. I heard that on like Reddit.
That.
It was
But
like
Really?
yeah, I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a bacteria too. That's like what it is. It's like we're smelling bacteria or something. It's
Even
very
humans also have the ability to choke on their own spit and die.
Dang it!
yeah. The
do.
feed, the feed and the air hole being the same one. That's not a good intelligent design. That's not a good one.
Yeah, the human has the ability to feel anxiety about its mortgage payment. The only species on the planet that can do that. I don't know. It got a good shuffle of the deck there.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
What is it? So there's a field in biology called quantum biology, right?
Yeah.
And they attempt to look for the effects of quantum mechanics in biology. And there's a great Royal Institute talk on them trying to figure out like why birds know which way north is, right? And so you scan them, right? You're like, is there iron in their head? Like, what the fuck's going on? No, it's not that. There's no metal going on. They put little helmets on them, right? A little bird helmet, and then the bird has no idea which way north is. They freak out, right? So like they're clearly picking up on the magnetic field, but like how are they doing it, right? And so there's little models now where they believe they've isolated possibly the chemical reaction within these cells that they don't know 100%, right? This is all new theoretical stuff, but they're pretty sure that the chemical reaction is exhibiting like some type of uncertainty principle with respect to like the spin, and the hypothesis is that this can be done over and over again, and in theory you would then be able to like know a particular direction of the magnetic field, right? um and so man, I gotta pull that up for you. But
There's been a
it's a
lot
really
of studies
fascinating
on
topic.
birds. Yeah, and especially bird brains because they have really special brains. They have a brain that has something very much like our neocortex, except it's
Yeah.
different and it evolved down a different evolutionary lineage.
I saw that today.
Aisha Wahab pledged she'd reject.
I saw that on Science Mag. It's Nordman 2025. It was like incredible imagery where they were scanning the brain regions of pigeons, trying to find that.
Yep, I read a similar paper where they were doing scans and they found by a chain of biomolecular elements that are essential for bird song. And guess what? Humans also have them, and we use them for speech. Imagine that.
There you go. Here it is.
So
This is from Nordman 2025. Here you go. This is awesome. Single-celled RNA sequencing of the semicircular canal cristae revealed specialized type 2 hair cells that express the molecular machinery necessary for the detection of magnetic stimuli by electromagnetic induction. Our data support a model whereby electromagnetic input from the semicircular canals activates a vestibular mesopaleal circuit in the pigeon brain. Dude, that's wild. Single-celled
so cool.
RNA sequencing.
So what I'm hearing is that wearing a tinfoil hat might do something.
Yeah.
We might be able to do some kind of genetic manipulation on a soldier's brain and make them less likely to get lost. I don't know. No, but it is cool. I don't know what the bioapplicability of it, but it sure is cool.
Oh, I had a question for Dr. Greg. I brought up the fact that apparently everyone alive today is a approximately related to every human about 2,000 years ago or so.
Mhm.
And that in general, our species kind of revolves on like a 2,000-year cycle or so. So I got that from a number file video that I saw a long time ago, right? I guess like 7 years ago now. I was wondering if you'd ever heard of that or if you knew anything about that.
Yeah, I think Dr. Dan like had some video that he was talking and doing that math. So I think that checked out. I haven't seen that number file video, but
It's very, yeah, it's very good because what had happened was what was it? One of the princes married someone outside of the royalty, but then all the royalty people, they go do all their crazy shit because they're like, we got to figure out everyone's genealogy and whatnot, because that's so
Are you
important,
talking
right?
about King?
Um,
King et al. A study on Richard III's lineage?
No, it was on it was like Prince. I mean, I don't know the different
Oh, okay.
people in England, right? But it was one of the princes. He married some woman that wasn't in the wasn't royal. But then through genetic testing and stuff, they discovered that she was related to someone from 500 years ago who was of royal blood. And so she actually was a royal baby. She
that's
wasn't,
cool.
some random person outside of it. But then they, with more genetic testing, this has been done repeatedly, and people keep rediscovering that they're marrying outside of royalty, but then the person they're marrying is in royalty, and they keep figuring this out over and over again. And so some math people were like, maybe that's not a coinkydink, right? So they started just doing the math,
Huh.
and it was like, oh yeah, this just seems like obvious that like, human beings have a cycle of approximately like 2,000 years. So the statement is like if you go back like 1,000 years ago,
Mhm.
there's probably a single person on Earth that all of us are a direct ancestor of. So
That's
we all
wild.
have
Yeah.
DNA from other people, but within the last 1,000 years, we're all directly related to a single person in the human population. But if you go back 2,000, we're a direct lineage of everyone in the population, right?
Hmm.
You're related to everyone 2,000 years ago, right? As a direct ancestor, right?
That's wild. That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
yeah.
recent common ancestor is not set in time. It moves closer to the current generation. The more generations the population spans.
Yes, yes. And so, yeah, so when we talk about common ancestor, we're normally talking about like different species coming together,
Hmm.
right? But when you're within a species, the whole thing, that's why there's a difference between genetic drift versus, what is going on in the entire, like the variation throughout the whole species, right? Like
Yeah.
those are
Mhm.
going to be two completely different concepts, you know?
Hmm.
I think that's called spec. Something started with S, like speculation. I don't think it's speculation, but
Speciation.
yeah, that's what it is. It's like
Yeah.
evolution within its own species. Something with like wolves and dogs in a way, because dogs.
So speciation is it's like a tricky, fuzzy continuum to define exactly when a speciation occurs because the
Mhm.
biological species concept is a little wonky. But generally, it has to do with reproductive isolation. It's the stage at which we refer to as incipient sexual separation. At that stage, uh, descendants of a common ancestor population are often still technically interfertile, but they just won't select each other as mates anymore. They've changed enough phenotypically that their behavior changes as well, and they won't select
Yeah.
each other as mates. And that's usually referred to as a speciation. And those can occur in observable time spans, which is huge for evolution because basically all evolution is just compounded speciations, and there's no limit to how much speciations can just pile up and it can therefore account for all biodiversity, extant and extinct. And the burden of proof is basically on evolution deniers to show that it can't, and they got nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I guess the point is that humans have been such a migrating species. We've constantly moved around the entire earth, right?
Hmm.
We're always interbreeding with each other everywhere, right? And so like the human species really hasn't done that separation. The ones that did, they died off, right? Like when we look at
Yeah.
the Neanderthals and some of the other ones, those were the ones that like isolated themselves. They stayed in one spot
Hmm.
and then they ended up dying, right? and so we're the only ones that came about, and it's because we had like an insane curiosity for venturing off to, at least that's my understanding is the theory is that we're a very adventurous.
There's a couple theories, but that's one. There's a theory that centers around fruit, interestingly, because fruit would have been a really abundant food source, and primates are very good at processing it. But that's more primatology stuff. If you want to learn more about that, go check out a channel called Guts at Gibbon. It's great.
Dude,
If you're not already subscribed.
I love her videos. They're so good.
So it's weird being in a conversation with like Dr. Greg and stuff because I've watched so many people over the last several years, right? And now I'm in a conversation with some people that I've watched videos of.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like,
Erica said I was a cool guy and my channel was awesome, and I think I peed a little bit and almost passed out from sheer delight.
That's legit. That's legit.
That's funny. Yeah.
That's awesome. But yeah, interesting.
Let's see. So I actually have to get going.
Yeah, me too, man.
I wanted to.
Great job,
I
dude.
wanted to ask a favor of you, Dr. Greg. Can I send you an email with a link in it? And would you be willing to give me a copy of, I guess, this footage and the debate footage? So 90% of the way through the debate, my OBS decided to kill the recording.
Oh no.
And
Dang,
I
dude.
gotta.
Yeah, for
I
sure,
don't know
for
if
sure.
you'd be willing to do that. If that.
Yeah, for sure. I think you might be able to save it if you can remix it. What is? It depends on how you decide to save the file.
I just saved it as an MP4, so I assume that part's probably okay.
Yeah.
But I'll have to cut it and add whatever footage I can get from elsewhere. To like finish it up, And so that would be great if I could get that up on the YouTube or whatever. But I'd really appreciate it. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll cut it for you, and yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Dr. Greg, before you go,
What's up, man?
I have to ask, which NHL team do you root for?
Ducks.
Dallas Stars.
Yeah. I grew up doing
He's
roller
wearing
skates.
a Dallas Stars
I didn't hear you.
Ducks.
What'd you say?
Anaheim Ducks.
Ducks. All right. I mean, that's pretty good.
I grew up in Orange County. I grew up in Orange County, and like I honestly did get into like roller hockey and stuff because of the those movies. I was just like got me so jazzed, So I played roller hockey for a really long time, and I love it. I love hockey.
I had to wear my Dallas Stars hat to the chat.
Nice, dude. I love
Zombo, I actually I grew up in Texas with a Michigan transplant family, so my whole family loved hockey. So I've been a Dallas Stars fan most of my life, but I'm also a Detroit Red Wings fan. I also like the Blackhawks. There's a lot of teams I like.
Hey, I also like Ottawa Senators. Yeah. I don't have I have like a tier list of loyalty.
The Sharks were pretty great for a while. I don't know if they're still any good, but Dallas Stars for sure are a great team, great dynasty. I would say the Red Wings have kind of fallen on hard times. They were their dynasty used to be at much greater heights than it is now. Bobby, sorry, don't make us keep you. Let us keep you here with a bunch of hockey talk. Just wanted to let you know before you go, if you ever need another biologist and Dr. Greg's not available, I'd be happy to team up with you and debate some evolution deniers. So just hit me up on email. Yeah.
If anyone needs a mathematician or logician, you want me to talk about qubits?
Frequently.
Oh, and the correct answer was square root of 3 over 2, in case anyone was wondering, right? It's the sine and cosine part, right? Yeah, it's the sine and cosine part. So
Gets
it's
me every
1/2
time.
and then square root of 3 over 2. Yeah. Because the people that don't know, they would say, well, if 0 has the 1/2 next to it, then 1 has the 1/2 next, because it's 50-50, right? It's like, no, they're squared, right? So you have to give me square root of 3 over 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Gotcha.
Good
Nice,
job
dude.
again on the debate, and thanks for hanging out. It's
Thanks,
good talking
guys.
to you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Peace, guys. Have a good one. Nice talking. Oh, awesome, guys. All right. Hey, Dr. Keisha. Dude, I saw the TMZ segment. Nice. Doing so freaking so happy for you, Dr. Keisha. Well deserved. Well deserved. And then get on their contacts, and then boom. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just getting that connection, and then you have that, going forward. And dude, that's gonna be you're doing so well, like when you're going on them too. So you're doing a great job. Nice, Dr. Keisha. Very nice. Unfortunately, it seems like healthcare stuff is going to be a bigger and bigger part. They do not stop the onslaught. So I'm really happy that they're like platforming experts. It's like so often they'll bring on like a journalist or something. And I'm like, what is going on? A lot of like channels do that, or a lot of news outlets and stuff. They'll bring on like their healthcare reporter or something, and I'm like, what? Like, you have so many like resources, and you're a news channel, like why aren't you going to like actual experts? I don't understand that. So that's rad. Expertise exists, especially now. Like, there's so many people doing communication. All right. Oh, well, I think I'm going to take off, guys. It's been 6 hours. So I am tired, and yeah. So I'm happy. Oh, I forgot to do the timestamps. Yeah, Hazel. The executive order thing was just so wild. I mean, those people they're catering towards people that aren't even going to get the vaccine anyway. That's what I don't understand. Like, what, you really think Maha is going to be like, oh, you know what? That's what I needed. That I'm going to get vaccinated now. Like, so what's the point? Like, what's the point of that nonsense, right? Thank you, user. Appreciate you saying that. Let's see. I'm so, yeah. I saw this thing, and it was like, embrace lazy content. And I was like, what? Like, it's like, embrace lazy content. Just go up and just do the thing. I'm like, huh? Because I've been really try-harding stuff like before. I've been taking like a nice little vacation from content creation, which has been really good for my mental health in the last like 2 weeks. So that's been like a nice thing. Basically, my kids were this is the last week of summer, so just kind of like spending more time with them and doing more family stuff. And so it's been really nice to like take that break and do a bunch of family stuff, focus on the house, getting stuff done, like just getting stuff done that I've wanted to get done for a while, Aw, thank you, Bill. Thank you. Breaking down the MMR into 3 individual shots could take a decade to produce. I thought it was somewhere in Europe or something, but like they don't like the idea that we would go from like, I think someone added up as like 22 different visits to the pediatrician. It's like, what? You're gonna like, it's gonna triple the amount of pediatrician and appointments. Like, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, which is funny because if pediatricians made money per vaccine, which is their conspiracy, you would think that they would love this, right? Their whole point is that they make money off of all the vaccines that they give. So separating them out is literally the way that the pediatricians are in their conspiracy, right? Like, it's just, oh my God. But we all know what's happening. We all know what's happening. They're just making it harder and more of a burden in order to get the vaccine. Like, wow, we're going to get another shot. We're going to get another shot. It's going to make it more friction so that the mom doesn't go and make all the appointments, or they do start asking a question like, wow, are all these things necessary? That's why, they're making it as arduous as possible, for a reason. And it's not for the safety of the kids. It's not for our healthcare system. Like, what are they doing? What the hell are they doing? But yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice to, but I've also missed it too. I also am, I'm going to be heading to, Vegas on the 19th. So that should be cool. Oh my gosh, that's a week away. So that'll be good. It's for a debate, another evolution debate. Can't get away. I can't get away. It's okay. It's all right. It is what it is. Yeah, dude, the wellness industry is so good. I mean, it's like it's just the grift is just so strong, and their ability to make all this money is just, it's tale as old as time, though. You know what I mean? Snake oil salesmen existed. Like, people are falling for it again. That's the wild part. Like, it's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious. So, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Hey, Ducray. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, exactly, Cake. Yeah, people wanting to think that they have secret knowledge. Exactly. That they figured it out. Oh, I don't need to go to education. I can just figure this out. And then you're so right, Cake, because, like, what is the thing that they say? I just use my gut, my intuition. I just use my gut. You're like, what? Oh yeah, we have new Mava merch, ladies and gentlemen. I need to start talking about safe more often, and I need to do more ads for safe. So, new Make America Vaccinated Again merch is designed. I'm putting it up. We're gonna put it up on Works Printing, which is union, American made. It's legit, really high quality stuff, and that's gonna be rad, dude. That's gonna be really rad. So Safe is gonna have their own stuff. I'm gonna put it up this week. Probably gonna do it tomorrow. I'm looking forward to doing that. I had, like, because I wanted to study for this interview, I've kind of like put off a bunch of other things. So, yeah, Hazel, I did see that Cassidy's, it's strongly worded. And you're like, bro, you literally were the deciding vote on this thing, you know? Like, you were the deciding vote on this, man. And now he's gonna talk like, oh, this is not okay. No, that's a bad boy. It's like, what, dude? You caused this problem. This is partly you. This is you, dude. I'm a strongly worded. Wow. Yeah, this is my first week of the first week for the kiddos. Oh my gosh, guys, it's incredible. It's incredible. Okay, check this out. Check this out. All 4 kids go on the bus 2 minutes away from our house. We drive it, drop it off, come back. 4 kids done and dusted, dropping them off within 15 minutes. There and back. It's so gorgeous. It's so nice. Oh, it's so nice. Before we had to drive like 30 minutes there and back for our littlest one. So we would drop him off at the bus, and then we still had to drive 30 minutes and then 30 minutes back. So it was like, it's like another hour every day. So 2 hours a day, just like doing that. But now it's just 15 minutes. It's amazing. Dude, exactly, Hazel. Like, not only was he the deciding vote on RFK, and now he did the Todd Blanche thing. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the Republican Party is completely bought off by MAGA. Like, we should not give any credence to these MAGA Republicans. Like, these Republicans, like, they aren't supporting MAGA. They, at every single step, they have capitulated. They have given, held weight for these Republicans, for MAGA. So I feel like we have to hold them accountable, you know? It's grotesque. It's grotesque, honestly. Cool. Oh, I really liked Axiomatic, the reasoning. I think it was really awesome. You always hope that there could be, like, you know, you meet someone on the debate and you're like, oh, cool, dude. You always hope that that's the case, you know. All right, guys, I'm gonna go though. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everything. Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting your heart muse. I'll try to stream tonight. Let me see. Oh, tomorrow night, actually, I'm going to do a date night with the missus. So we are going to do, I'm going to not stream tomorrow night. But I should be able to stream Thursday and Friday nights. So I will be there. I still want to do my script. So that I might like rewrite it though. I don't know. I want to get the first one done and dusted, you know, so I just kind of like rip the band-aid off. I know I'm not going to love the first one, you know, but I do want to give it my best shot. So that's my reasoning around it. So, but yeah, love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for supporting me, dude. Objective Ethics, bro. Objective Ethics dropped $100 super chat. Like, so legit, man. Dude, thank you. Ducks Y, $20 super chat. F on 20 pounds. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanky, $5. Cruising Life, $5. Objective Ethics with the $100 super chat. Incredible, man. So cool. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for hanging out. Let me shout you guys out. Mike Bussy, Ghostbusters, Helen. Hey, Helen. Michelle, thank you so much. Zilla, thank you so much. Candy, thank you so much. A bunch of people gifted earlier that left already. Thank you guys for hanging out. Dude, big W Objective Ethics. I'm going on his show on Saturday. Sunday. So that's gonna be big. Yeah, dude, just lots of like appearances this week. I got Objective Ethics on Sunday. I got oh. Thank you, Hey It's Fizzle. Thank you. Yeah, Objective Ethics on Sunday. Yeah, and then the Vegas debate is next Wednesday. I think it's on YouTube. YouTube for sure. I don't know if he's on TikTok. Yeah. Thank you, Helen. This is the fruits of all of those reach out events that I was doing like about 2 months ago. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Zilla. Yeah, I saw your message coming on about the person that was like talking about something. So I love those. Thank you so much. It's really cool. I love the bat phone. Yeah, if I can, I always will. So please do it if you would be so inclined. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. But yeah, man. All right, guys. Yeah, no show tomorrow night, but on Thursday on this small planet, it's heavy stuff. I love it. Thank you, Zilla. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good night. Be kind to someone. Bye. Bye, YouTube.